No. Hello! We should be live right now! I didn't realise I hadn't pressed the go live button. I've just been talking to myself for literally the last 5 minutes. So that was fun. I'm live a little bit early today. Just because I saw Westy was going off and I didn't want to, you know, miss out on maybe picking up some of his people who were like, oh, what am I going to watch now? Maybe they can come over here. So I thought I'd go live 10 minutes early, just so it lines up a little bit nicer. I am eating my dinner though. So, I think we'll play a bit of GeoGuessr while I eat my food, and then we'll go on to Call of Duty. That's what I think we're going to do. So, let's play some GeoGuessr. So I'm not leaving you here doing nothing. And we'll see how it goes. Shall we? We'll do the daily challenge. I did really badly at this last time. Start your qualification. What? Daily challenge. I want to do daily challenge. So, the first time I did this, I got 12,400. Then I got 5,000, which is just utterly terrible. Any guesses what they'll add today? I'm kind of not expecting them to add ground war because I think that'll be next time. Yeah, definitely, Robert. That's exactly what I'm meaning. So if they're not doing ground war, I think maybe hardpoint. Maybe we'll get hardpoint as its own playlist. Maybe. It's kind of... I'd love it if they did ground war just as like one day to give us a little taste of it, but I'm not sure if they will. Every day I'm hoping for it. Right, where are we? It's flat. There's a weird letterbox there. No idea which way they're driving. This could be bloody anywhere. Right. This could be anywhere. I've got literally no clues. It's somewhere temperate where they're growing fields and there's lots of grass, so it's not too far north, it's not too far south. There's some trees there. They look kind of like trees in a hot-ish country. It could be America. It could be... Like, I think with the dotted lines and stuff, it doesn't look that much like Asia, but maybe they have those dotted lines in Asia. I don't bloody know. I don't know. Like, I want to say somewhere in Eastern Europe. Somewhere kind of hot. I'll say Slovakia. I always say Slovakia when I don't know where it is. Oh my god! That was well close. It was Romania. I was in the wrong country. I wasn't even... oh, I didn't actually click on Slovakia. I clicked on Ukraine. But that was pretty good. 3,700 points on that guess. That was good. That was really good. I am eating potatoes and veg and chicken. Bit of stuffing on the potatoes and it's gorgeous. The stuffing is super nice. My wife has done a very good job. Mmm. Right, this is weird. It's very, very dry. Geo-geeky, yeah, for sure. Right, this... The sort of building stuff, this looks like, I would say, like, the Middle East, maybe. Could be Africa. Could be South America. But everything about this, the roads and everything, I'm thinking like Afghanistan. It's really interesting. It looks like there's been an earthquake or something, doesn't it? That's really interesting. I'm going to say Afghanistan. Yeah, I'm going to say that. Shit, it's Bolivia. I got no points. Nil point. I told you it could be South America. I told you it could be. I was wrong. Right, so in Asia. Southeast Asia. Big hills. So not one of the islands. Somewhere... I think we're looking around here. Somewhere. South China, Myanmar, Laos. I don't know if China actually comes up in here. I know Hong Kong does. And Taiwan. I'm going to say here somewhere. Here, I'm going to say. Nope, here. Laos. Oh, not too far. Bhutan. Like, again, it's not a good guess, but... in the grand scheme of things... Like, I never would have guessed Bhutan, because I'd have forgotten Bhutan was a country. But that's not that bad. Hey, DK, how's it going? Right. Going into a cave. Interesting little photosphere here. Again, I'm thinking Asia with this, really, with the boats going into a cave. Tourists, so touristy country. That makes me think maybe Thailand or somewhere. We did an electrical box. Why is there an electrical box there? It's a cable. Oh, here we go. That's like Chinese writing, isn't it? That's Chinese writing, I think. I think this might be... This could actually be like Taiwan. I want to say this... no, I'm gonna say it's somewhere near Hong Kong. Oh, it's Malaysia! It wasn't Chinese writing. It was Malay, I guess. I thought Thailand at first, but then I saw that writing and thought it was Chinese. Meh, sure. Could be worse. Okay. This shanty town doesn't look that hot there, but it is dusty. I'm saying South America. The yellow stripe down the road, I think that's a South American thing. Mountainous, so thinking Peru. Peru, Argentina, Uruguay, somewhere here, so I'm going to say it's near Santiago, and it might be one of these others. And it's Guatemala, okay. I mean, right... It's this hemisphere, I guess. I did better than last time. Not well. Not well. I know, right? I found an Easter egg. Exactly, Pine Shot, right. That was good. What's this thing? Well, there was a thing before. Competitive? I want to do Battle Royale. What? Should we do a Battle Royale with countries? Should we do a Battle Royale? Warzone, GeoGuessr style. Porto Alegre Airport. Wrong guess. Shit. Everything's blurred. No, someone else guessed Portugal. It's not that. You'd think this would be easy. No, no one's got it, I don't think. Disembark. This is tricky. Garda? Horario. But yeah, Brazil. It's Brazil. Mexico or Spain? Mexico or Spain? Brazil, mate. I like it. Hot country. What language? Jose Luis Torres. Spain? Maybe? Nope, not Spain. Laval. Someone else guessed Spain after I go to guess Spain. One person's already got it. Looks like quite a nice place, doesn't it? Someone's already guessed Mexico and it wasn't Mexico. It's not Spain. So has anyone guessed Portugal? Someone's guessed Portugal. Two people have got through. Oh crap, I need to guess. It's a Spanish place. Torres, but it says it's a Guardia. I don't know. Venezuela. Crap! Where was it? Oh, Rookie High Cap. I got knocked out. I don't know where that was. What did you think? Madrid? No, it's not Spain. It does tell you where it is, doesn't it? It was Argentina! No. I wouldn't have guessed Argentina for quite a while. I forget how big Argentina is. Central America. Why do you keep retracting messages, Zuxio? I wish you couldn't move in this. I feel like it's cheating. We're in South America again, aren't we? Someone's got it straight away. So it's not Mexico. I want to kind of get to a high street or something. Estación. So it's not Mexico, it's not Brazil, it's not Argentina. Doesn't look like Spain. Pablo de Maria, like Peru maybe? No, someone's guessed that. Chile? Someone's already guessed Chile. Argentina, Uruguay? No one's guessed Uruguay apparently. Hey, it was Uruguay. It was one of those. You leave your bloody incorrect guesses up. I want to see the shame. You'll see my incorrect guesses. Only 4 of us got that one right. Is this just South America Day? This could be like Andorra. Andorra looks like this. Like super mountainous and Spanish. But so does literally everywhere in... fuck it, I'm gonna guess. Andorra. Nope, it's not Andorra. Could just be boring old Spain, to be honest. I'm waiting for the others to guess. There's a sign here, that probably would have helped. Church of Eos Nicolaza. Oh, but... No, it's not. No, it's Cyrillic. It's somewhere like Moldova. Crap. Got one more guess. It's somewhere hot. Serbia, maybe? Bulgaria? Hot and mountainous. I'm gonna go Bulgaria. No, I was wrong. Oh, was that Greek? I thought it was like a Russian thing. It was Greece! You were good, Squiz. You're right. But I got knocked out. I'll do one more of these. It's quite fun. Bloody Greece. This is like Iceland or Norway. Denmark or something. It's one of those. You know. It's one of them. No. No, not Norway. Wasn't Iceland. Sweden? No, crap, not Sweden. Was it Denmark? Ah, where was it? What do you think? When will I play? I've already played before then. I'm just going to play before. I'm just eating. I'm just having a little bit of food. So I thought I'd do some of this while we're waiting. You know, so you're not just watching me eat. Finland, do you think? Do you think that sounds Russian? I don't think it did. Oh, Finland, though. You're right. Squiz is good at this. You can say one more, but it's not one more. I didn't think it did sound Russian to me, but I thought it was more German. That's why I was saying all of those other countries. By the way, I don't look at chat when I'm doing this. Oh, that's weird, isn't it? Fun Median. Riverview Estate. See our place. Someone, like, some people, like, have you seen how quickly they guessed it? John D. Crescent. Hospice at the Hibiscus Coast. Hibiscus Coast. Driving on the left. City Hop. So it's not Australia, not America, not Britain, not South Africa. Is that what South Africa was? Yeah. Heavy vehicles. All very English, isn't it? Canada, maybe? Nope, not Canada. Flush median. Like, why? It's all in English. New Zealand! I was going to say New Zealand. The amount of English was throwing me off. For some reason I thought New Zealand drove on the, wait, did I say they drove on the left? I should have known that. I thought New Zealand drove on the left. Well, that's good. It's a field. This could be absolutely bloody anywhere. Small houses. Unmarked roads. Makes me think Eastern Europe. Stuff written in Spanish. Makes me think Argentina, somewhere like that. Now I'm thinking South America. It's cold. Makes me think Argentina. Not Argentina. Maybe Chile. No one's guessed Chile yet. No, not Chile. Now it's a bit scary, isn't it? Someone guessed Bolivia already. Someone's guessed Paraguay. No one's guessed Uruguay. No, oh, I was wrong. God damn it. Maybe I was further north. Where do you think it was in chat? You're doing similar guess to me. Someone here is called the Botswana Fan Club. Colombia. Colombia. That's a cool one. We will play Call of Duty soon, by the way, once I've eaten my dinner. But I also love GeoGuessr. If anyone knows of a good map to do on this, let me know. Arangazi and Yalova. I don't know where either of those places are. Alberi. There's a business here. Come on, have a web address on you. I literally don't even know what kind of language this is. Granite... What? Almas Lappy. I don't know what language this is. Mountainous, kinda cold. There's snow on the mountains. That looks like a web address, but I can't see it. Is this picture clearer? No, it's not. Bursa Orman Isleti Murdelugu. Depozu. Literally no idea what kind of language this is. I'm gonna say somewhere Eastern European, but I don't know. But then there's stuff written in English as well. A steeped rock obelisk. I don't know. It's not Turkey. Oh, it was Turkey! Woo! Hey, Brug got it right. That was a pressured guess. I was like, somewhere Eastern Europe, but kind of Asian and with some historical places. Turkey. Albanan. That made me think Albania. Ortega. No, there's some Asian stuff going on there. Makes me think like somewhere like Burma or... But that could be misleading. Bilanadito. No, don't know. Gambin. Dulaka store. Oh, I don't know. Someone guessed China. I need more clues. Bosconia, Nasapusa, Malagambing. This sounds like Cambodia or someone's already guessed Vietnam. Thailand maybe? No. Burma maybe? No. Well, I think I might have been way off. Oh, I thought I guessed it. No. No. Don't know. What do you think? Colombia, Peru, maybe Bali, Philippines, Vietnam. Philippines is a lot more English, isn't there? It was the Philippines! Ah, you know, Ricardo. You know. Thailand was already guessed. Well, I was getting pressured with time and stuff. Bloody lol at me. I like this because I feel like I'm learning something. Are you gonna have words on? No, where's that sign gone? What the hell? South America again. Someone's already got it. Someone's like immediately got it. Oh, there's a bus. Chase that bus. Did you overtake the bus? No, you just ran the bus off the road, maybe? I don't know. What happened to the bus? Definitely thinking South America. Quite fancy South America, though. Cabanas Piscina. It's just a swimming pool. Lots of... Is that banana tree? No. I was like, what is that? But it's not bananas. People have guessed Australia and New Zealand. That surprised me. I feel like this is much more... like somewhere like Venezuela or... Oh, loads of people had already guessed that. Crap. No one's guessed Colombia. Oh, that's because it's correct. I was in the right market. What's the name of this game? It's called GeoGuessr. What's this? Right, we're same sort of thing, same sort of deal. Maybe like Philippines. It's hot, there's a lot of English and a lot of Asian. Maybe Philippines. No, not Philippines. Okay, let's keep looking. BHD. I think that's probably a business. I don't think that's a website, is it? No. Indonesia. No one's guessed that, I can see. Nope, it's not that. I've guessed that now. Malaysia. Crap. Did I get it? I think I got it. I think it's Malaysia. I think I got it just as the time ran out. Yeah, I did. It was Malaysia. Huggies, but we've got some Russian type language here. Can't see that sign. Let's go to look at the next one maybe. UA. UA, like Ukraine? Yay! I didn't know the web address for Ukraine was UA. Oh. I'm enjoying the guesses in chat, by the way. It makes me feel better when I look at the wrong ones. Eastern Europe. Right, it is Eastern Europe. Looks very Russian, this one. Like, very Russian. Let's go to a billboard. Billboards are good because they often have web addresses on them. This is not going to, is it? That web... Oh, it's all messed up. Okay, so someone's already guessed Russia, haven't they? Yeah. This could be any of these countries. Someone's already guessed it, though. I think it's somewhere that's very Russian, so I'm gonna go Belarus. No. Maybe like Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. Alright, this looks so Russian to me. Did they go past that fan? Does it have... No, there's any markings on it either. Someone tried Ukraine, I've tried Belarus. Latvia, maybe? No, not Latvia, I'll try Estonia. No, no. Serbia. Oh, Serbia would have been a good shout. Serbia. You're right. Should have thought it was Serbia. God damn. Right, I've got one more piece of chicken to eat, then we'll be good to go for some cod. I thought I had it. I thought I had it. Oh crap, what's going on? Where are we? Tropical. Tropical. Bamboo. Asia. Japan. Crap. We all guessed Japan. We were wrong. How is this not Japan? Look at it. How are you not Japan? This is the most misleading place in the world. Like, I still think it's Japan. What is a place that's like Japan? That's not Japan. It's not Korean, is it? Not Korean. Why will my thing not let me select anywhere? You can't select Taiwan. How is this not Japan? I literally don't understand. Fine, I'm gonna say it's China. Hey, it was China. It's clearly Japan. Exactly, Tyler. Penkawang. Good. So it's like Russian colours. Like Russian flag colours. Do you think that means something? Think this is Russia? Doesn't look like Russia, does it? I don't know, Russia's huge. Oh wait, no, that building looks massive. Someone guess India? No. No, Ajanoam, environment. Sendiran Berhad. Somewhere big because Malaysia, maybe? Hey! Big buildings, a bit of English, a bit of kind of that Southeast Asian looking language. Hey, Sam the Creator. It was a huge skyscraper. Well, pretty big. Are we thinking Canada, maybe? Greenland? Norway? I'll let other people guess. They're driving on the left. Is this just England? But just when it's snowing. Frozen service. Oh, but then... Well, now I'm very confused. What? No number plate. Stuff written in English. Driving on the left and it's snowy. Is this like New Zealand? New Zealand has lots of snow, doesn't it? No. Not Canada. They're driving on the left. Or he's parked. He doesn't look like he's driving that much. What the hell? Where do people drive on the left? Here, Greenland, maybe. It was Japan? Japan? No. That was not Japan. They show one that's very clear Japan. They say it's China. Then they give one that in no way looks like Japan. And they say it's Japan. That's cheating. Safaris, Western safaris. Some of safaris, thinking Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, Kenya. Easy. Most of these are driving left. Really? I thought it was just the Philippines. Does Japan really drive on the left? That really surprises me. That threw me off so much. I didn't know China even had snow like that. If I'm honest. Are people still struggling? Maybe they went the wrong way and didn't see the safari truck. The red dirt as well is very, very Kenyan. Like East Africa has a super red dirt. Long place names. Chrono. Sounds like Sweden. Two of us guess Sweden. Norway. Someone's guessed Denmark. Someone else guessed Finland. No one's guessed Iceland. This isn't Iceland though, it's way too green. What is this? I would have sworn that was Scandinavian, as apparently everyone else would have. Oh, Lausanne, we're in Switzerland. That's weird. I thought they all seemed like really kind of, I thought they seemed like, Scandinavian names. Luckily, I know where Lausanne is. Which makes that a lot simpler. I thought it looked really Scandinavian, personally. Bulgaria. So we're in South America, obviously. Mexico. Passport Mexicano. Yay. That made that a bit easier, didn't it? Looks like England. Very big trees. America, maybe. Canada. Would like to see some words. Can't read those words. Two people have got it. Oh crap, it's me and this other guy. Did I just go the wrong way and not see a business? This is just England. I think this is England. If I'm honest. I was knocked out. Oh, it's Finland. Wow. It was Finland. It's Sweden. Good work, War Daddy. It's clearly... Should make ourselves feel better and do some famous places again. It's clearly Sweden. Oh, I've already done this. This is easy. This one's too easy. Like, we keep getting the same places if we do this one. I thought there'd be more places in it, but we just ain't. It's actually there, isn't it? There. 19 yards. Perfect. Vikings River Splash. We're in a theme park. Legoland. We're in a Legoland. I think. We're in a Legoland, but we're not in the... We're not in the English or American one. It says Arban, which makes me think this is maybe the Denmark one. Which I don't actually know where the Denmark one is. I'm gonna guess it's near Copenhagen. Oh, it's in mainland Denmark. Oh well. Well, I worked out roughly where it was. That's the Trevi Fountain. That's in Rome. I don't know where the hell the Trevi is. Somewhere in the middle. Colosseo. There's like a million landmarks in Rome. Like, there's so many. It's not in the Vatican, obviously. But I would have just thought it'd be somewhere here. Oh, Fontana di Trevi. There we go. Like there. 15 yards away. Nice. Is this the Great Wall of China? Is this a bit of the Great Wall of China? I'm going to say it is, and I'm going to look like an idiot. But also, the Great Wall of China is super long, isn't it? It's in a foresty bit, if it is. So, like, there. It's a wall with Mongolia. It's a wall with Mongolia, isn't it? And it's a foresty bit of it. It's hilly. I'm going to say we're there. We're so far away. Is that where the Great Wall of China is? It is as well. I thought the Great Wall of China was on the border of Mongolia. I thought it was to keep the Mongols out. I thought that was the whole point. Oh. I was saying about that this is stupidly easy. Turns out, it's only easy if you are not an idiot. Who are you? Good. They picked a day with no flags. You look a bit like a beef eater, but I don't think you are. Oh, wait. Norway. That's Norway, innit? It was at Denmark. I'm gonna say it was Norway. I'm gonna say we're in Oslo. Some sort of palace or government building or something. There's a palace. No, it's a place. Museums, Paradox Museum. There. Oh, it's in Denmark. Oh, I can't read flags. I did shockingly badly at that, considering that's like one of the easiest ones. Right. I was right, I think, about what the things were, except for the Denmark one. But I just don't know where they are. That was horrific. I've had my food. We're past 6 o'clock. It's the Copenhagen Palace. Alright, Emil. Alright. Right, should we see what's going on with the video game? Have they said what they've added? I was GeoGuessing, but I'm no longer. Do you want to play? Are you playing, Emil? Are you coming on to play? Because that would be grand if you are. Boom, boom. They added GeoGuessr. Sick. What am I doing? Studio mode, minimal game. Haven't taken the Marina Bay out of the beta. Well, I mean, it wasn't in the beta, but they said it was going to be in the beta. It just doesn't seem to have ever shown up, which seems like a shame. So, let's see what they've added or taken away. Oh, okay. Well, if you're about later, then let me know, Emil. Right, have they added anything to it? Are they going to add anything to it? Prisoner rescue, knockout, search story, third person. That's all the same. Are they not adding anything to it for the last day? That seems utterly bizarre. I don't know what that means, Emil. I don't think so, Zuxio, because I've literally deleted every word of it. They've deleted every single reference to it. Oh my god, my Twitter mentions are aflame right now. And the last Call of Duty tweet is retweeting me, so they haven't posted something, so I guess the update hasn't gone live yet, whatever they're doing. I'll play a game and see if they're adding anything. Nothing announced yet. Surely they'll add something. They don't normally let a day go by where they don't do something. Like, you know, they always tweet something on their socials. goodness. Take me a little bit of time to, you know, warm up again, I think.
Throwing drill charge.
Let's try again, shall we? Oh, I'm trying to... Cool, Joella. Fortunately, I don't have closed captions on. You have to put the delay up fairly significantly to be able to do that.
Using drill charge.
Enemies deployed a counter UAV.
He's on the roof, isn't he?
Throwing flash grenade.
Oh, what? He came down. He came down. Hey, bods. How big is this download? Yeah, 25 gig. Not too bad.
Throwing drill charge. Changing mag.
What's that sound?
Securing objective Bravo. Hostiles launched a cruise missile.
Flash out.
Enemy UAV active.
Oh, cool. Now everyone spawns behind me.
We're losing Charlie.
So there's probably no enemies over here.
Securing objective
Yeah, the
Alpha.
game is so good, Bus Driver. I'm really enjoying it.
Reloading.
Enjoy my Look at this little thing. That's a cool little... That's cool. Yes. Didn't notice this before.
We're taking Bravo. Enemies taking Charlie. Quick fix online.
Oh, I like Quick Fix a lot. That guy is not very fast. Oh, that guy on the other hand, super fast. Yesterday they uploaded new things out on Twitter at 21 past 6. There we go. So could be in time now.
The enemy holds two
Using drill
objectives.
charge.
Get them secure.
Not bloody anyone up there. Someone pinged it, so I assumed they must have been telling the truth.
Securing objective Bravo. Enemy counter UAV active.
Whoa, he's at the other window. 250 gen. It'd be amazing if they did that Bob tune, but I'm not 100% sure that they are going to. No, I've been really enjoying everything about this. Like, there's so many changes they've made that I think are really, really good for the game. The only thing I'm slightly worried about is that I know some very influential people, content creators. I don't know how I missed that person. They confirmed on the COD Twitter account that they haven't made any changes today. What? Really? What did they say? Wait a minute. Can someone copy and paste the tweet? I'll have a look after this game. But that's rubbish.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. I'll load it up now. team deathmatch. That's all the same as it was yesterday. Why have they said that's a playlist update? That's literally exactly the same as what it was yesterday. Unless they just put the wrong bloody picture. No, they've changed the date. That guy's really good. Really? They're not doing anything new?
Secure Bravo.
Well, that's so nonsense, isn't it?
Throwing drill charge. Thermite. Stun grenade out. Swapping mags. Covering your six. Switching mags.
Why would they keep all the playlists the same?
Changing mag.
I'm running out of ammo.
High alert. On. Secure Bravo.
Never mind, solved that problem, didn't I?
Securing.
I just don't get why they're even posting that as in they're saying it's an update when it's the exact same playlist.
Secure. Enemy securing Bravo.
That seems odd to me.
Stun grenade.
The
Oh my
enemy
god, I'm doing terribly in this.
securing Charlie.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to being able to play this in the PC on Thursday.
Overhead. Objective Charlie secure. Enemy UAV active. The enemy took Alpha.
Ah, that's one of the good people. No, Jangles, they definitely haven't announced anything, but I would be shocked if they did do anything like that. I'd be shocked.
Watching your six.
Oh, that would have been a good time to have the radar, really. What do you mean, cube? Pardon me, cue ball.
UAV overhead.
What time is it finished tomorrow? 6 o'clock UK time?
Enemies taking Charlie.
It's almost got further along. Yeah, I definitely don't think they'll do a Warzone 2 beta. Definitely not.
With you till the end.
I really thought they'd do something new, unless like, I'm just kind of thinking with the way they worded it. Did they like make a mistake?
All cruisers incoming. We've lost all objectives. Cruisers not in action.
What the heck? Am I saying the same as yesterday? Apparently.
Throwing flash grenade.
Taking Charlie.
Which is annoying. I was saying to them yesterday, I was talking to the Activision people and saying, oh, it'd be nice if we had like, you know, if content creators, we got a little bit of advance warning of what modes and stuff they're going to do. Because then, you know, we could plan our streams a little bit better.
Enemy UAV overhead.
And they were like, oh yeah, like, you know, we don't always... you know, we don't always... They were sort of saying they didn't always know exactly for sure how everything was going to run. But they were like, oh, they'll go to the team banner. And then the next day, we get a bloody update
UAV in the air.
where their daily update is we're not changing anything. This is annoying.
Swapping mag.
That was shocking. Really bad.
Mission failed.
Yeah, I don't think they'll do anything for Warzone. It just seems like too much of a big complex thing, and then you know what would happen. People would be like data mining it and nonsense. It'd be awful. Oh, apparently we're going straight back into Team Deathmatch on the exact same map. That's a bit weird. Should have probably just searched for domination, really. Okay. Let's do a little bit of Team Deathmatch. Hey, name, are you about for any games?
All Jaeger. Destroy the enemy.
It doesn't seem like they've added anything terribly exciting, so if you're about, I think Emil might be about at some point. Then we could maybe get some like search and destroy going, or some of that prisoner mode or something. We could have some fun.
Flash out.
Oh, that shotgun! I just sort of like sparked it, went straight through his face and
Enemy UAV
didn't get him.
overhead.
Throwing flash grenade.
Nothing there. Okay, cool. Oh, everyone's gone offline. There's no new modes. It's almost as if the others knew that there weren't going to be any new modes. I literally couldn't see where he was at all. Couldn't see it at all. You may just wait till the 22nd. Yeah, like... I'm just a bit annoyed that there's nothing new. And I'm not playing as well. I mean, I am quite distracted reading chat, but... If that got killed, that would be the best thing ever. Oh, there's someone in there. Okay. Nothing new at all. Nope. Doesn't look like it. Looks like they've just decided to do a playlist update that's not really a playlist update.
Switching mags.
Lost half the field. Fight back.
No, he's on our team. Okay. Didn't even realise you could get up here, to be honest. It's kind of cool.
Quick fix.
Requesting recon
Friendly
fire.
UAV
You get up there?
on
No.
Reloading.
Oh, come back. The most offensive medal to get. Oh, someone in the back. Ba-da-bow.
Enemies deployed a counter UAV.
Yeah, you can't get all the M4 attachments because, like, there's. I'm guessing there'll be other M4 frame guns to get you the last ones. There's some in the weapon vault, isn't it, that people have been able to get that you don't get with the normal thing. Oh my god, I'm just thinking too slowly. That's sad to hear, Lowy, that you're not having so much fun with it. I'm having a great time. I really, really love what they've done with this.
UAV is active.
I'm really like, to be honest, it's to the point where I'm like kind of confused about some of the stuff people are saying about it. Like I've watched some like content creators videos about it, and it just feels like they're playing a different game to me. He was upstairs, I knew it.
Flash out.
That person was trying to camp to get kills, but that's one of the things, you know, people have been saying about how, oh, it's like everyone's just gonna be camping. It's like, but there's like a million ways to deal with campers in this game. Like that, as you just saw.
Hostile counter UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area.
Oh, hostile counter UAV and UAV. They've got all the info.
The enemy's advancing.
They are absolutely beasting us.
Hey, this sector's hot.
Well, he was ready.
Mission compromised. We failed.
It's not over the top, Death Monk. If he thinks the game's disappointing to him, then that's, you know, his personal business. I just prefer the hype and the excitement. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. There was no update, Adam. They did no update. They said here's the they said start your week off right with the COD Beta Monday playlist update, and then they didn't update anything. It's the same. I don't really understand why. Do do do. Yeah, I don't understand. Why have they posted the same thing? I'll have a look back. So we've still got all the same. We literally haven't even had a playlist update. So that makes me think there's not even a patch or anything like that. It's just the exact same as it was before. Which is kind of disappointing, isn't it? I'm going to get off Team Deathmatch. Let's play some domination for a bit. What? You set high standards for Infinity Ward and this is not even close. I don't understand. What about the game has disappointed you? Is it that it's not the exact game you imagined it to be? To be honest, I was watching J-God's video just before I came online. He did a new video today and he was talking about like his thoughts on the beta. And he was being really negative about it. Like I would say overwhelmingly negative about it. And like I disagreed with nearly all of his points. Like nearly all of the things he said I just thought were like in some cases just, you know, a difference of opinion. The stuff that he said was bad, I just think they're good. You know, and that could be just your enjoyment of it. But some stuff he said I just don't think is true. Like quite a lot of stuff he said I don't think is true at all. And it's just really odd. It's like I'm surprised that other people are having such a completely different experience of the game. But, you know, each their own, I guess. It's just a shame because when you have like really influential people in the community being really negative about it, it just makes you think like, oh, then Infinity Ward might be like, oh, we don't want this negativity, we want to be like showing that we're listening, so we'll change things.
Changing mag. Tossing recharge.
And that was suck.
Throwing flash grenade.
It was flashed. How was that a thing? Next Thursday, Cryptid. Third person and demolition knife. You mean search and destroy? Yeah. Oh god, I'm not going quickly enough. But yeah, like there's been lots of people saying like, oh, you know, like everything in this game is about campers. But I haven't really seen any campers. At least definitely not more than what you normally get in a COD game. Like I was just shooting for ages because he was blind.
Switching mags.
That was funny. Yeah, like I haven't really seen any campers. Like, you know, I haven't seen anyone that I would say is really camping, as in they're constantly going back to the same place over and over again and just sitting on one thing, holding one angle or something. I just haven't seen that happen. I think the game is interesting. Jacob was saying that the spawns were really bad, and he was like saying, oh, this is like the worst spawns we've had in Call of Duty. And it's like, that seems utterly crazy to me. Like the spawning's been really good compared to all of the other betas. Like every COD beta, the spawns are absolutely awful. Normally the game is really bad when it comes out, where you're constantly spawning literally right behind people, like right behind enemies, or sometimes right in front of enemies, and like that's happened to me maybe twice in all the games I've played. So yeah, like it just seems odd. What else was he saying that I was disagreeing with? He was saying that, like, oh, third person, you know, is like really just gonna be people who play the Division or something. It's like, I think there's a massive third person market in Asia. I think they're probably trying to get that sort of market because a lot of their shooters are third person. And then he was saying to me on Twitter, like, oh, like the sound stuff, being able to hear everything and not having the mini-map dots means that there's like no skill, because he's saying there's no skill involved in being able to hear people, but there is skill involved in being able to read the minimap, and it's like I don't understand how that's a thing. Like being able to tell what someone's doing based on sounds is just as hard, if not I would say harder, than working out what they're doing based on where the dots are on a minimap that are always showing up. And then he was saying he was saying, what else were his other points in that video? It was just crazy how many of them think. He was saying, like, one of his big points was like, this essentially feels exactly like Modern Warfare 2019 with some slight changes. And to me, this doesn't feel anything like Modern Warfare 2019. Like, Modern Warfare 2019 is so much faster and so much, like, smoother, but not necessarily in a good way. Like, you're sort of gliding around and stuff. This all feels so much more kind of tactical. You've got all of the like gadgets and stuff to help with that. I'd say the maps feel so much more better and so much more colorful than Modern Warfare. 2019. It just doesn't feel that much like Modern Warfare 2019 at all to me. It feels like there's some really, really major differences. And then he was like summarizing his thing with an argument I really don't like when people use, which was saying like, oh, well, you know, it seems like everything they're doing is for campers or for like those 80% of people that are like average or below average. And, you know, they're not really doing anything for like high skill players. They're not doing anything for like the good players. And it's this like attitude that where it's like, oh, so now if you criticize it, if you say you do like it, sorry, if you compliment it, if you say you do like it, then you're being lumped in as like, oh, you must be a camper or you must be a low skill player then. And it's like that kind of argument, like that kind, saying that kind of thing from someone like JGold with such a huge audience, I think is really bad for the community, because it's now setting up this thing where you know full well you're going to get people in YouTube comments and on Reddit and in Twitter who, anytime you say something nice about the game, anytime you say you're enjoying it, you like it, they'll be like, oh, well, that's because you're a casual, that's because you're not very good at the game, that's because, you know, you're not a high skill player, so you just, you know, that's why you like it, because it's made for you. And I really hate that kind of weird argument. It's the what do they call it, the one true Scotsman argument. It's like it's a like logical fallacy type thing where people, you know, people say all the time like, oh, if you're a real Star Wars fan then you wouldn't like The Last Jedi, or like, you know, if you were a real Metallica fan you wouldn't like St. Anger or whatever. And it's like you're framing an argument in such a way where as soon as you're making it so if someone disagrees with you, they're labeling themselves something negative. And I just think that's a really bad thing to do, especially when you are so influential. Oh, what was that? 2 kills. But you know what I mean, like, it's a very it's fine to say you don't like something. It's fine to say like, oh, like, you know, I've been playing it with the minimap changes and I've been playing it with the dead silence changes and I think I just preferred it like the other way. Absolutely fine. I have no problem with people saying that. I completely understand that some people might like it. Some people might like the footsteps being quieter. Some people might like someone there, but I don't know where they've gone. Ah! Yeah. Do you remember how bad the spawns were on Piccadilly? Yeah, right. And like, I know. And it's just like, there's always been a thing of COD beaters have hilariously bad spawns where you're constantly spawning on top of yourselves or on top of each other. And like, people are constantly doing spawn traps where they're just literally shooting you the second you spawn. That's always been a thing in Call of Duty. Like, these spawns are much better than that. But like the arguments in bad faith, that's the thing I've got an issue with. Like, it's not when someone says, oh, I've played this and I don't like it. It's when people say things like, oh, well, like, you know, high skilled players all think this, or everybody thinks this, or no one asked for this. It's like that kind of thing where it's like, if you think about that for a second, that's obviously not right. But like, it's easy to get wrapped up in it, especially when it's someone who's normally reliable doing the talking. Oh god, I thought you were... Oh, I thought he was a teammate. God damn, that was scary. There you got me. It was just a better shot. They will end up putting loadouts drops in Warzone 2 because streamers can't all use the same gun. Yeah, I know, like, that's a big thing where, like, people seem to have massively turned on that loadout change, even though, like, there's been, like, 3 games of it played. And the loadout system wasn't enabled in it. And people have already decided that they know how it is and they know what's better for it. It's like, you literally haven't seen the current system because none of the streamers could use, like, use the system as intended. Like, it wasn't enabled in the version they played. And yet still people are like, oh, well, they need to revert this before launch. It's like, what? But I'm just very worried that developers will give in to that kind of stuff. Because there must be a pressure to, like, show that they're listening, mustn't there? There must be a pressure to, like, look like you care. He's going through there, but I don't know where he is. Exactly.
The enemy holds 2 objectives. Get them secure.
Oh, he wasn't looking at me. I thought he was waiting for me. Apparently he wasn't. No, that was the teammate. Okay. That guy was a bit running, was sprinting a little bit there. Whoa! Where'd he go? I lost that guy. I just completely lost it.
Securing objective Bravo. Friendly UAV on station. Objective Alpha secure.
I mean, Jangles, I don't know if he was being that positive, because he was saying lots of things were the worst COD's ever been, which was bizarre to me. You don't mind third person fangirl seven mode. You said it smoother. You said it smoother than Modern Warfare 19. See, that's like taking an argument in bad faith. You know, I didn't mean, oh, it's smoother than like Modern Warfare 19 is better smoother. I was saying Modern Warfare is smoother in a bad way. It was like you're just sliding around like you're on roller skates or something. That doesn't mean I was saying it's better. In fact, I was specifically saying I didn't think it was better. That took me so long to kill that person. So I was surprised I didn't kill that guy. I mean, I'd rather than give more content for 2019 than this, you'd pay for that. Just go back and play 2019. No one will miss you. It's fine. People seem to have this weird feeling like Modern Warfare 2019's going away or something. I'd much rather they have a new game rather than just keep releasing the same one. It's funny that like the big sort of pop culture argument against Call of Duty has always been that it's the same game being re-released every year, and then like it's not the same game being released every year, and there's COD fans being like, I wish they just released the same game every year. Oh, I killed that guy who's hiding. How did the stream go yesterday? How did people work during? Yeah, good. All my streams lately have been going well. I've been having a good time with this. Oh, I shouldn't have been sprinting then. That was dumb of me. Yeah, Jangles, it is that logical fallacy. Like he just kept on wording stuff as, oh well, it's obviously because it's, you know, everything's set up for campers. Everything they've done is designed. He was like saying everything's designed for campers, or like, oh, the 80% of people who are average or below average or like this, and it's like just like set up thing like, you know, connoisseurs like him, highly skilled players like him couldn't possibly like it. And it's like, I've been playing with highly skilled players, you know, Broken today, who have been having a really good time with it, and Westy, and really like some of the changes. You know, they like not having the red dots on the minimap, they like not having dead silence as a permanent thing. But apparently, you know, we're all casuals, all of us, because we don't like it. And I hate that. I do think there's a bit of that Zed flashbang. I imagine there's a little bit of nervousness about, from some creators, about like, if you've made your whole career in being like, okay, well this is what you should use for your loadout, and then loadouts end up not mattering as much, then it's like, you know, that's bad for you, especially when Warzone's probably going to be, we're probably going to be playing Warzone for like the next 3 years at least. You know, it's like zombies YouTubers who have suddenly found themselves, actually I might use MP5 for a bit. It's like zombies YouTubers who have suddenly found themselves without zombies for a couple of years, like, and zombies was bad last year. Like, that's a harsh thing to deal with. But I don't think that's why, so, you know, J-God isn't like in that situation really, because he's like, his content is much more than just loadout videos. You know, he's been casting World Series of Warzone. He's not really in that boat. He can just switch to doing other types of stuff, like doing more casting. God, the MP5 is disgusting when you're running around like that. Isn't it? It's just when you're running into other people who are sprinting.
Loading fresh mag.
Just gross.
The enemy took Charlie.
Watching your six.
Oh, I had a teammate there. God damn. Movement's perfect except for bunny hopping, yeah, and slide cancelling. Like, they need to get rid of the slide cancelling. Like, hopefully they'll just patch it, because like, it is obviously a bug, but then it's always been a bug, so who knows what they'll actually do.
Our counting UAV is active. 2 objectives secure.
Semtex out.
Securing objective Charlie.
Oh, he was set up in a good place.
Enemy securing Alpha.
Doo-doo-doo. They can't please everyone. If the game will get changed according to pros, no one will play it. I mean, but it's just silly, isn't it? Like, the people who are like Call of Duty pros will adapt eventually. It's just might be hard for them to adapt at first. And again, I don't mind if people like it less. Like, that's not a problem. That's not. I completely understand that kind of thinking. I just don't like the. Oh, well, if you were good at Call of Duty, you'd like it. What? I don't know why I couldn't shoot that guy. In Warzone, there'll still be customized weapons. Do you think they'll keep their job? Yeah.
Enemies deployed a counter UAV. Our UAV is orbiting the
There
area.
will be customized weapons. I think they will be a much smaller part of the game, though.
Securing Charlie.
I think it'll be like.
We control 2
It'll be like at the moment, you know, how you could get an advanced UAV and quick self-revive and all stuff like that, but you don't get it every game. I think that's much more what will be happening.
We've taken Bravo. Enemy. We hold all objectives.
Watching your
Keep them
six.
secure.
Is it not? No, there is a whole team there. They're just not.
Enemy taking
Throwing
Alpha.
sticky.
Charlie. Your halfway mission complete. Stay sharp. We've lost
Swapping
Alpha.
mags.
Friendly UAV online.
With you till the end. Switching mags.
People are going to be coming from the main room.
UAV on station. We've secured 2 objectives. We're losing Bravo. UAV ready for tasking. Overclock online. Secure
Loading.
Bravo.
Requesting recon flyover.
Enemy securing Charlie. Copy that. UAV online and orbiting it. We control Bravo. We're losing Charlie.
Right.
Be advised, UAV. Our UAV is orbiting the area. Friendly care package on the way.
God damn.
Enemies taking Bravo. 2 objectives.
What?
More strike on standby.
Nothing bloody new launched.
Objective Bravo is compromised. Get it back.
Don't know if my mortar scheme will come through there, but why not? Why not give it a good old go, eh?
Friendly SAE on the way.
I don't think the mortars can do anything there.
Friendly UAV online.
It's a lot of explosions, just nothing.
Enemy has captured 2 objectives.
No hit, shots missed.
Oh, like I was already dead. I thought maybe he was, but I didn't know.
Securing objective Bravo.
Can I get A?
Securing
I
Alpha.
feel like my team aren't trying very hard to get the objectives.
Flash out.
Friendly counter UAV is on station. Alpha secure.
Oh, he's a better shot than I was.
UAV on station.
No, that wasn't even you, Dave. They didn't add... the third person was yesterday. They didn't add anything today. It was rubbish. I was hoping they would, but no dice. For some bizarre reason.
Hostile UAV in the area. Securing Alpha.
Semtex out. Throwing flash grenade.
2 objectives secure.
Got enemies in the AO.
was there.
Our UAV is orbiting the area.
Yeah, Lowy, if you're already like saying you don't like it, I'd just go find, like, I'm sure there's plenty of streams where you could go find people moaning about it. Like, there's no point hanging around. It doesn't seem like we're going to agree, does it?
Reloading.
Securing Charlie.
I'm absolutely loving this game, and I don't really want them to change anything other than fixing the bugs.
Flash out.
Obviously, there's some bugs that need fixing. And then, you know, I wouldn't mind if they made the time to kill a little bit longer. But I'm probably saying that as a Warzone player. And I get it that, like, people who play multiplayer like the quick time to kill.
UAV active. We've lost Charlie.
Oh, that guy, I just saw him too late.
Keep it up.
I hope they don't tone down skill-based matchmaking.
Securing objective Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's realistic. I don't think Call of Duty's ever been realistic, but it definitely feels like a bit more tactical, like a bit more like, you know, Rainbow Sixy. It's like, I don't think anyone would ever say Rainbow Six was realistic, like Siege.
Taking Charlie.
But it's a lot of fun.
Loading.
Oh, what a legend.
Securing Charlie.
I was killed by Eminem. I think I did quite well there. Got top G's on 36. I only got 17. I felt like I was doing quite well. Don't forget to like the stream if you haven't already. Ba. Anything new today? No, they didn't add anything new. I need to change the tide actually. 17 for 8. I'll take that. That was the other thing. Like Jacob was saying, oh well, like in all of the games, like you're gonna go double digits deaths, like everybody is, even like the top, all the top streamers, and J God himself are going double digits deaths in all the games, and there's like nothing you can do about that because the game's set up for campers. And it's like, I think hopefully you could all see there that I wasn't camping at all, and I went 17 kills and 8 deaths. Like that should be evidence there. Like I'm not even a particularly great player, but I'm still managing to get a decent number of kills and less than double digits deaths. Sad that there's nothing new today. Sad times. I mean, the one thing I would say I am a bit disappointed with this beta is the like cadence of updating it. I wish that they had been, you know, updating it. Once the game comes out, lobbies will be so different. Yeah, like everyone who's playing the beta now are people who are kind of in some way fairly interested in Call of Duty. To follow that there's even a beta on, like there'll be a lot of different people. Yeah, Casey, it's been a bit like that for me. It's just sort of like I keep you know, I really want to see loads of excitement for this game. I want to see loads of hype for it, and so like I keep watching videos of people's impressions and stuff, and then so many of the videos, like not all of them, lots of people really like them. You know, I know Jack was really enjoying it. I know like the people I play with, like Broken and Broken and like Westy and that lot were really enjoying it. I don't know about Lackey actually. I don't know how much he's enjoying it. And like Jaff and Fireborn really liking it. But yeah, but then there's like lots of videos I watch on see tweets and stuff where people are like, oh, I don't know, I don't like this, I don't know about this. Like they need to make big changes before it comes out, all this stuff. And then all of those complaints seem to be things where I'm just like, well, that's not what I'm seeing in my games. Like I've seen people today in the stream, people have been, where the hell did that shot come from? I've seen people being like, oh well, the skill-based matchmaking's so harsh, so if you have like one good game, you'll end up having like 3 or 4 bad games because it'll put you up against CDL pros. And it's like, well, I've been playing a fairly insane amount of this beta and haven't noticed that at all. every game seemed kind of random. Like there's some good players and some bad players. Like that guy should have been able to kill me, but didn't. God damn. But yeah, and I've seen lots of people saying like, oh, well, all these things are just going to coach camping. Like the only valid playstyle is going to be camping. Everyone's camping. It's like, I haven't seen anyone that I would say is overly camping. You see, sometimes you see someone holding an angle for a little bit, or like, I heard someone saying when I tweeted that video out of the search and destroy, the 1v1 end of a search and destroy game where someone had planted a bomb, and then someone was saying like, oh, that guy's camping. And it's like, he was defending the bomb that he'd planted in a 1v1 search and destroy, and they're like, well, that's camping. And it's like, I mean, I'm guessing these are people that don't play the objective. But there's a difference between camping and, there's a difference between camping and playing the objective to me. Like, camping to me would be literally like, oh, I could have killed both those. That was bad. Right, where am I going to spawn? Okay, here. Camping to me would be doing something like this. Like, going here, going prone, and then holding that and being like, okay, now I'm going to kill everyone that comes out, and people won't see me because I'm in a bush. Like, that to me is what's camping. And if I spend, like, the whole game just here, or I spend, like, 2 minutes, and probably wouldn't even get many kills, I'd just be waiting for people to come by, and then when someone runs out of there, I'll kill them. I don't even know how well it'll work. Because I don't think it does work that well, personally. You know, and you've got UAVs that help to stop it. You've got... Where'd that door come from? You've got, like, the drill mines to stop it. You've got the bomb drone. You've got, like, all different tools specifically to stop that kind of thing. No, I had to try and melee him. I was running out of bullets. You're excited about playing next weekend, yeah. You know what will bring actual hype to games? They bring back the intervention with the same OG bullet sound. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that did. I think there'll be a big old sniper rifle like that. Didn't people say they saw the intervention in one of the images before the game came out? That's another thing where, that's one thing where I can understand the arguments on both sides, but I think I'm quite at odds with the player base, is that, is when people are like, oh, I really hope they're bringing all of the old maps back, and it's like, I'd kind of prefer to have good new maps. Like, I'm really enjoying these new maps. I think they're really cool. Like, all of the maps I really like. Like, Museum's probably my least favorite when they had that, but it's still not bad. I think I made a mistake, didn't he? But yeah, it's like, but I can understand, like, people, you know, people want terminal back. We haven't had terminal for a while. I don't quite understand people who want shipment back. I find that very weird. Ooh. Oh, he's behind our deployable cover. I didn't even see it. I like Piccadilly. Did you miss the pay? Are you saying that just because I'm mean when people don't like it?
With you, mate.
Or have you just played some more? Oh, sniped! Oh. But that was my problem 2 days ago. I don't have any self-control, and I just end up, if a game like Shipment exists, I just end up playing it loads and loads and loads. And then ruining the game for myself because I get completely burnt out on that one stupid map. Because it's the best way to play. Like, it's the best way to unlock stuff. And, like, you know, a lot of COD progression is just unlock stuff. How the hell was someone just looking at me? That doesn't make any sense. You've had multiple games where players could stay the whole place the whole game. I mean, I don't know why you'd be accusing me of lying. Like, literally every game I've had of this, except for maybe 3, I've live streamed and the VODs are all up in public. So you can just watch my VODs and see that people aren't camping. Like, if you've seen any of my gameplay from... Oh, was hoping I could melee him, but oh, never mind. That was stupid of me. Yeah, like, if you look at any of my gameplay, I've literally been running around the entire map, every single game, and I haven't found the same person in the same place over and over again. Like, I can't remember it happening once. I can remember there was a sniper who I killed and stole his sniper. I didn't even notice that guy until he started spinning around. There was a sniper, and then when I killed him, he came back to the same place and I killed him. Then he did it again, and then he didn't do it anymore after that. So that was kind of camping, I guess. How are you not? Oh, nasty. How do you get level 30 for Beta awards? You have to wait till next weekend. The 16 thing is just a visual bug that it shows some people as being level 16, but they haven't unlocked the level 16 stuff. It just says they're level 16 when they're not.
Hostile cruise missile launched.
But no, yeah, I haven't seen anyone staying in the same place the whole game. Like, I don't think I've seen that once.
Friendly UAV on station. Enemy is securing Charlie.
And I've been playing more than I would say most other people will be.
Loading.
But yeah, I think that's the thing, that people will literally see someone holding an angle like those two are and be like, oh, well, they're camping. And it's like, they're not really. Like, if they were holding one...
The enemy holds all objectives. Secure those positions.
Where did that guy go?
I'm loading.
Yeah,
Securing Charlie.
I don't know. I don't think people are camping very much. And it's like, even if you did see the odd camper, like, there's always campers in Call of Duty. It's just a part of Call of Duty. It's like a part of the way some people like to play the game. But that's not to say that it's like the game's overrun with them. Like, you definitely couldn't argue that there's loads of campers, because there just isn't. I would love someone to give me a link of a video where there's loads of campers. Hey, Tune so thank you very much for the $10. That's super kind of you to give me a super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, man. On that note, if there's anyone that wants to become a member, it's only $1.99 a month. If you love these fun little rants, I've been going on a lot of rants lately, combined with some gameplay of whatever's new in Call of Duty, then you can become a member of the channel, support the channel, keep me doing this for longer. This is my only source of income at the moment, so I very much appreciate any support. But I also just appreciate you being here, leaving a like on the stream. That didn't sound like good noises, did it? I'm loving the beta, Chris Harris. Absolutely loving it. Yeah, week 2, so from Thursday.
Enemy UAV active.
Yeah, I mean, I've been called campers, literally. I've had people, like, holding an angle on me, and I've sprinted up to them, jumped into the room and killed them, and then been called a camper. It's like, okay. People just like, you know, they're like criticizing people who kill them. That's the thing I'd like them to change, is how strong the flashes are. The flashes are so strong. Even if you have battle hardened on, they seem insanely powerful. How did he just die? Okay, I don't really know what happened there.
Loading. We are losing Alpha.
Oh, if I can get him.
Victory secure. Good
Yeah,
fight.
Callum, exactly the same. I know there were people saying like, oh, Modern Warfare 2019 is just campers everywhere, and it's like, I did not find that at all in my experience in my games. No, sorry, I won't touch it. I don't really have people I don't know very much. How bad is being stunned in this? Super bad. You can't. Oh, stunned. The stun is still quite bad, but it's quite similar to what it was in Warzone and stuff. I think I went 18 for 18 and that was bad. But the flashbang is so bright. Can I might change double time to battle hard and see if that makes it better. See if that makes it any better. Yeah, maybe, Callum. This game looks good. Yeah, I really like it, Oliver. I'm really enjoying it. Having a good time. There is no new mode. I took it out of the title because there is no new mode. No one killed you. I assumed they'd be adding something like they have done every other day, but they did. They both saying this is our updated playlist, and there was no update. It was harsh.
Capture and hold the secure Bravo. Objective Bravo secure.
That explosion. How did none of my shots hit then? That was weird. Oh, that was the other thing that really annoyed me. Sorry, just while I was going on that rant about J-God's video. The other thing that really annoyed me about J-God's video was that he was saying some things that I think were just wrong. And again, it's more like just my word against his. But I would say the evidence goes against it. He was complaining about skill-based matchmaking, you know, and doing the usual, like, oh, you win a game and then you have a load of bad games because, like, that's the way it works. And then he was saying, like, oh, skill-based matchmaking's really bad because you end up with, like, really bad connections all the time. And it's like, I've only had one game of this that's been laggy. So far, I've literally, all the games played, I've had one game of lag. But skill-based matchmaking, in my experience, it's not laggy at all. Because they, as far as I can tell, and I could be wrong about this, but based on my experience, or my understanding, they, the way matchmaking works is it first of all prioritizes connection. So it, you know, does a sweep. It looks for, I imagine there's some sort of very quick database of everyone who's searching for a game at that moment. It groups together all of the people who have a decent connection. That's what that bit is where it says, you know, like what ping you've got and stuff. And then it will,
Friendly UAV on station.
after it's grouped together everyone by connection, then it will try and group you up by skill, but it will prioritize matchmaking speed. So as far as I can tell, as far as I can tell, it will prioritize, like, it wants to get you in a game as fast as possible. So if, like, if there isn't a great skill-based matchmake, you know, like there isn't really anyone who's at your level, but there are a lot of people at your level, so it can find you a game quickly, then it would rather do that and just put you in a game with, like, the next available people who have a good connection, rather than waiting for ages to find people who are, like, a really good skill match for you. And I'm like, from all of my experience of Call of Duty, literally going back to, like, the days before we had dedicated servers, but, like, going back to at least, like, Black Ops 2, that's how it's worked. Then it's, like, connection time, then skill. So, like, if you're playing at a time of day where there's not many people on, so you're playing in the morning, it doesn't actually take much longer to find a game, and the connections are still good, but the skill's going to be all over the place because it's just, like, working on those two other priorities. And then if you're playing in the evening, like I'm playing now, it'll do much better of matching you up in skill, and you can see I'm going, like, basically 1-to-1 a lot of time here. Like, my kill def's like 1. But it's still taking, like, the same amount of time to matchmaking stuff. Oh, I shot over his head. I didn't realize I was on a step, to be honest. But yeah, skill-based matchmaking is such a good thing for the game, in my opinion. And, you know, it's the thing that stops you from just getting absolutely shat on over and over again. Which, again, is something that used to happen all the time, and I think people forget about this. That it used to happen not just in Call of Duty, but in lots of games. There used to be lots of times where one side of the lobby would just be decimating the other side, and people would constantly be quitting and leaving, so you wouldn't have a proper team. Like, there'd be like 1 or 2 players dominating the entire lobby all the time, and then because lobbies weren't being disbanded, they would just stay in there, and all of the bad people would be leaving, whereas, like, good people would stay, so it'd end up, like, stacking up and up and up, until you ended up with people just trapped in their spawn over and over again. And it was like, having a really close game was kind of rare. Like, having a game where the score was kind of close was super rare. Now, it's like more common than not to have a close game. I would say it's much more common to have a game that's really close, and then, like, occasionally you get those super unbalanced games, which I'd much prefer it to be that way. Much, much, much prefer it to be this way. I'd much rather have a close game where I'm like, oh, I need to like try hard to win, rather than just being like having those stupid games where you've just caught the enemy in the spawn trap and you've just got a million kill streaks on your team, so you're just utterly destroying them. Or the other way, where they're spawn trapping you, you feel like you can't even spawn because they've got like chopper gunner after chopper gunner. And you're just getting absolutely wrecked.
Enemy is securing Charlie.
I'd much rather have these close games, but I know like some content creators that's like,
Lost Charlie.
that means they're not getting as many nukes and they're not getting as many
We're losing Bravo. We control Alpha.
they're not getting as many crazy kill streaks.
High alert activated. Enemy is securing Alpha.
Ugh,
The enemy took Bravo.
crap there.
We are taking Charlie.
It would work if people stopped using VPNs. Very, very, very few people use VPNs. Maybe some of the streamers you watch. I doubt many normal people are using VPNs for stuff like this. It won't be affecting your gameplay experience.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Changing mag. On your side.
I personally don't like people using them. I'm not a big fan of being in the games where they're obviously being used. Like I've been in some Warzone games over the last few months where it's like just boring because it's just kind of easy. I'm not a fan of that at all, but I don't think it's affecting most people's games. I kind of messed that up then. I don't really know why I threw that there.
Objective secure.
Flash out.
We are losing Alpha.
Is there not someone there? You're not going to get horribly murdered?
Enemy is securing
Oh no,
Alpha.
apparently they're all dead. Cool.
Objective Alpha is compromised. Take it back.
Oh, there's someone there! Oh, he must have had cold-blooded or ghost or something.
Requesting.
Oh, now you're showing up.
Copy that.
Why is he picking up now? He's bloody dead. It's not useful to me.
Enemy UAV active.
I thought people would start coming from there. I was right.
The enemy controls 2 objectives. Push. Be advised, UAV is exiting
I'm sort of camping a little bit now because I want my cluster bombs.
Securing Alpha.
I want to use them before it runs out. I should have run. I should have run. I should have done it quicker. Is there huge scale ground war in this game? There is going to be. There's not in the beta right now, but they showed it off at COD Next. So if you search Modern Warfare 2 Ground War, you will find some cool videos of ground war. It's definitely a thing. And the mortars in this are so hard to use. Don't get any kills on them. No, see, that guy, I thought he was going to be camping. He was not. He ran away.
Area. Enemy is securing Alpha. The enemy took
Hey, I got 1 kill with those mortars.
Good hit.
Yeah, I thought that guy was going to be camping, but he doesn't seem to be.
Securing objective Bravo.
You got a kill, then you legged it. Yeah. Really enjoying this game, but this game really needs dead science now. It does have dead science. It's a field specialist. You get it all the time. It's like, if you want it, you can have it all the time. You refresh it with kills, so it just forces you to keep pushing. Not just using it as a crutch. Definitely doesn't need dead silence in my opinion, any more than it already has it. You'd rather have fun competitive close game than completely destroy the other team and get destroyed yourself. Yeah, exactly. That's what skill-based matchmaking is all about. And the point I was making, sorry, I lost it a little bit. The point I was making is that
We've got them on the run. Keep
I think J-God's completely wrong when he was trying to tell people that the skill-based matchmaking creates lots of lag. I really don't think it does. I think the game massively prioritizes connection over skill. Like, if you're a CDL Pro in Europe, you're not going to get matched up with CDL Pro in America. You're going to get matched up with normal people in Europe. That's how I think it works, anyway. I'd love to be proven wrong or something. I wouldn't love to be proven wrong. I hate being wrong. But I'm pretty sure that's how it works. But because, you know, I've got 100 people watching me and J-God's got 1 million people watching it, people are going to think he's right.
Enemy is taking Alpha.
Ah,
Mission is complete.
you love gun crafting, so you're happy Modern Warfare's back for that. What makes it different? What makes the gun crafting different from Vanguard, Radek? You're sick and tired running around the map, then you get killed with people sound whoring you. How are they sound whoring you when you're using Dead Silence? If you use Dead Silence and you get a kill, it completely... Dead Silence lasts for ages. And then if you get a kill, it completely refreshes the time. So if you're running around killing people, they can't sound whore you, they won't be able to, and you'll be able to keep getting those kills. It just gives you a reason to like keep on pushing and keep on going. But it's really generous
Alpha is compromised.
when you don't have it. But you get it super quick. Well, I'll put it on. I'll show you. Oh, we're in a game that's already started. That's kind of annoying. I don't even know if I've got the perk. Oh, I do have the perk, so I won't have the perk yet. Where you get it. Right now, I don't bloody need it, do I? It's too loud. I mean, I'm not a fantastic player by any means, as you can just see by the fact that I just shot all around him. But yeah, you get Dead Silence quite quickly. And if everyone has Dead Silence all the time, you know what will happen. People will be complaining about, oh, I'm constantly getting killed by people running up behind me who aren't like, who I can't hear. There's no way to tell. Just like if you ever watch Warzone players, which, you know, is obviously a lot more streamed than multiplayer is, you'll see people constantly complaining. God, I'm struggling to use MP5. Really struggling to use it in this game.
Objective Alpha secure. Securing Objective Bravo.
So I'm already halfway to getting Dead Silence now. And that's without having any perks to buff how often I get it.
Secure Bravo.
There we go, Dead Silence available. Oh, to go up faster if you get kills anyway. So I was only halfway done. Right, then I've got Dead Silence. How long will this last?
We're losing Alpha.
Right, he's friendly. So now it's gone again, but it's already in the time. Can you see in the bottom right how close it is to filling up again? That in the time I was using it and I didn't get any kills with it, it's nearly filled up again. Like, how crazy is that? Right, so there we go, and then now I've got Dead Silence again.
Enemy
Put it
counter
on.
UAV is active. Friendly UAV online.
Can use it to run around a little bit. See if there's anyone hiding out here. Okay, I'm really struggling to find people now. And then I get shot. Cool. But you see there, like, I managed to use it twice there for like bloody ages, and then I died. If you were a really good player and you're going around and you're managing to get kills with it, then you're just gonna have it like all the time. See how fast it's sort of speeding up now. I would much rather have that, where people who want to use Dead Silence can, but it's something where you've got to like commit to a push. I'd much rather have that. So it's already a third back, and I'm literally doing nothing. It's so fast. Explain these stupid spawn and flag points because it makes no sense. What do you mean? What's wrong with them? On this map, you've got one in that corner, and then one in the middle, and like, so you've got one in that close quarters bit. Yeah, look how much you get for getting kills in Dead Silence. Like how much my Dead Silence fills up.
Area.
Throwing, reloading.
Hostile UAV.
Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, it was hostile. I mean, if you're good, you could keep Dead Silence going for the entire game.
Flash out.
Dead Silence available. Dead. So I just have to use one field upgrade all the time because you're bored of people sound whoring you. Yeah. Like, it should be a choice. Otherwise, if it was a perk, you'd just be like, oh, I just have to use this one perk. I have to use this one perk one thing, or I have to use this one perk two thing. Like, what? Like, that's bizarre. There should always be a trade-off. I'm guessing, like, I get the impression of what it is people want to be able to run around, have red dots on the map, run around silently, so then people who they're killing can't know that they're coming, can't know that anyone's there. So then, like, you get a lot of easy kills. And it means you might get high kill games just from sprinting around without ever really getting into fights, because all you're doing is looking for the red dots are and then coming up behind them. I'm guessing that's the thinking, but to me that's not a lot of fun, getting killed by people who know where I am unless I use a suppressor, and who I can't possibly hear if I don't see them. Like, I've got no way of knowing they're there. Like, can you imagine if like everyone's running Ghost and Dead Silence, or Ghost or Dead Silence, and it's like you've got no way of knowing where people are? There should always be a sort of balance. Yeah. I mean, that's what I assume is happening. It's just like, I did terribly there, trying to keep an eye on my Dead Silence thing for the whole game. But yeah, so there, I was getting Dead Silence fairly regularly and keeping it, you could keep it for a while, and I wasn't even getting kills. Like, I wasn't doing anything to get those kills. It was just naturally rising. Yeah, I'm so glad I won't be using suppressors. It didn't help that with Modern Warfare, it's like, every best build would just be monolithic suppressor. It'd just be insane not to use a monolithic suppressor. It was so stupid. Yeah, I think so, Radek. I literally, like, I mean, you hear the exact same wording. Like, when people are talking about, like, oh, it's just going to be campers, or like, oh, the skill-based matchmaking's really strict and stuff like that. It's like you hear the exact same wording over and over again, which makes me think people are just, like, you know, parroting things that they've heard. I think a lot of people haven't even played, like, necessarily played it themselves, or haven't played much of it themselves, but they're being like, they've been watching streamers or content creators who have been talking about that stuff, and then they're just repeating it. And there's also an element of not wanting to argue people. Like, I'm always a little bit nervous saying something that's like, that disagrees with what, like, you know, J-God or Westy or like Tim the Tapman or someone like that says, because I know they're obviously more knowledgeable about the game than me in lots of ways. So, like, who am I to argue, kind of? You know, like, it makes me think that, like, it would make more sense for me to be wrong than them, because I'm nowhere near as established as them. Who are these people?
The lead is ours.
I don't really like using MP5 on this. I just wanted to use the Dead Silence build.
Securing objective Bravo.
Changing mag.
We're taking Bravo. We're taking Alpha. We're losing Charlie. Bravo secure.
Switching mags.
Maybe the MP5 seems to take ages to reload. Maybe there's a mag that stops it. But yeah, now I've nearly got Dead Silence, and I've got one kill and completed one objective. And I've nearly got it already. It's like, if you want to use Dead Silence, you can easily use it.
I've got your back.
Enemy securing Charlie. Enemies taking Alpha.
Just clearing this. How do you only get 25 points for clearing an entire objective? Like, they'd very nearly captured it.
Reloading.
See, maybe skill-based matchmaking has kicked in here, where it's given me an easier game. Oh, there's only 2 people, that's why. I was just like, I was having a hard time last time, and now... Is that guy in a window? I'd be in a window if I was him.
Semtex out. Loading.
Friendly UAV on station.
Oh no, we've got a whole team now. They're just loading in, I think.
Watching your six.
I don't think they're quite here yet. This is a very odd, quiet game, isn't it?
Friendly SAE on the way.
I really like the new perk system where, like, as the game goes on, you slowly get more powerful. I think that's very cool.
Our mortar strike
These
is
new people
inbound.
going to spawn. We're all really spread out because we're... Okay, we're losing A.
Quick fix activated.
Oh, I've got quick fix. I thought I had the thing that gives me the thing back quickly. Do I not? So I don't even have quick... I don't think I even have the quick field, like the quick field specialist thing. There's people there?
Swapping mags. Requesting recon flyover.
Copy. UAV is on station. Recon online. We're losing
Flash
Charlie.
out.
We're losing Bravo.
Switching mags.
Can't say I thought he was there. Go through the tunnel, I think.
Enemy
Maybe this
securing
way?
Bravo. Bingo fuel. RTB at this time.
I think they're going to be in the house.
UAV online.
Watch out. Coming.
Yeah, I don't like that. Don't like that. Whoa! Ah, god damn it. It's doing away. Drop a nuke, you donate. You can't do nukes in this one. And I've never had a nuke in any Call of Duty ever. But yeah, sadly, you can't do nukes.
Objective Charlie is compromised. Get it back.
I'm sure you will be able to in the full game, but not in this one.
Flash out.
Securing objective Charlie.
Well, I thought someone was in that window, and now everyone knows where I am.
Ooh, throwing sticky. Reloading.
We've secured 2 objectives.
Changing mag.
It's been an odd game, hasn't it? A very, very odd one. Oh, I just saw him in the corner of my eye. What's DDoS do? It's like the EMP type thing. So in theory, it disables all the gadgets and kill streaks and stuff nearby. Oh, that goes out.
Securing
Nice.
objective Alpha.
But as I say, if you don't want to run dead silence, don't use it. Oh, you keep retracting your messages. It's hard to follow a conversation.
Enemy UAV overhead. Secure Bravo.
See, then that reset my dead silence. Oh, then I was looking at that instead of... Yeah, it's still live till tomorrow.
Objective Bravo secure.
September 21st for Xbox One. How does it show up? I'm not really sure. It'll just be in the store, probably.
Enemies taking Bravo.
If you pre-ordered it digitally, it'll probably automatically be in your library on that day. If you've used a code to get access to the beta, they'll probably email you an Xbox code for you to download it like a day before. Is it only on weekends or all week? This will end tomorrow at 6 o'clock UK time.
We control Alpha.
Then it will come back again. It'll come back again at oh, see that guy, I'm sure some people say like, oh, he was camping. He was waiting for me to come out and then he immediately moved. I don't think that's camping personally. Yeah, then it comes back again on Thursday 6 o'clock and then runs till Monday and then it's done.
Bravo. The enemy
I
controls
think
2 objectives.
our teammates just killed him.
Secure Bravo.
Throwing flash grenade. Watching your six.
We control Bravo.
Oh, the shotgun.
Enemy UAV.
How did my teammate not kill him? We should balance the field upgrade somewhat in circles so everything cancels out something. Oh, footsteps, but also cancelled out by someone else in the game. Kind of, but then it'd just be a case of... Then it'd just be a case of, like, you having to look at what the other team are doing and then do the other thing. I'd prefer it, like, kind of the way it is, where the field upgrades are all these guys are good. Who are these guys who have joined now? Suddenly good. I kind of like it where each of the field upgrades is kind of good for a specific situation. So dead silence is really, really good if you're pushing some people who are kind of camped in a bit, or like defending an objective. And then you have... I'm slightly scared because there's no one inside the team. Oh, 277. We did well. Although there was only 3 people at the beginning, so it makes sense. Domination, they couldn't really win. Then you have like the tactical cameras if you need to defend somewhere, if you do need to set up, like you're defending and search and destroy. Or hard point or something, so you know where people are coming, or capture the flag they could be really good at. You've got the deployable cover, so if you want to try and hold a particular route but you know there's not much cover, you could take deployable cover and use that. You've got the EMP thing, the DDoS thing, so if you know like enemies are using a lot of a certain type of gadget, you've got a way of shutting that down. It's like, I quite like the idea they're situational, that they're not all necessarily direct counters, but they're more like, okay, we want to do this strategy, so we're going to use this. I think that's good, personally. There's a glitch in the ATM machine you can wall hack. I haven't actually seen anyone doing it, but I heard that was a thing. It's annoying, isn't it? It's an annoying thing, Abby. I'm loving it, Gurney. I'm having a really, really good time with this game. It's the most fun I've had with a Call of Duty multiplayer for a long while. Probably since like Black Ops 4, which I don't even know if Black Ops 4 was necessarily the best Call of Duty multiplayer in terms of... I know I'm sure people would be like, oh, the time to kill was actually very bad on the balance, or I don't know. But I had a lot of fun when I was playing that. Oh, I should have fired quick then, I was being slow. But I had a lot of fun with Black Ops 4. And then I didn't have quite as much fun with Modern Warfare 2019, Black Ops Cold War, Vanguard. But I'm really loving this again.
Under 6.
Having a good time. Oh, it's right in the back. Is this better than Vanguard? Lol. I mean, it is better than Vanguard. I had a good time with Vanguard. When it came out, I loved the maps in Vanguard. Like, having 16 maps at launch was so amazing. I feel like I played Vanguard for like a week before I saw the same map twice in a row. Like, it just felt like... Oh, you didn't kill that person. Teammate. I feel like you thought you killed that person, but you didn't. I thought I flashed him. Did I flash someone else? I think I flashed someone else, didn't I? Yeah, I didn't flash him. When we said it, is there anything specifically you really like? I like the movement. I feel like everything feels a little bit more grounded, and I'm enjoying that. Like, it feels a bit more tactical with all of the different equipments and stuff like that. I like that the guns seem to have quite a lot more recoil, so it feels like it's a bit more of a challenge. Like, you're not absolutely... Oh my god, these people... I'm getting outshot all the time, not concentrating enough. These, yeah, it feels like you, like, need to work to, like, shoot someone at range with an assault rifle. It's a bit harder. Like there, that guy bouncing around by the pillar. Didn't hit him at all. Oh my god, have I got no kills in this? This is upsetting. Honestly, people who are just tuning in, I'm not normally quite this bad. I'm not good, like, I'm not a good player, but I'm not this bad. You here?
Objective Bravo secure.
How did I get that kill? There we go.
Changing mag.
I think that there still might be some people in there.
Throwing flash grenade.
That is a decoy. Quite enjoy stuff like the decoys. But yeah, the what else do I like about it? I really love the maps. I think the maps are really interesting. I wish there was more of them for us to play with at the moment, but I'm having a good time with them. I like the new perk system. I think that's really interesting because it means that, like, it stops games from being like a bit one note. You know, like, sometimes games can feel a little bit like, especially Call of Duty multiplayer, can feel a bit like you're doing the same thing for the entire game. You know, you're like, spawn, kill, die, repeat, spawn, kill, die, repeat. Sometimes you have a slightly better life, sometimes you have some worse lives in a row. The perk thing at least gives it a little bit more texture, like gives it a little bit more change. I was looking at trophy system, didn't notice anyone looking at me. You enjoyed Modern Warfare 2019, you're looking forward to this. I would say, like, I mean, in terms of style, this is quite similar to Modern Warfare 2019, although it's a lot more colourful. But in terms of, like, controls and... There's someone right in the back there. I know you're there. Oh, you ran out! That was my plan! Are you behind the times or time to kill and skill-based matchmaking not really discussed? Yeah, I can't remember them ever being discussed. I mean, time to kill a little bit, but not so much. Skill-based matchmaking's the funny one, because, like, I know there was some, like, famous thread where someone was like, oh, I hate that in these modern Call of Duties, like, Modern Warfare 2019, they've just been adding, like, skill-based matchmaking. It was so much better before that, like, in the good old days of, like, Black Ops 3. And then the guy who implemented skill-based matchmaking into Black Ops 2 was like, well, it's at least been in the game since Black Ops 2. So... But people just didn't care about it so much then, apparently. Is that guy dead, do you think, or not? It's down there! Ah, I saw his head. Too late. He got me. But is it worth it to buy it? I don't know, yeah. I mean, we haven't got the full game yet, so I don't know. For me, it will be, because I really like Call of Duty every year. I'm sure... I'm really enjoying this one. I'm sure it'll be worth it for me. But I'm sure it'll depend on what you like in a Call of Duty. God damn it. Do you have any idea what happened to the Formula 1 map? The only thing I can think of is that, I mean, the Formula 1 map is based on Marina Bay, which is a real track. It's the Singapore Grand Prix. Singapore Grand Prix happens to be in 2 weeks. I can kind of imagine someone from... I can kind of imagine someone from Activision reached out to the Formula 1 authorities, whoever that is, saying, hey, do you want to do some, like, collaboration things? You know, we've got the beta, you've got the Formula 1 next week. And then I imagine someone at Formula 1 was like, wait, you're releasing a video game where you shoot and murder people, our real life Formula 1 track, 2 weeks before the actual event where we're expecting people in the public to come and have a lovely time. That seems like a terrible idea. So I imagine that's probably the sort of conversation that happened, and they were like, someone at Formula 1 was like, absolutely not. It might still be in the full game, you know, when it's then going to be like a year before the next Singapore Grand Prix. But if, like, you know, if anyone searches for Singapore Grand Prix on Google, and then they get image searches or video searches of people murdering each other in Call of Duty, I imagine that's not going to be great. Oh my god, I can't believe that guy killed me. I knew exactly where he was and he still got me. Bloody hell. Yeah, I can imagine people being a bit like, Where's that guy? Not getting any dual charge kills today. Well, I was earlier, but not in this stream.
Changing mag.
I kind of hope, I don't think they will be, but I kind of hope the attachments stay a little bit like normal. Like, I feel like there's hardly any giant magazines for assault rifles and stuff, you know?
Hostile counter UAV overhead. Enemy UAV active. We're taking Charlie.
I feel like I can hear people when I'm just not paying.
Flash out with your tail.
Objective Charlie secure.
There you are!
Taking Charlie.
I knew someone was running around there. No, they didn't tie trees, super annoyingly. The headshot sound cue is really loud. I like it because I don't hear it very often. See, like that, I like it. That was a challenge to get a kill at that range of this assault rifle with no sight on it. That felt like, oh yeah, that was cool that I managed to do that. Whereas in, oh yeah. That's oh yeah. Whereas in like Warzone, that would have been super easy with an M4. No, 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 don't. You know what, I'm leaving that situation. Still a guy running through here. Feel like there was. I don't know where you've gone.
We're losing Charlie.
Has everyone left
We've lost Charlie.
this area? No, no, you're here.
Be advised, UAV is exiting.
Reloading.
You're dead now. Whoa! Okay. I've only got 19 bullets, so I don't know quite why I'm being so precious over surviving. Oh, we're dead anyway. Well, an okay last life, I suppose. How'd you not the MP5? I've got a whole video on it on my channel. Basically, you make a class without overkill, put a shotgun in your primary, then a clip overkill. That'll unlock the Batman 556 in that class, level it up, and then you'll unlock the MP5. But I have a video that's like 2 minutes long that shows you the process if you want. But the difference is there wasn't social media to tell people how to think. Us old guys just tried things out and even liked it didn't. Yeah, there's definitely a lot less of this kind of thing. I mean, there were still forums and stuff like that, but there was definitely a lot less kind of reality. I remember, I've talked about this quite a few times. Like, I remember with Black Ops 4, the big thing that people complained about was the server tick rate. That the server tick rate was apparently too low. And people were saying like, well, this is why I'm getting killed all the time when I think I'm behind cover. This is why I'm losing gunfights. It's because of the server tick rate. And Treyarch did a very, very funny thing where they increased the server tick rate and didn't tell anyone. And all of those complaints carried on. People were still blaming the server tick rate for everything for quite a while. And then, like, at some point, Treyarch were just like, oh yeah, we fixed that 2 weeks ago. But it's like people had still been posting clips saying, oh, I only lost this because of the terrible server tick rate. When are they going to fix this? Why are they so silent on it? And it's just, I find that very, very funny that, like, it just demonstrated very clearly that people didn't know what they were talking about and people just used it as an excuse for why they were bad. I wouldn't be surprised if across the various Call of Duty games, I thought I should have killed him then. If across the various Call of Duty games, if they've kept on like changing skill-based matchmaking, occasionally turned it off and on a few times, like moved stuff around, and just seen if anyone notices anything different, and no one has noticed anything different. I'd do that all the time if I was working for them. I'd just be like, let's just for a week, let's just turn skill-based matchmaking off and see if anyone bloody notices. Bet they won't. It's like that whole thing of like, you know, the people that talk about certain types of wine and, you know, talk about how much they love wine, how they couldn't possibly drink supermarket wine and all that stuff, and then whenever they do blind taste tests with wine, no one can ever do it. Like, no one can ever work out what's expensive or what's cheap wine, because there's essentially no real difference between them. All the differences are so subtle they're meaningless. Oh, no, he's a friend. I love that kind of stuff. I love exposing people who pretend they know more about something than they really do. I think that's very funny. I didn't see him. Did not see him. You know who started that tick rate thing? Dr. Disrespect. Was it really? Was it really? That's quite funny. Makes sense. Very on brand for him. I saw there was a funny thing, like I'm still in the Midnight Society Discord for when they talk about like new playable builds of that and stuff. I think there's a new build of that tomorrow actually. But anyway, yeah, like I'm still in that Discord, and when COD Next was on, they were like, oh, look how much they hate Dr. Disrespect. They like, not only did they not invite him, which of course makes sense, he's literally like the founder of a company that's making a competing product. Of course, if Dr. Disrespect was at that event getting a preview of Warzone 2, he would just immediately say, oh, this is trash, I hate this, our game's much better than this. Why would they invite him so he could say that? But anyway, then people were saying, oh look, you can't even type, like people tried typing a link into his YouTube channel and it was a banned phrase. Like, that shows how scared they are of him. And it's like, strangely, if you typed in a link to Courage JD's YouTube channel, that was also banned. But Courage JD was at that event, like had been invited to that event, was used in loads of the video for the event, was featured on the stream, like interviewed more than once. But weirdly, they didn't care about that. They only cared about the little narrative they cooked up in their head. But that kind of, that sort of epitomized what I was saying about these, when you get giant content creators, people just blindly listen to whatever they say and then repeat it, and then it just becomes an accepted fact. Like, can you remember that crazy thing where when Black Ops Cold War was coming out, like in months before Black Ops Cold War came out, Jason Schreier tweeted something that sounded like he was saying that Black Ops Cold War was originally a game being developed by Sledgehammer, and at the last minute, at like February or something of the year it was coming out, Activision was so angry with what Sledgehammer had done, they took Black Ops Cold War away from them and made Treyarch drop their game and instead finish the Sledgehammer game and turn it into Black Ops Cold War. And that's what they released in November, and that's why there were problems with that game, which there weren't really. Like, it was, you know, a pretty accomplished, fully stocked game. But anyway, so yeah, that was the story. And it's like, if you like think about that for a second, if Activision were really like appalled at Sledgehammer's progress with Black Ops Cold War and had just given it to Treyarch at the last minute, would they really then turn around to Sledgehammer and say, well, now you've got to make a whole new game, Vanguard, for next year? Like, we're gonna make you make a game in a year and a half, we're gonna give you 18 months to release your next game. Like, if they had been failing at making one game, would they really then give them half the time to make another game? Like, that's insane. That doesn't make any sense at all. And like, all of Black Ops Cold War was such a Treyarch game, like such a sort of typical Treyarch game. And yeah, I don't know, it didn't make any sense to me at all. It's like, I think people just misunderstood the idea that all of the studios have done various bits on all of the games. So I think Sledgehammer had done some work on the Black Ops Cold War campaign, which makes sense because, you know, they've done a lot of campaign stuff. But yeah, it was very silly, like deeply silly.
We're getting hit hard. Friendly crew. We are taking Charlie. We're losing Bravo.
And then like yeah, and then like Vanguard comes out and is also a game that's obviously had a lot of time spent. I mean, looking at the campaign and the multiplayer, you know, having 16 maps and the campaign being one of the more ambitious campaigns they've done in a while, with all the, you know, the music and the acting and all that kind of stuff. And then people, what, think that that was made in 18 months? I mean, I can imagine, I can fully imagine that maybe Vanguard was meant to come out when Black Ops Cold War did, because, you know, the dev cycle didn't line up like it should have. Though Treyarch shouldn't have maybe been making a game that time. I can imagine what might have happened is Vanguard was meant to come out that year, and it wasn't ready, and Treyarch were actually much further along with Black Ops Cold War, so they were like, how about we swap the schedule, so Black Ops Cold War now gets a year less of development, but it was like feasible for that to come out, like that game's come out, and Vanguard got an extra year of development. I can imagine that being a thing, for sure. And I imagine a lot of stuff got moved around because they ended up with Raven, Toys for Bob, High Moon Studios, and Beanox all working on Warzone, which, like, I don't think anyone really expected Warzone to blow up in the way it did. So maybe they were kind of expecting some of those studios to be available to help with the other games, but instead they had to put more manpower into Warzone, so that messed up the schedule. Like, that makes sense to me. But the idea that Sledgehammer were told about Activision, like, no, this game isn't good enough. We're taking it away from you and giving it to Treyarch. But you now have to make a game in 18 months from scratch. Like, that's just absolutely insane. Doesn't make any sense. Don't think you can get the MP5 till Thursday now. You can. They said they fixed it, but they didn't. I heard that thing, Gurney. That was very silly. I mean, it's the problem that, like, Dog Disrespect is obviously a character. You know, he's a fictional character, and so he can say crazy things, and they'll just be like, oh, well, that's part of his character. When he's saying, like, the current build of Dead Drop looks better than anything Call of Duty had shown off, which just blatantly wasn't true. Like, I have Dead Drop on my PC right now. It does not look anything like this. But then it's weird, because, like, yeah, he's a character. But then he's apparently a character that is the co-founder of a real company that's taking real money from people. It's like if Homer Simpson started making a game company. People would be like, wait, like, surely this isn't, you know, this isn't Homer Simpson doing this. This is a real person who's pretending to be Homer Simpson. But no one ever talks about what Guy Breen's doing for some reason. Is it Guy Breen? Guy Beam? Something like that. Oh my god. But see, I like that. I like that that was a hard shot. Nope. Where are these people? Whatever do you mean that's 80% of the content now? What are you talking about? Right, sorry, saying the comment. Vanguard had assets from World War II, tons of them, so I assume they did rush the game. That's just how game development works. If you've already made, if you're making a World War II game, and you've already made a recent World War II game, why would you just remake those assets for the sake of it? That's literally just how game development works. That doesn't mean it was rushed or anything. I mean, maybe it was rushed. So the lack of modes other than campaign and multiplayer does kind of give that impression, like the lack of attention paid to Champions Hill and stuff. But I'd say the reused assets, that's just a complete normal thing. Like, you look at all of the Assassin's Creed games and they all have loads of reused assets in them. It's a very, very normal thing to do. Like, if you're like Infinity Ward and you've made, I mean, this game has reused assets. When they showed off the Warzone stuff, there was a load of doors and buttons that were exactly the same as they were in Modern Warfare 2019. But if you've made a asset for a door, like a model for a door, and it works fine and it looks good, why would you then make it again? Like, what's the advantage to that? What's, like, what are you gaining from that?
RTB at this time. We are taking Bravo.
Oh crap! Where are these people? Ah, I wanted that kill. Oh well. See, whenever I get a UAV, then I start playing a lot slower because I'm like, oh, I want to keep.
Securing objective Charlie.
But I'm still gonna go for objectives because, you know, why not?
Loading!
Objective Charlie secure. Quick fix. Enemy is taking Bravo.
I wish they'd stop taking Bravo. That was a bit close, wasn't it? Ah, I didn't get it. Hey, Barry. We might get a couple more maps, Ground War and level 16 fight. I don't think we'll get any more multiplayer maps now. I think next weekend Ground War will be the big extra thing. You feel like this is just mediocre copy and paste? From what?
Our UAV is orbiting the area.
This doesn't feel like any Call of Duty game. At all. It doesn't look like any other Call of Duty game. What do you think they've copy and pasted it from?
We are taking Alpha.
Reloading!
Poor guy. That's what I'm talking about with campers, when people are like, oh, it's just like set up for campers, and then there's literally a grenade that drills through the wall and kills people on the other side of it. It's like, doesn't feel too much like it's working for campers then. Don't know why I climbed over that. That was a stupid tactical decision, wasn't it?
Friendly UAV on station.
Ah, I saw him there. A new game, I don't know, but I see what you're saying. Makes sense to reuse instead of rebuild. Yeah, like there was some big like thing, wasn't there? There was some big scandal when some game came out. What was it? It was like a year ago. Some game came out and it was all over Twitter and Reddit. They're like, oh my god, they've reused the same asset. And like it was like an animation and like people were up in arms that the studio had reused a they'd reused an animation for something. And like loads of game developers like took to Twitter from all different companies, you know, competing companies stuff, saying like, obviously we reuse stuff. Like that would be madness not to. Ouch. Ouch. Was it God of War? Was it the God of War trailer? The God of War Ragnarok trailer? Where they were like, oh, it's the same animation as God of War. People are like, I mean, at what point are people criticizing Sony Santa Monica for being... We're teammates, you know? Yeah, like, who's criticizing Sony Santa Monica for being lazy out of all of the developers? And it's like, did you see, if people think that the developers for this have been lazy, you should look at Jack Frag's latest video. Or maybe he's posted another one today. But Jack Frag's last video that I saw, where he was showing that, like, if you do the inspect animation for the shotgun, it shows like spare shells in the I don't know what you call it, the place where you keep shells in a shotgun. Yeah, they were saying like it shows like there being spare shells, but then if you're on the last shell in a shotgun, those shells aren't there anymore. There's a guy up there. Kinda wanna kill him. Kinda wanna kill him. Boo boo boo. I just feel like all the people have been saying that like campers, like that's the main way of playing this. It feels like they haven't played the game very much. Like campers are terrible in this. It's so easy to deal with them. Ah, this is a dangerous place to go. I don't know why I came over here. I'm going back. Ah, that side of the map is scary with when I don't have a scope. Wait, am I the camper because I'm doing that? I'm preferring to play routes where I know... I don't know, is anybody watching my stream today and thinks I'm a camper? Is anyone watching this gameplay and thinks I'm like playing in a campy way? No, your friend. Has everyone left again? Nope, many people haven't left. Oh, people must have left because there's loads of people with no score. I think everyone left except for one person. But they were winning as well. Why did they all leave? That was weird, wasn't it? What an oddity.
Enemy is taking Bravo. We've secured the lead.
Oh, I've got 5 bullets left.
We have lost Bravo.
Ah, I nearly got my kill streak. So what new mechanics do they have? What in this game? The tactical cameras, the drill grenades that like go through walls so you can shoot people on the other side of the wall. The new way of doing perks where you get perks as you go on through the game. The dolphin diving, which obviously wasn't in the last few games. What else have they done that's different? Obviously the new way gunsmith works and like leveling guns works. That's completely different. All of the new vehicle mechanics, so now vehicles for the first time Call of Duty, you can like shoot the wheels out, you can shoot doors off, it affects the handling and everything. You can climb on top of vehicles, which is really cool while they're going, and hijack them and stuff like that. There's a massive helicopter that's in Ground War where you can actually, it's so big, you can walk around in the helicopter. So while people are piloting the helicopter, you can walk around in it, so then you can get angles to like, you know, snipe out of it or jump out the back and stuff. And you know, obviously if you throw grenades in there, it'll bounce around and stuff like that. Swimming's obviously new for the Modern Warfare games, at least. At least, you know, for Modern Warfare 2019. Anything else? I feel like that's quite a substantial list out of the things we know about so far. When the reveal was like last week. Well, not last week. Oh no, when was it next? I just gave you, I've just been doing it. I'm back. Was that an okay list for you? I think I went through quite a lot.
Enemy is securing Charlie. Enemy is securing Bravo. Charlie is compromised. Take it
Like, that's quite a lot of stuff. And then there's all of the sort of slightly more subtle stuff, like the new animation system. So you'll see, right now, if I can find a teammate, I'll watch them. If you watch when someone's going around corners and stuff like that, and they're aiming down sights, it actually looks, see if I can see it with this guy, it actually looks like they're kind of leaning around corners and stuff. It's quite cool. Right, come on, do it. You see that, where it's like he was leaning over while he was going, because he was walking around that side around the corner. So the animation stuff's obviously been overhauled. There's 2 new modes in this. There's the prisoner thing, where you have to rescue a prisoner and extract them with them, which is very cool. There's the new knockout mode, where it's kind of like, you know, a respawn thing. There's a bit of that sort of single life stuff, but you can also res people, and then like the objective is to try and hold something for a minute. That's like a neutral objective. That's a new mode.
Failure is not an option.
Ah! That was an A-list plus list. I think I did pretty well of like summing up a lot of the new features in this. That's a lot of new stuff. And then that's not including the stuff they're doing with the raid mode that they've talked about. So there's this new thing that's going to come out seasonally with 3-player co-op missions, where each one takes like 2 hours, and there's a mix of combat encounters and puzzles and secrets. Like, that's very cool, I think. Where are you? No, there's another one here. There you are. I knew you were there somewhere. Oh, defeat! I got 21 kills now, that's pretty good. God, a guy on our team had 43 kills. What a legend. Absolute legend. Ear sweat. I don't really get sweaty ears. Maybe it's because it's not as hot here. I live in the UK, it's not that hot. They added a lot of stuff, but it's like tiny details or hidden mechanics. I mean, all of that stuff I listed, I don't think was tiny details or hidden mechanics, except maybe the animations where you're leaning. And obviously there's like the new helmet cam, which I know not everybody loves. Good evening to you, Kronk! Again, I think it's very different to why each FIFA's different. It's not subtle. I don't think it is subtle. Like, the differences in this game are pretty huge. It doesn't feel like the differences are subtle at all to me. Like, this feels like a really, really different game. No, definitely not, Alex. Yeah, the animation stuff is subtle. Yeah, the animation stuff is quite subtle. Like, they've done some videos about it. Like, there's a lot of stuff just to try and make it, and they talked about it on Next, just to try and make everything feel a bit more connected. So, like, the guns more connected to people's bodies, and they're kind of making it so the animations of even other players are a bit more kind of tied to what they're doing in the world, which, you know, is cool. That's more subtle. But like the vehicle stuff is completely different. Like if you watched any of the Ground War gameplay from COD Next, that is utterly different. And then the new things like the cameras, like the whole camera system is very, very different. The way Gunsmith works is very different. The way perks work is very different. Wait, what's this, like, slight distraction? I'm back again. You said it was a copy and paste of a game, and then you couldn't say what game it was a copy and paste from. You asked for a list of new things. I gave you a very long list of new things. I want to hear some I want to see some reaction to my very long list of all of the new features. Are you not contented that, like, that's a lot of new stuff for the game? And that's, you know, obviously the stuff we know about. We still don't have a lot of details about the way Spec Ops is working in this game. We don't know. Oh, there's Invasion, where there's that new mode where there's a bunch of AI. There's like 32 players and 32 AI on every team. That's new. Completely new for COD. Basically, there's tons of new stuff in this game. Like, I think it's the most different a Call of Duty game has been I mean, probably ever. Like, I can't remember the last time there was a big change like this. Other than maybe, you know, Modern Call of Duty 4. Obviously, that was significantly different from Call of Duty 3. It feels like they've overhauled so much. And then, obviously, I haven't mentioned anything about Warzone or DMZ. Where Warzone 2, they've changed tons of stuff, and they've done a bunch of stuff that, as far as I know, hasn't ever been done in Battle Royale games before. Oh, well, that sucks. Oh, he was still up there. I thought he'd push. I didn't know who you were applying to. Hey, Technical Scottish, how's it going? Oh, and they've got some other nice new quality of life stuff, like the new chat thing, so you can choose whether you're in a party or the lobby, and you can actually choose to be in both if you want to. There's something else that says my channels, as if you can choose to be in extra channels. I think you can do something like, you can go into that and then press create, and you can create a new channel with someone. So it's like party agnostic. So it's like, you know how you can be in a PlayStation party, or you can be in a Discord, or you can be in an Xbox party chat with someone, even if you're not actually playing the same game or doing the same thing. So like, say you're going through the, when the campaign comes out, you're playing through the campaign alongside, and you want to be chatting to your friend, you're on PlayStation, he's on Xbox, you want to be chatting to them while you're playing through the campaign. You can do that just in game chat. You don't need to use something like Discord or anything now, because you can just go in, go up there, start a new channel, invite them into it, and then just talk to them. Like, how cool is that? That's awesome.
We are losing Alpha.
Stuff like that like isn't even getting any press, because it's just like, you know, something that I guess loads of people won't use. But I think it's very nice. I think it's very cool. So much new stuff in this game.
Enemy is taking Bravo.
Oh, I thought I'd got both of them. You look so satisfying when you reload a weapon. Yeah, 100%. You're very interested in DMZ. I am. I'm like, after COD Next, I'm like a little bit less excited in it, and a bit more excited in the raids. A lot of the stuff that I kind of thought DMZ might be like, it sounds like it's actually going to be more split off into raids. But I'll be interested to see how it goes. One thing I was a bit worried about DMZ, that I think either Westy or Stod talked about, that I completely agree with, is I'm a little bit worried it doesn't sound like there's any kind of perpetuity to it. So one of the big things about Escape from Tarkov is that you have your inventory, and every time you go on a raid, you're gambling some of your inventory against gaining more. Like against being able to get more stuff, or being able to upgrade your base or something like that. And like, it doesn't sound like there's anything to do with that. It doesn't sound like you're risking anything, which could be a good thing. But I'm also not sure what you're gaining. Like, this was a problem with Hazard Zone in Battlefield, that like, it was kind of like, what's the point of doing it? Like, what's the progression? What's the point of doing these missions and stuff? And you know, it would be cool. You don't necessarily need to be gambling something. You don't need to be like risking some gear. But it'd be nice if there was something like you had a little base, and you know, the base aspects of Tarkov, and then when you do the missions, you're trying to get upgrades for your base, and then that lets you use, like, the upgrades to your base let you use better weapons, and like in future DMZ attempts, or like it lets you use kill streaks, or lets you maybe infiltrate in different parts of the map, or get access to different missions. Like, that would be cool. And maybe they will do stuff like that, but they just haven't talked about it yet, because they said they're not really talking about DMZ that much yet, other than confirming that it's a thing. Hey! Oh, sorry, I got that kill. Oh, that guy knew exactly where I was. Do I think they've made too many big changes to Warzone 2? No. I mean, I haven't played it, so, you know, no one's played it in the way that it's, like, meant to be, really, because, like, all of the loadout stuff wasn't even in the bloody, version that they played at COD Next. You know, they couldn't get loadout guns. But no, my biggest fear, I said this a couple of times going into it. Oh, I killed myself spectacularly there. One of my biggest fears going into the COD Next about Warzone 2 was that they were going to, basically it was just going to be like Warzone 1 with a new map. I was really worried it's going to be that, and it's like, I've been playing Warzone for like 3 years at this point. A lot. I don't see that many people running Last Stand. I remember the first day of this, everyone was like, oh my god, everyone's going to be using Last Stand. And it's like, they really don't. But see it like once every 3 games, I feel like. But yeah, like, because when we got Caldera, I genuinely think a lot of the problem with Caldera wasn't that the map is bad. It's that people were super burnt out on Warzone, and like me, they expected Warzone to feel fresh and different with Caldera, and it didn't. It was just more of the same. And I think I think it's good that Warzone 2 is going to be substantially different, you know, in like meaningful ways. Hey, buddy.
Switching mags.
Hello.
Enemy is securing Alpha.
You are now dead.
Securing objective
Hope you
Charlie.
don't mind.
Enemy is taking Bravo. We have secured 2 objectives. Objective Alpha is stopped.
Hey. Change my field of view, please. Why, David? What's wrong with my field of view? What do you think I should change it to? What would be a better field of view than what I have right now?
Switching mags.
Objective Charlie.
Oh, a little drop shot. The dual grenades so satisfying. They're really good. Do you know if you can slide? Did you know you can side cancel? Yeah, I've got a video showing how to do side cancelling. Yep. On my channel, I released it, I think, yesterday or the day before. I released a video on how to do it. Maybe the day before. One thing I'm not too sure on is the introduction of AI and strongholds. Yeah, like, I really like the idea of strongholds and AI. I think what we saw at COD Next definitely wasn't what they should be like. I definitely think like they need to get better. They need to be better. The AI needs to be more interesting. I heard someone say that apparently some of the devs at COD Next were talking to some of the content creators and said that originally the AI was like overtuned and so it was killing everybody, and they didn't want that. They didn't want like creators to get killed by AI at COD Next, so they like turned it down. But they like made it too stupid, like it went too far the other way. So hopefully like that'll be a lot better. There you are.
I'm loading. Pulsing the recharge.
Oh! Day before. Do you know why I can't get higher than 15 level? That's the cap for this week. Next weekend's beta, the cap will go up to 30. And random place makes no sense. Yeah, it does. Why wouldn't there be enemy soldiers in houses and stuff like that? It makes sense. I think it's interesting because it means that when you're looting, like looting becomes a little bit more interesting. Like you have to give away your position a bit. You have to like, you know, like you have to weigh up the idea that you're going to be possibly fighting through stuff and showing like your location up by making a load of sound. I think that's cool. So some people might like just avoid looting houses because of the risk of AI, whereas other people will like go there because, you know, they don't care that they're willing to take that risk. Is that gonna kill him? Nah. Where'd that guy go? Where's that? I see him. That's everyone was all out there, and there was. Okay, now I look like I'm camping, because I've been here for ages. Let's go.
Requesting recon flyover.
Copy that. UAV is on station. Objective Alpha secure. Be advised.
21, 5 captures, happy with that. Again, someone else on my team did much better, 34. But we won, that's cool. You love the divisions, the idea of AI in Warzone is appealing to you. Yeah, I don't like the division. I'm glad the AI aren't going to be bullet spongy. Like, you know, it's cool if you can go for a building and just take the AI down, like, you know, Rainbow Six style, so like one bullet to the head kills them. I think that's the thing. Like in Titanfall 2's attrition mode, where you've got loads of AI soldiers, just kind of makes the map feel a bit more alive. But I didn't even see my stats again. But yeah, like, so you've got loads of AI soldiers, so it feels very alive. But then you, like, they're not a threat particularly, so it just makes you feel a bit stronger. So those kind of players who don't get many kills against other players or don't win many games of Warzone, they can feel really good, like moving through tactically, using all the weapons and gadgets, clearing out strongholds. Like, that'll still feel cool. And I think that's a big part of what like DMZ and raids will be about, like those sort of players who don't want to be like dealing with how good other players are in Warzone. Instead, they want to like complete missions, complete objectives, have fun with the gameplay of Warzone, but just not the PvP aspect of it. I think they'll be really good for that. And I think like in Warzone there's still like a place for that, of people being able to feel like they've done something. You know, if you've got someone who regularly gets 0 kills in Warzone, they'll probably have a bit more fun if it's like, okay, I didn't kill any players, but I did clear out that stronghold and like complete that. Like, that'll feel better for them. So I think that's cool. I think that's fun. Can help make the map not feel so empty. Yeah, like, you know, you have those times sometimes in Warzone where you're just walking for ages and you don't really see anyone or anything. At least you've got the AI, like at least you've got something going for you, like that's a bit cooler. But I don't know. If you're watching this and you haven't already, don't forget to leave a like and maybe even consider subscribing, because then you'll be able to, you know, come back here and find your way back very easily and see some of the awesome videos that I've been making over the last couple of weeks and will keep making all the way through, you know, Modern Warfare 2 release, Warzone release, the raids, all of the secrets and Easter egg stuff. So you can be here where you find it. And if you want to be really awesome and support the channel, it's only $1.99 to become a member, $1.99 a month. Supports me, gets you loads of badges, gets you loads of emotes and stuff. It helps me out a huge amount. Like, it's been awesome having all of these people watching. I'd love to be able to keep doing this full time, but to do that, kind of need money. So I very much appreciate the super chats and stuff like that we've had this stream. But if anyone wants to become a member, would love that. Am I searching? No, I stopped for a second because I'm about to go to the loo. And the searching is unbelievably fast in this beta, so I wanted to go to the loo. I think there are a lot more NOS47. There are a lot of us who are a lot more open to the changes and are looking forward to stuff. It's just like some of the biggest voices, you know, like JGod and Modern Warzone stuff have been quite negative about it and that sort of stuff. 2 days slow, thank you for becoming an emote member. Thank you so much for becoming a member. This really, really does help out a huge amount, so thank you. Just $1.99 a month. Right, I'm going to very, very quickly go to the loo, and then I will be back in just a second, and we'll play a little bit more. Maybe even get some other people on. I don't know who's about tonight, but maybe Emma or someone will come on, and then we can play a bit of Search and Destroy or something. I might try some of the other modes anyway. We'll see. Back in a second. And I'm back. If there's anyone else that wants to join 2 days slow and being a wonderful, wonderful human being and becoming a member, I would be ever so grateful. I want more members. If we get 22 more members, I get to make more emotes. I'm at my emote limit, and the emotes are beautiful. Oh man, let's play some of the other modes, shall we? I'm not talking people, but we will do that. Thanks so much for subbing, Denzel. What a ledge. Absolute legend. Thank you very much, Nos47, for subbing. What should we play? Should we play... What do people want to see? I'll let you vote in chat. As in, by vote, I mean the first person to say a playlist, I'll play that for a game. And then we'll just keep doing that. Say a playlist and I will search for it. Hey, Thunder Edits, how's it going? Say one of the playlists. One of you needs to bloody say one. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see my face a bit better. There we go. Hey everybody, how's it going? It's like a weird little window sticking out of this. I quite like it. I didn't plan it, but it's like nice blue thing. Search and destroy, okay? The most stressful of them you want to see, Barry. You want to see me break down and cry, I see. Good choice. What a fine choice, sir. My Twitter is broken. Don't know if anyone's ever had a tweet get lots of likes on Twitter, but when you do, your Twitter notifications become utterly meaningless. I don't get how people like Charlie Intel and J God and that lot cope with it, because like it's just a wall of stuff, and like none of it's meaningful. Just go like Call of Duty retweeted me earlier, and it's like that's awesome, that's super good because it means more people will hear about who I am, which is always good. Exposure is a big deal, but like my god, social media is not set up for that kind of level of engagement. All over the place. 1,537 likes. I don't know if I've ever had a tweet get that many likes ever. 127,000 views on that little Twitter video because just because of Call of Duty retweet. Insane! Thank you very much for subbing, Thunder Edits. Appreciate you. The big creators are kind of giving the game a bad appearance. Yeah! And like, I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know, like, I'm sure a lot of it's genuine. It's just their genuine opinion. That's fine. I'm sure maybe there's some kind of, you know, the cynical approach of, oh good, everyone's dead. I'm sure there's some of that kind of cynical... You know, making negative content is a lot easier. It gets a lot more views than positive content. Didn't mean to throw that. Cool. Yeah, there's a lot of that, you know, it's very easy to get views with negative content. Way easier than getting positive content.
You are all that's left.
Ah, there's two more. I reckon I could. Oh no, there's way more. It's way easier to... Oh my god, look at that. I have 4 of them rushing in on me. Or 3 of them still rushing in on top of the 2 that I just killed. Like, if you make a video saying like, this Call of Duty looks terrible, like, or this mode looks terrible, then you get more views. Like, I had it when I made my video about Call of Duty Vanguard. That's like one of the best performing videos I've done. I think it's the video that's made me the most money. It's my video about Call of Duty Vanguard Zombies being terrible. Like, it's literally called Vanguard Zombies is Terrible or something. And the thumbnail is like me looking sad and it's saying it sucks. And that's my best performing video. And I've never really done more negative videos like that. I think I've done them about like NFT games, like Neil Blomkamp's game and Dr. Disrespect's game a bit. Just me being disappointed that they're doing NFT stuff. But I didn't really do it because it's like... It's just weird, like throwing out more negativity into the world, you know? That sounds really hippie-ish, but I know what I mean. It feels weird just like... If I don't like something, like why am I even playing it? Like, why am I making content about it? I'd much rather make something positive. That would be much, much more fun.
1 minute remaining.
And talk about stuff I like. But you do get less views. And in the end, you know, we're here to make money. The Dimezak, thank you very much. I think I read your name wrong because it disappeared just before I could read the last part of your name. I'm sorry. Was it Dimezak? Dimezak. Don't know. I didn't realise the bomb had been planted. I'm an idiot. This guy's gonna 100% clutch up a win, isn't he? Oh my god, defuse. Woo! There's some issues with the game that does need addressing, like the minimap. Nope, massively disagree. Love the minimap the way it is. Does not need addressing. You found me because of Westian, guys. Awesome. That's been so good for me getting to play with them. Like, so good in terms of exposure. Yeah. I won that while talking to you all and not really paying attention. I'm sure my team loved that. I think it helped. I was like, came from maybe the angle he wasn't set up for.
Secure a perimeter around the objective.
Right, I'm gonna do something cool. Whoa! That was sick. Everyone knows that was sick. Oh, I didn't see him. Didn't see him. What's wrong with the minimap? People don't like that there's, when people fire guns, there's no red dots on the minimap. You know, the way some Call of Duty works, if you don't have a suppressor attached to your gun, when you fire your gun, you will appear in red on the minimap. Makes it much, much easier for people to find where other players are. Makes UAVs a lot less important. Means that you kind of need to have a suppressor on your gun, otherwise you're going to be on it all the time. To be honest, with like previous games, what's ended up happening is everyone runs a suppressor, because why wouldn't you, especially when they add bullet velocity and stuff as well, and then no one's showing up on the minimap anyway. But it does make it easier for people to get some kills, like to find players. And people argue that it promotes camping when the red dots aren't on the minimap, because people want to earn, you know, a UAV, first UAV, because UAV is more important. Or because, you know, people don't know where other people are. I don't think that's true, personally. I haven't really seen it in this, like, people camping more or anything. I like the idea that UAVs are super important. That, you know, you earning a UAV is a big deal for your team. And if you shoot down an enemy UAV, that's like a big blow to their team. I like that. I think that's cool. Yeah, it feels really good. Camper's gonna camp, that's how it is. Yeah, and like there doesn't seem to be any more camping in this than there was in any of the other games. Thank you.
Planting bomb at Alpha. Device in place. Countdown started.
So right now, I mean, we wouldn't know where anyone was anyway, because no one's shooting, so it doesn't matter actually. Nice! Yeah, the feeling animations of guns are super good. Really good. I think the audio all round is like just amazing. I'm not a big fan of the visual effects of kill streaks. They do this weird thing. I keep moaning about it. No one else is moaning about it. No one pays any attention to me when I do. I don't like that the visual effects from kill streaks clip through walls. Like, you'll see when there's something like an airstrike, there's like a layer of smoke and it just goes straight through a wall. It looks weird. Don't like that.
Start your offensive. We have secured the bomb.
Shouldn't have thrown that there, that's a bad place. Ah, he's quicker than me. Yeah, black was cool. Yeah. Classical music, slow motion. Was good. Hasn't held up very well though. I tried playing it. They added it to Game Pass and I went back to play it. It's not that good now, sadly. I love this helmet cam. I think it's really cool. I really like this. Makes it feel very cool. Shoot him. He's literally, you can see 2 of the enemy team. Shoot him. Right, well now you got to do everything yourself.
Bomb secured. secure.
Don't planet B. Don't planet B. You've got a minute. You can get around to A. Just go around the back.
1 minute remaining.
What's he doing? Yeah, surely the other guy knows that he's here. Someone has left. There's someone in there. There he is. Oh, he got it. Shouldn't have been saying anything. How close am I to 23,000 subscribers? I don't know. 4. I need 4 more subscribers to get to 23,000. 4 more. If there's 4 of you watching who aren't subscribed and you want to do an old man a favor and bring some warmth to his cold, cold heart, consider subscribing. If 4 of you do,
We have the device.
I will then have 23,000, which isn't a massive milestone. It's a nice number because then when I talk to people and say, hello, can you send me a monitor, please? I can say, I have 23,000 subscribers instead of the email that I sent earlier today where I had to say, I have 22.9 thousand subscribers because I didn't want to say 23 and lie. How did I not kill that guy? Oh my god, that was bad. Hey, someone else did it.
Very secure. Be ready
Nice.
to win again.
Thank you very much, McKenna. Such a cool name, McKenna. That is a good name. Bam, 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 bam. Was that an MB5? What a badass.
Switching
Nice.
sides.
Right, let me put up my live count thing YouTube does. If you want to put it on like an iPad or something, you have your live count. Hey, we're on 23,001. Thank you so much. 23,002. Thank you so much. We are at 23,000. I can now send an awkward email to that person being like, actually, I have 23,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. That's super, super nice of you guys. Sub hype. Oh, I'm not concentrating at all. That team's going to lose us horribly. As if I'm the thing that makes us win or lose.
Friendly UAV online.
Oh, it's got it! God, that scared the crap out of me. I should have a thing where, like, when my microphone gets to a certain volume, it automatically puts this on. Like, that'd be cool if, like, every time I shout, it's like, ah! I'd like that. Thank you very much, Andrew Colk. Sorry, I just saw your subscribe thing. I know other people subscribed, but I saw yours. There we go. Reaper, thank you very much. Reaper, you've been here for ages. How are you not subscribed? I swear you've been in this chat for like hours. Bloody hell, Reaper. The OG Chicken 107. How are you the OG Chicken, but also the 187th one? How does that make sense, OG Chicken 187? You tell me that. Do any of you have loads of those channels, those YouTube channels, where you like watch all of their videos but you don't subscribe? I feel like half of the YouTube channels I watch I'm not actually subscribed to. It's really bad. God, my throat is messed up today. I've been streaming a lot. Like, I did quite a long stream earlier, and then I've done another stream this afternoon. But, like, I feel like my throat is completely messed up. Wow. This bodes boy. Oh. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I was watching this guy called like Jay Foreman. He does like the Map Men videos. I've been watching loads of his videos lately, and then yesterday I went to find it to show someone, and then I was like, oh, I'm not actually subscribed to him. He just keeps on coming up on recommendations, so I watch the videos that way. I think, yeah, there's a bunch of people that are like that. I didn't think I was going to win this, but we're looking good to win this. 7 kills, 5 deaths. Not too bad for search and destroy when I don't know the people I'm playing with. Sound design in this game's good. Yeah, it's super good. Everything about it, Denzel and Gurney, is so good. I love the footstep audio. Like, it's so clear where people are, like, and whether they're running upstairs. Oh, that was nasty. 2v2 now. Maybe I spoke too soon. They could bring this back. Just subscribe, NLO. What? I don't know if you're setting up people's feedback. 123,005. That's a nice little bump. So obviously, every time I release a video, I normally lose 1 or 2 subscribers because people are obviously reminded. They're like, oh, why am I subscribed to this guy? I never watch his videos. And then they unsubscribe. So it's nice to have a buffer. Nice! We defused it! 6-2. That was good. That was a good search and destroy. I enjoyed it. So, you need to tell me what playlist to search in next. Well, whoever's the first one that says we'll do it. I'm not going to do another search and destroy. Too stressful. I think I've been retweeted by some Spanish thing now because I've suddenly got loads of Spanish comments on my videos. Who's retweeted me in Spanish? No, I didn't want to join again. Oh no, I have to play a whole game. Oh, we're losing. I can't leave. That's so harsh. Unless everyone else leaves. But I'm not going to leave. So, okay, we'll do it next time. Watching me on Xbox X on YouTube. Oh, cool. I do this, like, I watch a lot of YouTube on my TV, just like through the smart TV app. And like, it means when I'm watching streams, it's like such a pain to type chat messages. So I have to like find a stream on my phone and then pause it on my phone, but like just type chat on my phone while I watch it on TV. And they're never quite in sync, and it's very annoying. Very annoying. Haven't seen many people play Knockout. Knockout, we'll do that next. Just subscribe to me, bro. Thank you very much, Anf.
Brother 1, set security on the objective.
If I win this, it's for you. And if I lose this, it's because of you. Okay? Is that the deal? I don't think we can see each other. Yeah, it's that time, Squiz. Yeah, exactly, Barry. I've got much better at leaving likes on videos I like now. Much, much better. One of the other nice things you can do, if you want to support YouTubers, but you don't, you don't want to join or super chat or whatever. One of the other nice things you can do is just watch their videos all the way through. Like, your average watch time is such a big deal. And lots of people don't do it. So, watch videos all the way to the end, if you can. You know, just leave them running so it plays onto the next autoplay video and stuff. Just go onto my channel after this stream. Find a playlist called Warzone, because there's like 1 million videos in it. Basically all of my videos are on it. And then just leave it playing and then just, go about your business. That'd be awesome. And then tell everyone you know to do that too. And then I'll be rich. And I'll just be taking all of Google's money. Alphabet's money. I don't think that's what. I don't think that would work. I need a lot of people to do that before it made me rich. But you never know. Right, who bloody retweeted me? Who's the one? We won! Nice. Is it like Cod Espana? No, I don't think so. I don't think anyone else famous did it. I don't know why I've suddenly got a load of Spanish people watching. That is in commenting on my stuff. Weird. I think I've watched every video I've made, even on my other channel. What, even on my theme park channel, because that's quite a thing. That's good. I got the king done. I knew I was there. I knew I was there. Blimey. That is dedication. Thank you very much, Barry. I'm doing crap in this. Aren't I? That's doing good. Not a fan of the weird third-person viewing when dead. What, this one? The helmet cameras. I like it, GG's. I also like your name. Makes me happy to say it. I like a smile when you say it. Nah, not new. I like the helmet cams. I think it's cool. It's like immersive. It's like, Aliens when like they're watching everything through the shoulder cams. It's cool. I think there'll be some really interesting like skins where they specifically design like this corner of their head to look interesting. Have like a cool tattoo on it or something and say like "Hi Mum" or something. That'd be funny. If anyone from Infinity Ward is watching, can you make it so someone's got a tattoo on, a bald guy with a beard, has a tattoo on there that says Geeky was here? Like, that'd be good.
Our UAV is orbiting the area. Bomb secure.
Can I push up here? I've taken too long, I think, but maybe. I think I can do this. No, I can't. He's there. Ah! Don't tell me. Not paying enough attention. Bald guy with beard. I don't really have any with beard at the moment, to be fair. I'm glad this Owls guy is on my team. Can we watch him? Oh no, he's dead. Never mind. Who's the next best player? Maurice! I'm already on Maurice. Go back to Maurice. Go back to Maurice. Oh, now the best person's Big B. Hey, it's probably Maurice again now. Yeah. 3v1. Got this in the bag. Playing with randoms is sick. I don't really ever talk like that in real life. Any word if there will be hardcore? I'd be shocked if there wasn't hardcore. It seems like there's always hardcore. But I don't know, I thought that about party games, and in Vanguard they only ever added gun game and didn't even add that to customs, so who knows, they might take stuff away. But I'd be surprised if there wasn't hardcore. I know there's lots of people that like it. Yeah. Plunder's one I'm not so sure about. I'm not sure if Plunder's going to come back. I don't think it'll be at launch. Maybe Plunder will come back like later on. But yeah, I'm not sure about whether Plunder's going to be still about.
Search and destroy. All strata, detonate the target to win. Start your offensive. We have secured the bomb. Enemy UAV online. Friendly UAV. You have secured the bomb.
Someone there.
Cruise missile approaching target.
Nice! That UAV helped a bunch. How did I not kill him? Oh, I like fired this over like right into his chest. Well, at least Az was doing worse than me. That makes me feel a bit better. DMZ sounds a bit like Plunder with a twist. I don't know. I think DMZ is going to be much more like you're going to have different missions every time you go in. You know, like one time you'll have a mission like go take on this stronghold. Then another time you'll have a mission like you need to go and gather like 3 of these vehicles, or another one might be like you need to destroy this convoy or something. I think it's going to be stuff like that, and then like you'll go in with your friends or whatever, complete that mission, and then get out again, and then they'll go on to the next one. I think it'll be like that. Because Plunder's always very much the same, isn't it? Like Plunder's always very similar. What's he doing? Oh, he's got that to do. Nice! What a legend. I'm glad someone's doing well on my team here, because I'm bloody not. These people who get shots like this, the MP5, I'd be spraying all over the place with the MP5. Yeah, I think that's what it is, Point Shot Right. Like, if you, any of you play Fortnite, I think it'll be like that Fortnite, you know, like Fortnite's weekly missions kind of thing. I think it'll be that kind of vibe. That's the impression I'm getting anyway from what they said at Club Next, so it could be wrong. Okay, no one there.
Enemy bomb at Alpha.
Oh, on the roof! I thought they'd all be over at A. God damn. God damn. God damn that man. Oh, we lost. Again, I mean, I didn't do very well, really. Someone just said Cypher to me in the on my video thing. Is that because they think I look like Cypher from the Matrix because he's bald? Oh my god. Don't worry about it. I don't need to play this. It's fine. I'll just spectate. Look at that grenade. People are so good at throwing these grenades. So good. I can't wait for us to be able to play Ground War, and then I can't wait for us to be able to play Warzone. It's so cool though. It's literally like we've got the beta, like pretty much we've got the beta until next Monday. I know we've got tomorrow, no, Wednesday we don't have it, but tomorrow we've got it in the morning. And then Thursday we've got it in the afternoon. And then when the beta ends, we've got like 2 weeks, and then I go to Disney for a week, which I know you're probably not excited about, but I'm excited about it. And then we, when I get back, the campaign's out, like the Modern Warfare campaigns, Modern Warfare 2 campaign's out, and then Call of Duty comes out. And I think around then you've got like Gotham Knights is coming out as well, and God of War Ragnarok's coming out. And then you've got 2 weeks until Warzone comes out. Like, it's gonna be amazing. From now until like Warzone 2 comes out, there's never a very long period of time where I don't have something that I'm super excited about. Am I vlogging Disney? Nah. I gave up on the vlogging thing. I went to Toverland in Europe a little while ago, and I recorded like half of the day as a vlog, and I found that I just wasn't enjoying it. Like, I wasn't having a good time with it. So I decided not to do that anymore. The vlogging thing. It's like such a different set of skills to what I do now, and it's like I'd have to be doing specific theme park trips just to vlog, I think. Which I'm not doing. "30 seconds, that's not long." One more. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do vlogs. We got an extra subscriber up to 23,006. Thank you so much. I've also got 115 concurrent viewers. Is that a hint that there's going to be zombies in Modern Warfare 2? Probably. It's an Easter egg. Both of us! Knew there was someone in there. Knew there was someone in there. Rats. Bloody knew it.
One minute remaining.
Oh, Tom Bogdansky. You're not so good at writing comments, but you know, we'll each keep practicing and we'll get better over time, I'm sure. I am getting a little bit tired, that's for sure. I'm not at my peak. Bless him. It's nice that he took the time to write a message though. Oh look, we won! I was so crap that we won. Let's have a go. Someone said knockout, didn't they? Let's play a knockout. Oh, hello. That's a bit weird. When Warzone 2 drops, do I first drop into Battle Royale or DMZ? I don't know. I'll have to wait until I know a bit more about DMZ before then. But like, maybe. Eeg. I feel like I'll drop into Battle Royale first. Because I'll be playing with friends, I imagine. We'll probably go into Battle Royale first, but it'll be tempting to go into DMZ. Does this game gonna have FOV for console? Yeah, it does already. I mean, like Vanguard did as well, didn't it? Yeah, it does already have field of view. That's why I was confused earlier when someone was saying, change your FOV. It's like, do you even know what FOV I'm on? I don't think he ever applied, did he? Right, let's play some knockout. Okay. So the idea behind this, for anyone who doesn't know, is that there's two teams. You don't respawn, so if you die, you're dead. Players can revive you, which is quite cool. But the objective is to either wipe out the enemy team or to grab that bag of money that's in the middle.
1 minute left.
There's lots of rounds. That's not great, is it?
Secure the package until mission time expires. 30 seconds remain.
Ah, I just missed. It was a terrible shot then. I was crap then. Yeah, I like it, Quizmaster. I think it's fun. Oh, someone's rezzing me. So see, you can get rezzed here. Oh my god, the same guy killed me twice. He took the money that time. That was embarrassing. This map is Rainbow 6. It's a bit like a map Rainbow 6. Bruce Ketter is literally camping in a bush.
The package is in the open. Lock it down. The enemy's nicked the package. Get it back.
There we go. So once we up the cash, I guess there's a timer, counts over a minute. Whoever's holding it when a minute's up wins. Unfortunately, our teammate doesn't seem to know that. I can't believe I died to save like twice. That was embarrassing. I'm just proving Tom Bogdansky right. No kills. Really, Swissmaster? I still haven't really noticed any campers. I mean, that guy, I don't know what he was doing. Maybe if he does the same thing this time, I'll say he's a camper. I just haven't noticed any. Compared to like normal Call of Duty games, seems to be a lot less. One guy killed himself. Ooh.
Reloading.
Final minute.
Right.
Taking the package.
Oh, I don't know, kill that guy. I mean, I know he started firing first, but he missed a lot of shots then. I should have killed that guy. Now, because I didn't read your message, I died, Quizmaster. That looks really sarcastic. Just grab the package. Grab the package. Why aren't you grabbing the package? Grab the package. Grab the package.
Reloading.
Grab the package.
We have the package.
Why is that guy standing there? What? Hey!
That is ours. Ready up for
Looks
the
like he's
next
being
one.
sarky. It bloody does well. You don't understand the shooting yet. Lose lots of battles where you got more bullets in and got them first. Yeah, it's that weird like thing of lag compensation that Call of Duty's always had. I think most first-person shooter games have it, but because Call of Duty's so fast, it like accentuates it. Where like, obviously, when you start shooting, you know as soon as you pull the trigger, but you don't know that the enemy started shooting until they've pulled the trigger, and then their console has recognized it, and then it sent the signal to their router, and then it sent the router to their ISP, then the ISP sent it to Activision, then it's gone to the dedicated server, and then the dedicated server has sent it back to your computer, and then you've seen the like, and then you've seen the like visual confirmation that you've been shot. Like all of that, even though it happens bloody quickly, it takes some time. Like it's not instant. And so you think
It's down to you, mate. Quick fix activated. 30 seconds remain.
where's the package?
The enemy has the package. All Saber, we're out of time. It's over. Our UAV is orbiting the area. The enemy package was dropped. Secure it. Hold the package.
Have I just won?
Victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
Who's grabbed now? Tom Bogdansky.
Knockout.
Whew. But that's all my adrenaline gone for the night. That's it. That was very, very exciting for me. Sort of expecting Top Bogdancy to just say still you, which would be fair. One good play does not a good player make. But I'm glad I clutched that up with the time that I had. Where? Oh, fucking hell. What's he doing to my corpse? Being fettled.
Final 30 seconds.
Hey,
Round is ours.
round
Ready up for the
win.
next one.
We are the wieners. He was definitely dead. He was definitely dead.
Knockout.
Right.
Clear all threats or secure the package. Make it sharpish.
Simple fix.
Have your back.
1 minute left. We've acquired the package.
If I'm on a 5-kill streak, how have I not got a bloody UAV, eh?
Enemy contact.
Reloading.
30 seconds remaining.
Literally makes a play by red dot chasing the on-screen icon, doesn't want red dots on a minimap low. Yep. Strangely, I would argue, and this might be a controversial opinion, there's a difference between an objective mode, where the whole objective is to kill the one person holding that, compared to red dots when people shoot on every game mode. In my brain, like, those aren't the exact same thing, but don't know.
Prepare to repeat it.
Winston might be right. Maybe I'm just a massive hypocrite. How long have you been waiting for something to happen like that? How long were you watching the stream being like, let's see, something that's similar to him chasing a red dot. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Knockout.
It seems like an oddly specific thing to come in and say. L. Right, we won, didn't we? Well, that wasn't an L, we won. I died, so except on our bloody mine. Bloody mine. I'm doing alright though, 6 kills, I'm happy with that. In this mode. Wait, what was that about?
High alert online.
Oh. I was personally hoping to kill him myself.
Final minute.
Using drill.
That's gonna suck, that's not gonna work. Oh my god, there's 2 of them! I got baited! I got baited! It seems like he's poised all day, he's been like, ah! Like this guy, Brozovic. Brozovic is poised all day. Oh my god, he actually is. He's not AFK. He's sniping.
Final 30
Someone's just run in front of him and he's still not doing it. I guess he's aiming down the sights. Oh, he's gonna throw a thermite. Is he gonna shoot thermite? If he'd have hit that thermite, that would have been the best thing ever. I've got no idea what he was trying to do there, but it seemed like it was very deliberate, and I'm all here for it. That was cool. Well, the objective in Team Deathmatch is to kill enemy players, so shouldn't there at least be an objective marker in that mode specifically using that logic? No. What? I'm just saying it's not the same thing. This objective thing, the whole thing is that when you pick up that object, you're now highlighted for everyone, so you've got to try and survive and your team's got to protect you. So that's like the danger of it, is that you're highlighted. There's other modes where there's different things happen, like in the rescue mode, so in the prisoner mode, what happens instead is when you pick up the hostage, then they're not marked, so then you can kind of hide a little bit, you can go to the exfil point. So that's a different mode. I'm saying I don't want in every mode everyone to be highlighted every time they fire a gun unless they use a suppressor. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that's too like hard to understand. That's just not that's not what I want. I think that's a fairly simple thing. Let's make some prison rescue. We've gone through the other modes. Why not? Surprised more people aren't using the decoys. They seem hilarious. They're really funny. Those decoys are very funny. Like, they scared the crap out of me. Even when Broken was using them earlier, it made me jump. Because they just like pop up when an enemy's near them. They're really weird. They get you every time. Shall I put one on? What have I got at the moment? Oh, the thing. Yeah, the portable radar is useful. Oh crap. If I can change it, I will do.
Locate the friendly UAV on station.
Got your cover.
Where's the pop-up guy? There. What we're doing, right? We're trying to rescue these people. He's up there.
Take cover.
Where did that guy go?
Reloading.
I swear I got shot at quite a lot just
We
then.
have located the prisoner. Moving to extraction.
Throwing flash grenade.
Nice.
That round. Get ready for the next
What is it? These things all help with game flow, and game flow without red dots in Team Deathmatch at least is horrendous. I don't think it is horrendous. I've played tons of Team Deathmatch in this beta and haven't found it horrendous. I've never had trouble finding people. I can hear their gunshots just fine, and it's like, you know, a thing in itself that when you hear gunshots somewhere else, you're trying to work out where they are. It's not as easy as using the minimap, but you can still do it. Suppressors now serve a purpose of making that harder to like identify where someone is by sound, but they're not essential like they would be with the red dots. I just think it makes the game more interesting not having the red dots on everybody every time they fire. Like, that's all. But Team Deathmatch definitely isn't horrendous. Like, it's not hard to find players in Team Deathmatch in this game at all. I say as I run around the map and don't find anyone.
Be ready to win
I
again.
finally changed the operator. I think I'm just on the other team. I've still got the same operator picked. What's the time limit left for the beta? It's 6 o'clock tomorrow, so it'll be 21 hours left. 21 hours, Nitro.
Prisoner rescue. All Strasser, enemy units approaching.
I don't have a problem with people saying they... I don't have a problem. Why have I got the MP5? I didn't want the MP5. Have I been using the MP5 this whole game? I didn't want to use this. Yeah, it's not that I hate people. Hate people like saying that they don't like, that they want the red dots, that they'd prefer it, you know, that they don't like this mode so much. But I've had the problem, and I've talked about it on Twitter a bit, that it's like, I have a problem with people like almost demanding it, like sort of saying that there has to be the red dots back, or that like, oh, the game's terrible without it. Because it's just not true. The game's not terrible without it. Like, it hasn't led to loads of people camping or something. Look at all these people literally sprinting around. Like, there seems to be less camping than usual, and it seems to all be working really well. I just find that... Where's the last guy? Camping, probably.
Tossing green side.
Oh, he's killing everyone in here! I should have probably looked at all the dead people and been like, that's maybe where he is. I didn't talking. You're not a fan of Team Deathmatch in the game? I like it. I think I prefer playing Domination, but I've always preferred playing Domination. Not having red dots kind of defeats point of suppressors. No, it doesn't. Surely the point of suppressors is to suppress the sound. I mean, obviously, if it's like real life, it's like to protect your own ears and stuff. But like, the point of suppressors is to make it sound quieter, so it's harder to like locate people based on the audio, and that's what happens. Like, it is harder to locate players based on their audio when they're shooting, if they choose to use the suppressor. But they don't have to use a suppressor, like, the other thing is good. The same reason as, like, the muzzle flash is, like, turned up a lot in this game. But I think that's okay, because it's, like, then flash hider is actually a useful thing in this game, which it wasn't really in the other games. Like, you might want a flash hider because you're fed up of the ridiculous muzzle flash. Whereas if you have the red dots every time you shoot, if you're appearing on the minimap every time you shoot, then the suppressor basically becomes mandatory, and then everyone ends up running suppressors, and then, like Modern Warfare 2019, and then if everybody's running suppressors, then no one's showing up on the minimap anyway, so you're getting the worst of both worlds. You're just giving up an attachment slot to have the same situation as what you've got here, which seems very silly, but without the audio of the guns. It just seems like very silly to have that. And also, like, not having red dots on the thing means UAVs are way more valuable because it's the only way you're going to be finding out where everyone is easily. So then UAVs become more valuable, so that encourages people to go and get kills to get their UAV quick. It encourages people to use counter UAVs because UAVs are more powerful. It encourages people to maybe sometimes take a rocket launcher to get rid of UAVs. And it makes that whole UAV thing way more interesting, which, like, in the last couple of games, it hasn't really been. In the last couple of games, people are getting UAVs all the time, doesn't really matter. Like, I don't think this is a much better way of doing it. I'm enjoying it a lot. Like, I'm really enjoying my time playing this. I've played this a lot more than I have the other betas. Objective postpones are good. Yeah, I really like them. Your whole point is that no red dots make it too easy for rushers, not campers. Rushers shouldn't have free reign and not have to think about when they take a shot. But you... I don't understand, like, you do still have to think about when you take a shot because people can hear you. Like, the whole, one of the best advances in this game, one of the biggest changes from this game is how good the audio is, like how good the directional audio is. You can tell where people are based on, like, being able to hear them running and being able to hear them shooting. And so you do have to think about when you're shooting because otherwise people will hear you shooting and be able to tell where you are. They just won't have a little red dot making it, like, easier to tell. I do think there's a lot of rushing in this game, but I think it's really fun. There's a lot of, like, people rushing into a position and then having a fight and then rushing into another position and having a fight and stuff. I think it's cool. It's working well. Perk system's broken if you happen to join the late game because everyone will have a head start on the perks. I saw Charlie Intel post that earlier. Well, you know when we were saying earlier about people come in and say the exact same thing as what content creators say. But yeah, like, I saw Charlie Intel post that later. I'm sure that's something they'll fix. Apparently, so I was saying, like, oh, the obvious fix for that. I tweeted it, like, saying the obvious fix would be look at how much time has elapsed in the game and give you at least the amount of progress you would have made based on that. And then someone has said they think that is actually how it's working. Like, I can't say I've noticed. I've joined loads of games in progress. I haven't noticed a single game where I felt like I was at a big disadvantage.
Our UAV is orbiting the area. We've located the prisoner. Moving to extraction.
Baby dibby doo, running out with the prisoner on my shoulder. The enemy's on the other side of the map. I can jump with the prisoner on my shoulder.
We've secured a prisoner. Move to extract. Prisoner extracted.
Extracted.
Secure the last one.
This mode's so cool. It's so different to everything else. That's funny.
On to the next.
Too bad Infinity Ward fixed the bug where you could use the glitch to get MP5. And they didn't. They said they did, but they didn't. It still works. I'll show you after this game if I remember. They said it, they fixed it, but they did not.
Prisoner rescue.
Yeah, it still works. They just need the old perk system. No, I really like this. I like the way it changes across the course of a game. Like, I like the way, as I was saying earlier, it like adds a little bit of texture to the game where rather than, you know, what I think has been a big problem with Call of Duty multiplayer, particularly streaming multiplayer, There's a guy up on that roof, and that other guy's gonna kill me, I think. Whoop, there we go. He's just there. I see you. What I think's been a big problem with Call of Duty multiplayer for ages is that it's not very interesting to watch a lot of the time, because it's kind of, there's not much of a narrative to it, it's not much of a story, like an ebb and a flow. It's just sort of like action, 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 action. And the perks thing at least means that, like, you know, when you start getting perks, you... like, your gameplay changes a little bit, you know, like you're pushing to try and get a high alert quickly or ghost quickly or whatever. I think that's fun. Hey!
This round is ours. Prepare for the next one.
You think the excessive rushing is part of the pacing issue, not too much camping, which is my opinion. Older CODs just had better pacing. I don't think so. I disagree. People are rushing as well more because people have just got better at Call of Duty over the years, I think.
Hostage rescue.
They said it had been fixed yesterday, Mr. Gunners, but it wasn't.
From extracting the prisoners.
Who knows if they would have fixed it? I'll try it again, like I said. Oh! Traded. I mean, I didn't trade with that player, but I traded on the team.
Switching mags.
What? I feel like you're talking a lot of nonsense today, Winston. What's unbalanced in this game? What do you think is unbalanced? I don't remember balance ever being a terrible thing for Modern Warfare. Like, I remember the original Modern Warfare 2 having absolutely shockingly bad balance. But people seem to forget that for some reason when they're talking about this game. Oh, he still got some prisoners.
Prisoner rescue.
No, but next weekend you'll be able to unlock the MP5 set properly.
Not let them extract the prisoners.
Like, the only reason you can't unlock the MP5 at the moment is because you can't get to the level to unlock the Lachman 556, but you will be able to do that next time. See, upstairs or downstairs? No, it's downstairs. Hello!
Missile inbound.
Flash out.
The enemy secured a prisoner. Hunt them down.
Did we get a prisoner back? Yeah, we got a prisoner back. Hey!
Ground secure. On to the
Easy.
next.
Win, Danny. Let's go!
Switching sides.
Switching sides. Are we stealing the prisoners again? How many points do we have to get up to? I don't even know.
Jaeger 1. Locate the prisoners.
Requesting recon over.
We're winning apparently. It feels like we're winning a lot, but... So normally there's a guy up here who just sits outside the left of this little thing.
Missile approaching target.
So if I throw that there, it should blind him maybe.
Counter UAVs
No,
on
he wasn't
station.
there. Ah no! He was in there! God damn, he's protecting the prisoner from inside. Thought I got it. Any words about to say no, Dank 007. Sad times, but no new things.
Switching mags.
Bit rubbish, isn't it? Bit rubbish. Yeah, only 3 days. It's not too long to wait now. It's super fun. Like, you're gonna have a good time. So much fun. That's your bouncing bed position. I always just put things on the prisoners. I just put mines on them.
Secure. Extraction
It's very funny. Hey! I feel like you get less points for just killing everyone. You get more points for escorting the prisoners first, which feels weird. You like to knife. That's a disturbing thing out of context. Yeah, there's a few things like that, Quizmaster. I definitely think there's like a lot of, especially visual bugs that need to get fixed. There's a lot of weird stuff in the menu. 7 for 2, that's pretty good. 3.5 kill death ratio. And I mean, why does it say on a scoreboard how many prisoners you rescued? Because surely that makes a lot of sense. That is an important thing. I rescued 1 prisoner. Right, let's see if we can do this thing still. So the way you do it, you start up a new class. We'll do the dead science one, see if this still works. You change the primary to the shotgun, expedite, still there. You change this to something that has overkill, done it. There you go, Lapman 556. Still works. They did not fix it, which is good. Do you know if they're starting the beta for Xbox a few days early, or are they doing exactly on 22nd? I think it will be exactly on 22nd. If it's like the PlayStation beta, they opened it an hour early. I wouldn't be surprised if it went live an hour early. Again, it won't go live days early, I don't think. That'd be surprising. Exactly, terrific. It's like so bizarre. Just like, hey, I'm just gonna put all of these cluster mines around you. Hope you're cool with that. Is Name Gear or Emil about? If they are, then I'll stay on to play a bit more. But if they're not, then that might be it for me. Unless there's another mode that people desperately want to see. This is another thing that's kind of annoying, that all of the oh god, phone request, I'm broken. That all of my friends appear as offline. This feels like every Call of Duty that comes out, the friends list doesn't work for some reason. Like, even normally it's like hard to join people's parties, or your friends appear offline when they're actually online and stuff. It never seems to just work, which is a shame. If they tweak the time to kill a little bit, this game will be solid. Yeah, I mean, I think it is solid. I think the game's really good already. I do think I would probably prefer the game if a bit more, if the time to kill was just a little bit longer. And I've said before, I've talked about this quite a lot on streams, that like, personally, I think it would be cool if the time to kill was a bit more like, if they changed it a bit more. So I just zoom that in or out? Is my face massive? My face is massive. There we go. If they didn't just increase health, but they actually changed the kind of guns. Name is still at the guitar lesson. Whoa. Crazy. Yeah, no worries. Rather than just increasing health, I think they should reduce the damage of assault rifles. Because I think one of the problems at the moment is that there's no reason to use anything other than an assault rifle or a sniper rifle at range. So they've got like these two things of like battle rifles and marksman rifles. And it's like, why would you bother using them when an assault rifle works perfectly well? So like the obvious thing is to make it so the assault rifles just do less damage over, like at range, and then the battle rifles and stuff are slower but do more damage. I think like that's what they need to do. I think the time to kill with SMGs and shotguns is fine, and with sniper rifles is fine, but the assault rifles are too strong at the moment. Like when you know on a multiplayer map, when you're shooting someone at like 50 meters, I know that's not very far for an assault rifle in real life, but this isn't real life, this is Call of Duty, and I would say they could probably cut that down a little bit, couldn't they? Probably just cut it down just a little bit. Should put a little bit of music on. Just a little bit of music on while we're chatting. Don't scare you with November. Did the PlayStation 5 beta begin at 1 AM on the November 16th? September 16th. I don't know what time zone you're in, but in my time zone, it started at 5 PM BST. It was meant to start at 6 PM BST, but it started at 5. That's happened to me. You want it quicker and Winston wants it faster. Yeah, I mean, like, I definitely think, like, I understand the idea that people who like multiplayer more than Warzone probably want a faster time to kill because they're used to that. I definitely understand that. I just think, like, at the moment, the time to kill means that there's not much difference between the weapons. So, like, how long it takes you to die to an SMG or an assault rifle or a sniper rifle, it's all kind of the same. Like, if someone's shooting at you, it's pretty much instant. You don't have time to react or anything. And that means that, like, balancing stuff, I think, is going to be quite hard in terms of making some of those other guns, like the single shot things, the semi-automatics, like, making them more, like, viable is going to be tough. And I know, oh, it's like more realistic if you die in one shot, but I mean, nothing about Call of Duty is realistic. I honestly don't think they should ever really chase realism in Call of Duty. But I was gonna say, from a gameplay point of view, having a little bit longer to fight, I think is nearly always a good thing. Like, not ages necessarily, but like, it means you actually have a fight. I get that, like, if you are, like, if you're someone who, like, maybe loses a lot of fights. I'm trying to say the word this in a way, not like I was complaining about other people doing it earlier. But like, if you're going to get a lot more easy kills if the time to kill is quicker, because if the time to kill is quicker, then you're going to, if you see someone who doesn't see you first, you're going to win. You're going to kill them like 100% of the time. So it means that people can get lots of kills very easily without ever being in fights, without anyone fighting back. If you've got a longer time to kill, that means that you've got like people have a chance to get into cover, they have a chance to have a fight. To me, that makes it a bit more interesting that people are going to fight back. Like, you're not just going to get like, oh, I'm behind you so you're dead, or like I'm to the side of you so you're dead, or like I'm in cover and you're running out of cover so you're dead. It gives people like more options and more chance to use like tacticals and use like the deployable cover and all of that sort of stuff. I find that a lot more interesting. There is an extreme though, like if you make the time to kill too long, then you get in a problem that when you are outnumbered, you're dead. So like this is a problem in like Halo and Apex and games like that, where if you're outnumbered, you're essentially dead, because the time it takes to burn down one player, if you half that by having two people shooting at you, that's too much of a difference, you can't overcome it. So as soon as you get in a situation where you're 1v2, you're dead. Whereas if you've got a quicker time to kill, then you've got a chance of clutching it up, you've got a chance of killing them. And Halo does it by having some one-shot kill weapons, so things like the shotgun and the sniper rifle and the sword and the plasma grenades. Things like that are designed to make it so it's possible to clutch up those situations, to, you know, turn the tide. If the rocket launcher, to turn the tide if you're outnumbered. But Call of Duty doesn't really have that kind of thing going on. So it's, you know, they have to find a balance of, yes, it's possible to win even if you're outnumbered, but you getting shot at doesn't mean you're immediately dead. Like, you've got a chance to do something. You've got a chance to make a decision. I don't like it like when, you know, you're, especially on bigger things like Ground War or Warzone, I don't like the idea that, you know, oh, someone saw you before you saw them, so you're dead. Like, that's it, you're dead. But I mean, I get that, like, if you're trying to play a bit more of like, if you're trying to play a bit more relaxed and you just want to get easy kills, then like the quick time to kill is always the way to go. That's why people play hardcore, isn't it? It's like there's always been this weird kind of it's almost like a contradiction that hardcore is actually the more casual version of Call of Duty, because anyone can get kills in hardcore. Like, it doesn't matter how bad your aim is, it doesn't matter like how bad your game sense is, you can get kills in hardcore and you can get kill streaks in hardcore because people die to like one shot. So you can literally just spray across the map and sometimes get a kill. Like, if you see a group of enemies, you fire in their general direction, you'll probably get a kill. You don't need to worry that much about trying to get headshots, you don't need to worry that much about trying to like make sure you're in cover or anything. It's just a game of reactions. And so a lot of fights are either about positioning, which is, you know, a lot easier than movement in a fight, or like aiming, or it's like a 50-50 coin flip, you know, like who happens to get the first shot in. So it's like hardcore's always been like the easy version of Call of Duty, and I think like the quicker time to kill you get, the more you get to that, which probably is good for a lot of players. Like, it's probably good for a lot of people, you know, who, if the time to kill's longer, they won't get any kills. Like, that's always been a problem in Halo, that new players don't get kills, because it's just like, it's so hard to get kills on a good player in Halo because their shields last forever. And same thing with Apex. I think new players really struggle in Apex. But then also in Call of Duty, you don't want that feeling of like so much of your equipment and so much of your loadout is completely useless, because as soon as you're getting shot at, you're dead. So there's no point using something like a stim type thing, or there's no point using deployable cover or whatever, because you're just dead, so it doesn't matter. You'll have hardcore on full release and be grand. Yeah, that's exactly. I think they've always been good about having the hardcore playlists, so like people who prefer that really fast time to kill can do that, and then they can have those crazy games where you get like 40 kills in a match. If ADS is a bit quicker, then I'm fine with the current time to kill, but if someone's pre-aiming, then you've got no chance at the moment. Yeah. But the pre-aiming thing, I don't know. I think like they're doing an okay job of balancing that. Like in this game, when you're mounted up, you can't move like a sword to left and right, and you're like I don't know what you call it, like the angle that you can aim at is quite narrow, that you can't turn the gun very far to one side or the other, which is quite interesting. I think that's quite good, and you're quite exposed while you're doing it. So like they've tried to balance it out that way, and obviously there's so many tools to work out where people are and then to fight people like indirectly using the drill grenades and stuff. I think there's a lot of different ways to deal with people who would normally be pre-aiming, but if it takes you by surprise, then yeah, you're kind of dead. But then maybe you should be dead because like that person's got in a better position before you. Maybe that's how it should be. You know, in a game of search and destroy, some people will get kills pre-aiming. The real question is, can they do it again? Like, if they kill you a second time in a pre-aiming, that was on you because, like, you knew where they were, you had tools to deal with it, and you didn't do it. So, like, yeah, it's a bit weird. You want to feel satisfying and strong is all. You don't want to see Halo level time to kill. Yeah, Halo level time to kill wouldn't work in this. Like I said, Halo balances it by having the crazy weapons, but, like, Call of Duty can't really do that. All COD players need to create a petition on third-person ADS view ASAP. I agree with the dude who mentioned third-person pointlessness and NSA fix. I don't think it's pointless. Like, some games just work like this. It definitely. I kind of understand what people are saying with the ADS thing, that there should be an option to have it so ADS doesn't put you in first person. I wonder how much of it is like a balance thing of obviously having you go in first person when you're ADS is partly a balance thing because then you can't see around corners anymore. So you can't, in this game, you can't pre-aim an ADS. I think that's why they've done it. So like in this game, if you're in third person mode and you're like peeking around a corner, which is obviously something you can do. So you're hiding around a corner, you can see an enemy. You can hip fire pre-aim at them, but you can't ADS pre-aim at them. Because if you ADS, now you're looking at the wall and you can't see the enemy anymore. And if you're hip firing, like, then you've got to go through it. So I think it's a balance thing like that it makes it a little bit fairer that you're not getting people doing that. Because otherwise, like, the whole thing about pre-aiming a corner is just insane with third person. Like, you can literally point your reticle. If you can pre-aim, if you can ADS while third person mode, you can be like aiming right at someone's head while they literally have no way of knowing you're there. And then you can just like pop out of cover and kill them. Like that doesn't sound like a lot of fun to me. That sounds kind of crap. Speaking of camera grind, has there been any leaks and challenges? We don't talk about leaks and stuff here at all. They did say in COD Next, like they said officially that, or maybe in one of the blog posts, they said they're making the challenges and stuff make a bit more sense, so they're not as ridiculous. So, you know, I don't think you're going to be getting like, oh, get 25 headshots while like hanging off something. I don't think you're going to get anything like that. I think they're trying to make the camo challenges a lot more sensible. But then they also said for players, they said something like the wording was, for players who enjoy the journey to mastery, we've still got something for you. So it's like, it sounds like the mastery camos might still be super hard and have like a really long grind for them, but like normal camo challenges will be a bit easier. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like you get all the normal camos done and then you have a challenge that's really hard, you know, get 10,000 kills with this gun or something. I sort of think it might work like that, but we'll see. It's a tough balance and people tend to naturally remember things that go against them. Yeah, 100%. Like, people always remember the bad stuff rather than all the times that things worked out. That's like the whole thing with the lag compensation, you know, and people always say, oh, well, like, they kill me really easily, but it takes me ages to kill them. It's like, that's because you don't notice it when it's the other way around. You don't notice when you kill people, and it was really quick for them, but for you, it felt like a normal amount of time. Like, you only see it from one perspective. COD's designed differently and could be the reason inside the ADS thing. Might hear some update. Yeah, that's one thing I really hope with all of this, like with all the stuff we've talked about, like the mini-map and the third-person ADS thing and Dead Silence and all of the changes to Warzone 2. What I want, like, more than anything is for them to start doing blog posts explaining why they're doing it and why they're not changing it. Like, I don't want them to give in to just like content creators and like subreddits where they're like, we need to do a campaign to change this. Like, I don't want any of that to happen. I think like the creators are the creators, like the creative people working on this game, they should have their vision of how they want to be the game to be, and I think that's how the game should be. And obviously there might be some unforeseen effects and then they might need to change stuff, but I fully trust that they have the data on that. Like, I don't think there should be like campaigns to try and pressure them to change stuff. I really hate that. Like, I hate it with films when people are like, oh, we need to do a campaign for this person to be recast, or they need to do a campaign for them to release this cut or whatever. And I hate it in video games when people are like, oh, we need to do a campaign to make them change like the minimap or to change Dead Silence. Like, I hate that stuff. Like, just trust the creators, the people who have been creating these games you love for the last 15 years. Trust them to make the thing they want to make. And if you don't like it, like, who cares? Move on to something else. There's a million games. but you know, maybe you'll get something creative. If people had just listened to all of those like angry groups of people on the internet, we never would have got Warzone. Like, I don't know if you remember all of the outcry where people are like, Call of Duty doesn't need Battle Royale, there's too many Battle Royales already, like this is stupid, blah blah blah. And it's like then Warzone turns into one of the biggest games of all time, and like something that lots of people, like literally millions of people, absolutely love and have loved for 3 years. And it's like, maybe it was good that they took that risk. I definitely think like them taking risks is a good thing, you know. Adding gunfight was absolutely awesome. The fact that Warzone had like all the respawn mechanics, that was something that wasn't really in Battle Royale games before, but people ended up loving the gulag, and people ended up loving the sort of buyback system and all of that sort of stuff. I just think like letting them be creative is a much better way, and then after we've played it for a few weeks or months, then people can start being like, okay, well, like when I'm playing the game, this is something that's being annoying. But like talking about that after like a few days of it, when you know you're not used to it, there's also like this effect of lots of people are very, very good at Call of Duty. Like they've been playing Call of Duty for a long time, and like you've been playing Vanguard for the last year, or you've been playing Modern Warfare 2019 for the last 3 years, or you've been playing Warzone 3 years or whatever. And then like a new game comes out, like this game's been playable for like 3 days or something, 3-4 days. And it's like people are like, oh, they're not as good at it as they were. Like, because, you know, there's no slide cancelling, so people who we really used to slide cancelling, they struggle a bit more. Or, you know, the weapons feel different. There's a lot more recoil. You don't get assault rifles with no recoil anymore. Or the time to kill is different, or you don't know the maps, or whatever. There's like a million different things that are reasons why you will be worse at this game, and it'll take you a while to learn. And then people immediately jump to like, oh, well, it must be bad because I'm not doing as well. I'm not getting as many kills. Like, you know, it must be the skill-based matchmaking. It must be lag. It must be bad maps. It must be bad spawns. It must be like imbalance or something. It's like, you're just worse at it. Like, you will get better over time, but you're bad at it now because it's new. And like the same thing that happened with COD Next, when all those people were saying like, oh, look at these people who like they're really good when they're in their VPN bot lobbies with their Cronuses, and like then they're absolutely saying, but then they go to a real event and they can't do anything because they're not on their own setup. It's like, it's also because they're playing a brand new game that they hadn't played before. Like when they sat down to play when they sat down to play Modern Warfare 2, a lot of them, all of the international ones, had never played it before. Most of them, you know, people who hadn't been to the COD Revealed event had never played it before. None of them had ever played that Warzone before, and it was so different. So you've got all of these people who have spent their living making these insane videos of them slide cancelling about and winning that way, and then suddenly they get dropped in a game where it's like, oh yeah, by the way, there's no slide cancelling in this, there's no loadouts in this, because, you know, in that version there wasn't any loadouts at all. And it's like, of course the lobby was super hard because there was lots of really good players in it, but like, of course they're going to be worse. Like, of course they're going to have a bad time. And I think lots of people had a bad time in it, and they were playing in like half-empty servers. They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't understand the gulag. All of that stuff happened. And then people have taken from that, oh, the game must be bad because these people weren't doing so well. These people weren't having as much fun as they normally would. And it's like, maybe it's just, it's new and it's different. And it's going to take a little bit of time to get used to. Like, maybe. So maybe give it a chance. Trust the developers. Trust the creatives. They obviously have a huge amount of data on what's working and what isn't. Like, way more than what any of you can see in streams or what you can get from your own experiences or the anecdotal experiences of your friends. Maybe give them a bit of trust for a few months and then we'll see where we are. That makes a lot more sense, I think. Anyway, I'm glad, Squiz. I'm glad you're starting to look at the positives. I'm always trying to look for positives. I realised over the last 3 days, I've been moaning a lot because I've been fed up with a lot of people being negative. I was saying this to Broken earlier. I've fallen into this trap of I'm fed up with all the negativity in social media and content. And then I'm moaning about them moaning, and it's like, I'm making more negativity. I need to snap out of that. I need to focus on what I'm doing and what I'm enjoying and just focus on enjoyment. That is much, much better. That's a much better way of doing it. So I need to snap out of that. I need to stop complaining about, you know, what J-God's saying or like what people are accusing Nadia of doing or the people who are like running campaign change things. I'm very, very scared. I'm very scared. And genuinely, like, I'm really worried about this. Like, it genuinely causes me worry that Infinity Ward will respond to this, you know, all of these accusations that they don't listen to people, that they don't respond to feedback. I'm very worried that they will back down on some of their decisions because of those campaigns. Because the voices that are complaining about stuff are louder than the voices of people like me, because I don't have the same audience as them. You know, I'm sitting here with, you know, right now I've got 80 viewers, and then sometimes people, you know, these people have thousands of viewers, their voices are going to be heard much more than people like mine. It's like there's a lot of people like me who are really enjoying it. You know, Broken's really enjoying it, Westy's been enjoying it, Jack Frags is really enjoying it. There's a lot of us that are really enjoying it, but we don't necessarily have the same audience as, like, you know, J-God or Modern Warzone or these people who are coming out and saying they don't like it or they want stuff to change. And I'm really worried that Infinity Ward will want to get, like, you know, a public relations win by saying, hey, we heard you didn't like the Dead Silence changes or the perk changes or the minimap changes, so we're going to change them back. And it's like, oh, that'd be such a shame. It'd be nice to see how it played out being different. And they did this before with Modern Warfare 2019, didn't they? They changed it, like, originally there was no minimap. They got rid of the minimap, and like, that was a brave decision. It would have completely changed the game. Would have been really interesting to see how it went, that you didn't have a minimap at all unless you had a UAV, and then you just had that compass, and like you had to rely on that. So like they were trying to make you rely much more on using audio, using the cues in the environment to work out where people are. I thought that was going to be really interesting, but they backed down on it after the reveal. After the reveal had no minimap, they were like, okay, we're going to put the minimap back in. And then we got something that I thought, personally, I thought Modern Warfare 2019 felt a lot more like just more COD. You know, felt a lot more like the original Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 3 and Black Ops 1 and 2 and, you know, Ghosts. And all those games where I was getting really bored of playing the same game every time. I kind of felt Modern Warfare 2019 was quite boring like that. It just played it way too safe. And I'm glad that this is doing something super different. I mean, there's no coincidence that the Call of Duties that I really love are like Advanced Warfare and Infinite Warfare and Black Ops 4. Like the games where they did something really different. Even Ghosts I've got a really soft spot for because it was so different to other games. Like the map they started experimenting with really big maps and they had like an interesting campaign and stuff. I just felt like those are the ones that I enjoyed more. World at War as well, where they were doing something different and they experimented with really different stuff. That was much more fun to me than when they just kept on doing the same thing over and over. Yeah, I just really hope they don't sort of give into that pressure. But I don't have a lot of influence or any influence on the developers, so, you know, we'll just have to see how it goes. Sorry, just catching up on chat a little bit. What's wrong with the game can be fixed rather easily. To me, the only thing that's really wrong with this game, like the only thing that I would say needs to be fixed before it comes out is all bugs. It's like the menu bugs, like the menu overlaps itself and is really confusing. The some of the visual effects bugs, like you were saying about bodies standing up and stuff, visual effects of stuff clipping through walls and things. That stuff I think really does need to be fixed. The AI that we saw at COD Next needs to be fixed. Like that AI was crap. Like all of the AI just sort of stood there and got shot. That sort of stuff I think needs to be fixed. But I don't think they need to change anything about the design of the game, personally. Look what happened to Battlefield 5. They kept changing because of peer pressure and the game went from one mess to another. It doesn't work. Yeah, exactly. I mean, when people start trying to listen to the gaming community, and inevitably when they say they're listening to the community, what ends up happening is they listen to the biggest voices within that community, so the biggest content creators. And as I've said earlier, it's really easy to make content and successful content where you're moaning about stuff. Again, from my own experience, from my own videos, my very few negative videos are by far my biggest ones. The ones where I'm complaining about Dr. Disrespect and his NFTs, the one where I'm complaining about Vanguard zombies, those are by far and away my most successful videos. And it's like, that sucks. But that's the easy way to make content, easy way to make money. So they end up listening to these people who are super negative and don't want change and don't want to try something new and don't want to take risks. They just want everything to be the same as it was before. It's rubbish. And yeah, that's what happened to Battlefield 5. That's what happened to Star Wars Galaxies, you know, when they ended up doing the new combat thing. It's like some people in it were saying like, oh, we want to be Jedi. We want to be able to, like, we want combat to be more complex and stuff. And then they overhauled it and it's like, oh, this is crap now. Maybe you should have stuck with the original idea. So two people playing the game, one is insanely good and one was terrible. Both have been playing Warzone for years. What's the excuse? And the excuse is that it's a new game. Wouldn't both be good or both be bad? I don't know. No, I mean, like, it might exaggerate some differences. I'm sure some people would just adapt to games better. If two people are playing the same game and one's insanely good and one's terrible, it might be that one of them was having a really good day, one of them was having a really terrible day. It could be the things that have changed in the game could affect them more. Like if one person is used to really high, fast-paced movement gameplay, loads and loads of slide cancelling and trying to like break people's camera lock and stuff like that, and the other person doesn't play like that and plays much more aiming stuff, the person who did the slide cancelling is going to have a worse time than the person who was just used to aiming, because the aiming hasn't changed as much as like slide cancelling you know, at the time of COD Next being completely gone. There's quite a big difference there. And you just have bad days sometimes, you know, especially I was talking to the people, some of the people who went to the COD Next event earlier. I was talking to Broken about it, and he was saying about how, like, it was super busy in there, you couldn't hear that much. People were messing around with the setups, you know, some people weren't given very long to set up, some people weren't even given microphones to set up until really late into it. There was like massive bright ring lights in front of all of them, because, you know, it was like staggered. They could all see the ring lights of all the people in front of them, so they had bright lights in their eyes. They were all trying to stream while also playing a new game that they hadn't played before and stuff like that. It's like some people are inevitably going to be affected by that way more than others. And, you know, some people would have been on really long flights, some people wouldn't have got much sleep the night before, some people would be there having a laugh with their friends, some people would be really nervous and shy and not seeing people. There's like a million reasons some people could do well and some people could do badly. I get like where that comment's coming from, Jacoby, that you're trying to be like, oh, well, like, Beeb Redmond was doing really well, but Nadia was doing really bad, so Nadia must be a cheater and Beeb Redmond must be amazing. Like, I get where you're trying to go with this, but like, it just doesn't hold up to any sort of scrutiny. It doesn't hold any water, really. So, I mean, if you look, I've been playing for like, what, 6 hours today. I've did like 3 hours now, 4 hours now, and then 3 hours earlier, so 7 hours. And like across that, I've had some games where I've been top of the leaderboard and done what I would consider really, really well. And I had some really clutch games when we're playing Search and Destroy earlier with Broken especially. And then I've had some games where I've got 2 kills. Does that mean that, like, oh, obviously I was cheating in the games where I was doing really well, and then I was exposed in the games where I did badly? Like, it's just nonsense. You know that's nonsense. But it doesn't fit your narrative, so, yeah. This is a rant. I love rants. Yeah, Mr. Gunner. See, I'm glad you know what one of the best things is? When you're having a conversation with someone on the internet and then they actually like listen and sort of change their perspective a little bit. I love that sort of stuff. I try to do it when I hear something convincing, but I just don't, you know. A lot of the time I don't talk until I've already thought about something for quite a long time. So like, you know, I worryingly think way too much about Call of Duty. So it's like a lot of my opinions come out fairly set in a way because I've been thinking about it a lot. But like, I think it's good, especially if you've got your opinions from another content creator, to listen to other opinions. Like, I never expect any of you to just assume everything I say is true and assume everything I say is right. Like, you should think for yourselves and listen to other people and, you know, form your own opinions, obviously. I always used to say that when I was a teacher, because I was a teacher, for anyone who doesn't know, I was a teacher for 13 years. I only stopped teaching a year ago to start doing this. And when I was a teacher, I always used to say that to the kids, like, you shouldn't blindly trust that I'm right, or any of your teachers, because your teachers could easily be mistaken. They're just people. They could be wrong. They could be like lying about knowing something. They could be making something up. They could be misremembering. It's always better to be critical of what you're hearing and think like, does this actually hold up to my experiences or to my understanding of it? And what about other people? Like, do other people think that this is right or something? What about people who would know? You know, it's like with the whole Nadia thing. It's like, well, what about like, if Activision thought she was cheating, and you know, you'd think they would probably be the people to know, like the developers of the various Activision companies would probably know about whether or not they thought she was cheating. Would they still invite her to the events and, you know, still celebrate her and support her and stuff like that? Like, probably not. That wouldn't make sense, and they would probably know, so it makes sense to kind of defer to them, doesn't it? Like, that makes a lot more sense. But, you know, people get wrapped up in stuff and they listen to the wrong people and stuff. But, like, that's what my problem with the J-God stuff that today, like, his video is there's a lot of stuff he says in that video that I just don't think holds up if you actually think about the real experience. Like, he's been saying, oh, all the stuff in the beta is geared up towards campers, but then why aren't people camping in the beta? Why aren't there many people camping at all? Like, maybe less than usual. He was saying like the spawns are really bad because like you always, whenever you're fighting someone, you end up fighting too many people and you always end up losing fights. It's like, but that doesn't really happen, does it? And the spawns are way better than all of the other betas where you were constantly spawning behind or in front of an enemy. Like, that used to happen all the time. Even when CODs came out, it would happen for a few months. And like, when he was saying like, oh, skill-based matchmaking makes connections really bad and you end up with really loads of lag, and it's like, but you don't, do you? And like, people say the whole thing, oh, skill-based matchmaking means you have one good game and then you're going to have 3 terrible games in a row. And again, that doesn't actually happen. Like, sometimes you'll have a good game then a bad game. A lot of the time it's because you're really focusing for the good game and then you relaxed a bit because you won. And then you have a bad game because you're not paying as much attention, or you're talking to your friends about how good that last game was. It's like there's a load of other factors into it. It doesn't hold up. Like, now you've got websites like skill-based matchmaking, warzone.com. You can look at, I've had days with like Broken Machine and Westy and that lot where we've won like 4 games in a row And it's like, well, that shouldn't happen. And you look at the kill death of the lobbies and they're just going up and down like normal. It's like nothing to do with whether we won or not. It just seems really like, you know, think for yourself, look at the evidence, look at the people who you think would be experts rather than just blindly trusting someone because they're popular. Ideally. You just stop playing after realizing kill death and unlocks won't transfer over. I'm so glad kill death won't transfer over. I've had some shocking games. The minimap change makes the game objectively worse, hence why everyone complains and hated it. But Jacoby, what you're doing there is you're really arguing bad faith. So I can point out, let's just analyze that one phrase. So what Jacoby said was, the minimap change makes the game objectively worse. What you mean to say there is subjectively worse, because if you think it's worse, then it's subjectively worse. If it actually was worse in some way, like what would be an objective thing of saying whether the minimap change is good or bad? What would be the objective test of that? Like, it's obviously a subjective opinion, like clearly, so it's subjectively worse. Hence why everyone complained and hated it. I'm sitting here talking about how good I think it was. I was talking about how me and Broken Machine earlier were talking about how good it was. And Westy was saying how good it was. Like, obviously not everyone complains about it and hates it. Like, some people do, and I get it. And there's some very, very vocal people complain about it and hate it. That's not everybody. Even if everybody on social media who talks about Call of Duty was saying how much they hated it, that's still not everybody. That's not even half of the people that play Call of Duty. That's a tiny percentage of the people that play Call of Duty. Like, you've got your, like, head in the wrong space of, like, how important social media is for this stuff. Instead, it's probably the people that you follow on social media hate it, and now you hate it, and the other people that follow them hate it because, you know, they trust in those people that they follow. That doesn't mean everybody. Like, I've been talking about it on my stream for ages, and there's loads of people who really like it and seem to agree with me that it's a really good change. And like I said, all the people I've been playing with have really liked it and thought it was a good change. So it's like, there are different opinions, but you're just in a bubble where you don't see these other opinions. So don't go around saying things like, if you go around saying things like, everybody complains and hates it, then it makes it easy to just discount anything else you're saying, because it's like, oh, well, that's just not true. He's just making stuff up, or he's exaggerating at the very least. So it kind of like ruins anything else you say. Like, it doesn't help your argument at all. COD 4 to Black Ops 2 was the golden age of COD. It got worse after that. See, now I can almost pinpoint where you're getting your opinions from, because funnily enough, in JGod's video today, he said that those COD Call of Duty games were the golden age of COD. He used that exact phrasing. So I'm guessing you watched the JGod video where he was complaining about some of this stuff. JGod's not everyone. He's not got the opinion that everyone else needs to bow down to. And like, I'm not sure if you were old enough when COD 4 to Black Ops 2 were about, but there were loads of complaints about those Call of Duty games being too samey, about some of the maps being quite boring and getting regurgitated a lot. Modern Warfare 2 was the most unbalanced, horrific multiplayer ever. Like, on console, almost immediately people discovered that the dual 1887s, the Javelin, the grenade launcher were, the M203 under barrel grenade launcher, the noob tube, were insanely overpowered, and it never got fixed. Like, never in that game's lifetime got fixed. So people were literally just sprinting around with grenade launchers and the dual 1887s. People were camping at the back with the Javelin, just getting loads and loads of kills. Those games like Call of Duty 4 and Modern Warfare 2 especially, but even Modern Warfare 3 to an extent, you had the problem of snowballing, that as soon as you got one kill streak, you'd be able to get the next one, then you'd be able to get the next one, then you'd be able to get a chopper gunner and just decimate the entire playing field. So lobbies got incredibly one-sided all the time, and loads of people would just quit on the other team. Like, that was pretty standard. And then a few months after the game came out, you had the massive problem of hacked lobbies on console, where you'd have people just cheating on console, like widespread cheating. They would reset your account, or they would set you to the maximum prestige and unlock everything for you. Like, it was an absolute nightmare. But like, this idea of like, oh, the like COD 4 Black Ops 2 was golden age of COD, we should get back to that, it's just utter nonsense. I swear, like, it is like spouted repeatedly by people. There's two types of people who spout that. Either people who didn't play those games at the time and have just heard about them, or people who were kids at the time those games came out And so that was their first experience of COD, and they were playing Call of Duty back then in that period. That was when they were at school, so they had loads of friends that played Call of Duty. They could go home every day after school and just play COD for hours, and that's all they had to do, and it was amazing. And now they're adults and they've got other responsibilities. They can't play Call of Duty every day. Maybe they don't have anywhere near as many friends who play because, you know, people have got kids and jobs and just other interests, and they've, you know, grown out of video games. And maybe they're a little bit burnt out on the Call of Duty formula, and they're like, I don't have as much fun playing Call of Duty. Remember when we used to have loads of fun playing Modern Warfare, and Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops 2 and all that sort of stuff? Remember how good those games were? And it's like, it's like that time of your life was really different. I know, like, I have the same sort of thing with World at War. The World at War came out when I was in a year of university where I didn't have a huge amount of do, to be honest. I was sharing a house with the 50-foot snail, who I play with sometimes, so we were sharing a house. And we just played tons of Call of Duty, and we also played tons of like Rock Band and Guitar Hero and SingStar, and we were doing loads of this, and it was amazing. And I often think, like, what was my favorite Call of Duty? It's either that one, because I had an amazing year playing it and got really good at it, or I think Advanced Warfare, because that was the first Call of Duty that me and my wife played loads of, and my wife got really into. So like we played loads together, so I love that game as well, because it's like such good memories, like playing tons of COD with my wife. Like, that was awesome. So it's like those sort of things cloud people's memories of what actually made a game better or worse. And like Modern Warfare 2, I still stand by it as one of the worst Call of Duties, like, for multiplayer. It was awful. But like, people have the weirdest rose-tinted glasses about what that game was like. And like, lag was really bad, because I think that was before we had dedicated servers, so you had host advantage. Whoever was host would have a massive advantage over everyone else. There were people using lag switches. It was just like terrible, and you didn't get balance patches. All the maps you had to pay for, new multiplayer maps, so you would pay £15 for a map pack, but then like your friends wouldn't, so then you couldn't ever play those maps. It was just shockingly bad. Shockingly bad. Anyway, sorry, let's read a few bits of chat from them. I missed a bit. There we go. I would take all that stuff over what actually needs to be fixed. Don't know. There was nothing wrong with the traditionally prestige system, yet they took it out. Every big content creator wants it back and complains, yet it's still not there. Tell me why that is. But that's not every big content creator at all. You're putting that in capitals as if that's a fact. Like, Jack Frax has over 1 million subscribers. He's a massive content creator, and he really likes the way this Call of Duty is. Like, Broken Machine and Lackey, who I talk to a lot, who have been enjoying this a lot on Westy, they have thousands of viewers on their streams. I know I'm not a big content creator, but I play with a lot of big content creators who are really enjoying this. So it's definitely not every big content creator at all. After Black Ops 2, COD games changed too much stuff that it didn't feel like a COD game. Suddenly 50 years later in time, and the next game it was 50 years back in time. It was a mess, haha. Wait a minute. So the golden age of was Modern Warfare to Black Ops 2, but after that it was jumping backwards and forwards in time. But if you just go from the set of Call of Duties that you're talking about there, you went Modern Warfare, then World at War, which was like 50 years before, then Modern Warfare 2, which was going into the future after Modern Warfare, then Black Ops, which was set in the 50s or 60s or 70s or whatever, like around that time. So again, going 50 years back. Then to Modern Warfare 3, which was more of like a sort of slightly near future type thing, which was 50 years forward. Then Black Ops 2. What? That was when the exact time period you're talking about is when it was bouncing 50 years backwards and forwards constantly. That's exactly what was happening then, Gunners. Still can't quite get your aim on point with it's too strange for you on Warzone. Rebirth is 1212. Sense 0.7 ADS sensor. Multiplayer is 2020. Normal 7. Tried to transfer over and failed. It's just a different game, Gazzo, I think. The only thing you like from the newer CODs is the camo couch skins. I hated the jetpack CODs, but their skin couch customization was top notch. FOV side on consoles win. Yeah, it's good. Am I done playing for the day? Yeah, I think so, Jangles. Cold War spawns were awful, especially in the beta. They like the game, it's different, but it's good. It's probably what I think about a new game, but there are things to get better. You went into a GeoGuessr stream one time and he was being an absolute douche to the watchers, but I do agree most of the takes in COD about how the game and how it should be like. I don't know, I've never watched JGod streams, actually. I quite like him, right? Like, he seems like a super nice guy. And I like a lot of the stuff he does about gun stuff. I just don't like the idea that he's like the authority on Call of Duty. Especially with how negative he's being about this new one, personally. Everyone meaning a majority of people. But that's not true. You don't have any statistics or evidence to back up that it's a majority of people. You're thinking of the majority of people in the social media bubbles that you're in. Like, that's it. That's not the majority of people. The majority of people who play Call of Duty don't talk about Call of Duty on social media. Like, the vast majority. Literally millions of people play Call of Duty. I feel like COD developers these days are using too much time designing cosmetic items so that COD players buying those bundles, that could affect how the next game's content or next game's quality could be. They're different people. There's 11, I think there's 11 or maybe 14 now. There's either 11 or 14 studios working on Call of Duty at the moment across its various different forms. Probably more now with Warzone Mobile. The people who are working on the cosmetics aren't often the same people who are working on the core systems. They're different people. It's that whole thing, you know, and people are like, oh, this bug needs to be fixed, but you're releasing a new store bundle. It's like, they're not the same people. Like, they're not, it's not like the artists who are working on the bundles can suddenly be like, oh, we need you to fix the spawn logic. Like, they're not the same people. There's literally like thousands of people working on Call of Duty at this point. When you use the word objectively, you're doubling down it here. The minimap change is only bad for people who watch it constantly, even in current games. There's loads of people that use things that counter the minimap, so even minimap won't be a big. Yep. Hello. Hey, Callum. This Modern Warfare. Thing is, Modern Warfare 19 and Warzone isn't being cancelled, so if that's what you prefer, like movement stuff, you can still play them. Exactly. They're not getting rid of Warzone 1 and Modern Warfare 2019. You can still play them. They've still got very healthy populations. It's still really easy to find games in Modern Warfare 19. So you can still playing it. OG Modern Warfare 2 was broken. Yep. The game was so good that to me and everyone I knew, I didn't care about those things. They were fun and funny to use it and it be used against you. That's just not my experience with broken guns now. There we go. We're getting more to it now. That's not your experience. Like, your experience is different. You're not enjoying these games as much as you enjoyed those games. That's fine. Maybe Call of Duty's not for you anymore. That's okay. That doesn't mean you need to demand it's different. It's just maybe you're not enjoying it as much anymore. That's fine. To be honest, you like the game. The things get better, but it's a beta game. Yeah. I think there'll be loads of bugs. Oh, Anna, sorry, Rock is insane. Your comment got auto-modded, but I'll read it out to people in case people think I'm censoring him. He says, yeah, just agree to this, bald idiot. Only what he says is right. He has people who likes COD 2022, so yeah, you should too. He defends a $1 billion company when they create a shithole and sell it for $100. There you go. So if you're persuaded by that argument, is very eloquently put, then go with Rock is insane, I guess. I mean, I was literally just saying you shouldn't just believe what I say and not only what I say is right. Like, that's what you're saying is exactly the opposite of what I said. But okay, fine. I'm defending a $1 billion company. Yeah, I mean, I suppose in a roundabout way. Like, I hate Bobby Kotick and, you know, the way that Activision has treated the staff. But the developers of Call of Duty, I'm definitely a fan of Call of Duty. Like, I'm a fan of those developers. I don't love everything they do. Like, I didn't like Vanguard Zombies. But I really do like a lot of what they do, and I really am glad they do the things they do because I play those games a huge amount. Like, I put hundreds of hours of my life into those games, and I love playing those games. So yeah, I'm like a big fan of those. I will happily defend those developers against people saying stupid stuff. One man army and noob tubes. Yeah, and there was that perk that let you like stab people from a long way away, wasn't there? Everyone has their own opinion, which is fine. That said, JGuessr loadout videos are great. His game design critics I don't agree with. I like Footstep being a thing and more tactical side game. Yeah, I would agree, Marcus. His like loadout videos are great. He does a good job of explaining stuff. I loved World of War. I loved World of War. It was good. But again, I think I loved it because of the thing. COD 4, hands down. COD 4 was a nightmare, just like the killstreak system. The killstreak thing was so ridiculously overpowered. Like, as soon as someone got a helicopter, that game was over and your entire team would just quit. It was a nightmare. I can hear... and remember, there was like loads of stuff that was missing, that wasn't in that game, you know, like mantling and stuff. There's just so much stuff that wasn't in that game. It was really funny when they did, when Infinite Warfare came out and they did Modern Warfare Remastered with it. I remember loads of people on the internet being like, oh, like no one's going to play Infinite Warfare. Like the lobbies are just going to be dead because everyone's going to play Modern Warfare Remastered because it's such a better game. And then it's like, I literally, after it came out, literally within a week of Modern Warfare Remastered coming out, I never heard of anyone talk about it. I didn't know anyone who carried on playing it after the first week. There weren't, like, on Twitch, it dropped down massively, and it's like Infinite Warfare just stayed up the top, was still doing really well. I think people are starting to come around to realizing that Infinite Warfare was quite a good game. But like, yeah, it was just very, very funny that like people were sort of desperate for Modern Warfare Remastered to come back, and then it was like it did come back and people were like, oh, this game isn't actually that good anymore. Like, it was good at the time, but it's dated now, you know, there's a lot wrong with it now. You can hear footsteps like thunder on PlayStation 4, haha, and I'm using £5 earbuds plugged into my pad, haha, weird. I mean, they've done a really good job of turning the footsteps up, and you can mess with the sound settings and make them quieter if you wanted to, but I really like it. I think it's really good. It doesn't sound like thunder to me though, it sounds just like, you know, footsteps. My first COD was COD 4, I think, and I can only say Modern Warfare 2019 and probably Black Ops 3 are my favorite. I really liked Black Ops 3. Black Ops 3 was really good for I mean, the campaign was crap in Black Ops 3, but like multiplayer and zombies was super good. I really liked both of those. No, I really liked Black Ops 4 as well. Like, I really liked the multiplayer and zombies for that. And Blackout, I loved Blackout. COD 4 when it dropped was reason for the hype these days. What? I don't understand that bit, Chris. Began now got 23,000. I know, I've gone up from 22,000 to 23,000, which is awesome. Thank you very much, ECE outfitter. Mossab, like everything new, opinions split between agreement and disapproval, so it's totally normal, I guess. Yeah, it's just, and like I was saying earlier, I've got no problem with people like saying that they don't like this game as much as the other games. Like, it's fine. I would still say like maybe wait until the actual game's out and we've got all of the weapons, all the gadgets, all the maps, all the modes, all that stuff before judging it. I found it weird when I saw Mr. Waffles did a video. It's like my review of, you know, this game. I was like, we've only got like 3 maps or 4 maps, I suppose we've played, and like a handful of weapons. I'm not sure we can judge it quite yet, but yeah, but definitely like it's fine for people not to like it and stuff like that. And my problem is when people are sort of demanding the developers to change things, and it's like, and when people start using that horrible language of like, everybody wants this to change, nobody asked for this, nobody wants it, and it's like, I wanted it, I don't want it to be changed, and it's like, apparently I don't matter, apparently I'm completely inconsequential. World of War I never got into, I was spoiled with the Bond saying. Yeah, I get that, like, I've never been a big fan of the World War II sayings, except the original Call of Duty and Call of Duty 2 I really liked the World War II saying. World at War, I think I just liked it because it was like really silly and over the top. Like, you had the dog score streak was like felt insane at the time, and having tanks in some of the multiplayer maps felt insane. It just felt really crazy back then. I really liked it. I think playing with people you know on multiplayer makes a world of difference. Playing with randoms has been less fun in your experience. Yeah, 100%, Patrick. Massive. And that's a big part of what I was saying, that like, you know, if you as a kid used to play with all your friends and now you play with randoms, you're probably going to have a worse time, aren't you? Like, regardless of whether the game's better now, like, hint, it is better. Like, the Call of Duty games have consistently got pretty good. Like, I mean, all of the Call of Duty games have been really good. But, like, you're probably going to have a worse time now, and it's easy to sort of blame that on the game rather than your life circumstances. Grind your gears when a few top creators name a gun broken, next thing you know it gets its balls clipped off and put to bed. Maybe. I mean, there have been some guns that have been broken, like the DMR and stuff. That's definitely happened. Sorry, I'm like scrolling down slowly. I'm slowly catching up. Thank you. Oh, someone followed me on Twitch. That's different. I think it's because JGod's content is all about accurate data of the guns. People seem to agree with his COD takes and taking it for facts, not opinion. And he's got a position of authority. You know, he's been a World 2 as a Warzone caster. He gets invited to all these events. But like, people look to him as like a voice of authority. And like, personally, judging by his video today, I think he's wrong about a lot of things about Call of Duty. Just about the way Call of Duty works. He might, like, maybe I'm wrong. But I don't think what he says matches up with reality, like I've explained lots of times today. AMAX Kilo Car 98, a few they were fine, and next thing you know they were nerfed. The Car 98 wasn't fine. The Car 98 was insane for a while. You played Counter-Strike 1.6 and Counter-Strike Source many years and think I would like COD to be more like that, especially Warzone, but you might be alone with that opinion. I mean, I like being able to aim down sights still. I'm not a big fan of Counter-Strike's thing of that. I don't know, I've never got on with Counter-Strike. I'm just not good at Twitch gameplay. When someone starts off with listen to this bald idiot, you know they've got something of complete value. Exactly, it's the best way to start something. And I see anything to complain about now is how I'd prefer it. I want red dots on the minimap and classic prestige mode. That's fine. And saying that you'd prefer it, like, no one should have a problem with that, should they? Like, saying for, and that's good, so like Infinity Ward can hear all of the different opinions. It's just when people start saying everybody wants this changed, or like nobody asked for this. It's like, that's misrepresenting feeling. Like, you can't do any more than say, this is how I feel, or this is how me and my friends feel. Same as I can't do that. I can't say any more than what I've said or what I've heard other people say. You know, that's why I talk about what Broken Machine and stuff said, because they're not here right now, but they literally said it today on my stream. You can go back and watch the previous stream if you want to. Same here with this, like, nah, heli are easy to take down. I feel like, oh, you're talking about heli. They weren't in Modern Warfare 1. No, I don't think the helis were easy to take down. I vividly remember lots of lobbies just getting abandoned whenever a heli joined. Whenever someone earned a heli. You more or less like the game as it is. I hated Modern Warfare 2019's map selection, but overall it was fine. Yeah, I didn't like the Modern Warfare 2019 maps very much. I thought they were just quite boring. I liked the gunfight maps a lot. I really loved gunfight Modern Warfare 2019. I didn't like the maps. I didn't like the color palette either. It was very dreary. I know, like, as like someone said earlier, I may be in the minority that I quite liked Piccadilly. I thought Piccadilly was good. That was probably where I started with this whole controversial opinion on COD thing. Of like, loads of people were moaning saying like, oh, Piccadilly's the worst COD map ever. And it's like, I quite like it. I thought it was quite fun. Enjoyed it. Remember back in the day when people could quit out of a match and it wouldn't affect their win loss, they'd show like 30-game win streaks. Those were the days, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, stuff like that used to be rampant. People quitting out matches, like, they used to be really bad. And it used to have that thing, like, I've seen loads of people saying, like, oh, we need lobbies to stick together. And I kind of get it. Like, I like the idea of, like, oh, that was a close game, we'll get them next time. Like, that sort of stuff is fun. But also, what used to happen is all of the people who had a shit time would leave, and all the people who had a good time would stay. And you'd end up with one team that was completely stacked of really good players, because all the bad players had left and all the good players stayed. And then you'd end up with these like good teams where the other teams would just be constantly leaving and quitting. And because teams were constantly leaving, it meant you were constantly getting put into games in progress because people were constantly quitting against these fully stacked teams. And it was like, that still happens to an extent, but not as bad as it did back then. I wonder why Activision wanted to skip COD 2023. Any thoughts about this? Maybe they just want to expand Modern Warfare 2 and create content for a longer time than previous titles. Have no idea, actually. I've got no idea. I wouldn't be surprised if it was something to do with COVID, that they normally, you know, obviously they take 3 years to make a COD game on average. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe didn't start one when they normally would have, like, because people weren't in the office, and maybe they were doing like, you know, oh, we'll delay the start, we'll wait and see, and the whole lockdown went on longer than they thought, so maybe they just don't have one ready for that time, because, you know, 2023 would be 3 years since COVID started, so it would kind of work out that that would be, if they had been delaying it to start a new game, that would be the one that would be cut out. That makes sense. I've got no, that's literally just me theorizing. Or it could be that maybe Sledgehammer aren't going to be a main studio anymore and they're not going to be making full games, because, you know, people have been saying, oh, Vanguard didn't do very well and stuff like that. Although you'd think Treyarch would make the next one, but maybe they're saying, okay, if Sledgehammer aren't doing the next game, although Vanguard was the best selling game of 2021, worth remembering, maybe it's just going to be Infinity Ward and Treyarch now, and they're going to use Warzone to kind of plug the gaps and the raids and the DMZ and stuff like that. Then maybe they're just like, oh, well, we can give Treyarch an extra year, and then we'll go back to like two year cycles or something. I don't know. But those are my thoughts. That's what I think might have happened. I played Modern Warfare 2 Remastered for 2 years straight. Got to 10 prestige 4 times. I loved that game. Didn't even get to level 55 in Infinite Warfare. Good for you. We have different experiences of it. Hey, thanks for becoming a member, Gaza. Appreciate it. You like this chat? It's a bit different. I do this quite a lot. I do these quite well. Normally I do them at the beginning of a stream rather than the end of a stream, but I'm just quite enjoying it. This is what everybody wants. You can turn your warp movement to make your footsteps quieter. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, you can change your warp movement speed actually in the menu, can't you? Which is weird. I don't know why someone would slow yourself down. It's ridiculous that we have to wait 3 months for simple things to be changed. The ladder glitch that happened in Vanguard at COD Champs was broken since February. I mean, these games are insanely complicated. I wouldn't want to presume how hard it is to fix something in the game. Like, at all. It never got fixed between February and August. Maybe it was a really hard thing to fix. Maybe the person that had established that system had left the studio and been replaced by someone else. That would be a super hard thing for anyone else to come in and fix, because they'd have to try and trace down what exactly is happening. And then when they fix it, they've got to make sure it doesn't have any dependencies on anything else. These games are incredibly complicated. I would not at all be surprised if it was a much more complicated issue than it sounds like. I know, like, there's a really good podcast that's done by Alana Pierce and Mike Biffle Daniel and Troy Baker and another guy that I can't remember his name. They do this really cool podcast that I like listening to. And I'll get the name of it because it's actually worth listening to. And they were talking about something. They were giving an example of how this works because they all you know. Alana Pierce writes at Santa Monica Studio on God of War Ragnarok. Mike Biffle's working on the new Tron game. They've got a composer who worked on Journey. Obviously, Troy Baker does voice acting for a million games. And one of the things they were saying was they gave the example of a game where there was a typo in a line of dialogue. So there was a typo in this one line of dialogue and it had to be changed. And because that had to be changed, it's called Play Watch Listen, the podcast. Play Watch Listen, well worth watching. It's like 100 listening to. It's 115 episodes of it. And because there was like a typo, they were like, oh, we can just change it. So they, you know, got it changed, but the typo had then gone out to all of the localization things. Then they had to contact all of the different localization departments in the world to make sure they changed it. And then they realized that because of this typo, it changed the size of the text box. And because the text box had changed size, that actually now made it so it exposed something that had previously just been hidden by that text box. They'd kind of used it as like a cheap way to hide something. And then that meant they either had to have a text box that had like a big wide open bit, or they had to expose something that was hidden. So then they were like, okay, we'll just fix the thing that was hidden. Hey, thank you so much, Gaza, for the £2. And so then they like fixed the thing that was hidden, and then by fixing the thing that was hidden, that put the level, like, it was like put the level over its memory allocation or something, and now it made that entire level crash. And it was like, so this chain of events by fixing a typo was causing an entire level to crash. And it's like, stuff like that is hopelessly complicated and will very quickly end up involving dozens of people, because then it's like, okay, so you've got the artists who need to be involved now to make sure the text box stuff works, you know, the UI artists, and then you've got the level designers because that thing that was previously hidden is now showing up and they need to make sure that that's fixed, and now the level's crashing, so now you've got the people who organize the system for different levels loading, try to work out the people who are optimizing it for memory, they need to be sorted, they need to get in touch. So very quickly you go from something that was like, seems like an easy fix, like fixing a typo in one line of subtitles, to suddenly something that is insanely complicated, involving dozens of people, some of which would have moved on to other projects, so you need to wait until they're available to have some time to come and fix this project, because obviously, like, there will be people at Infinity Ward now working on the next game, like working on the next Modern Warfare or whatever they do, like they won't all be still working on this project. And then there'll be some people who have left, you know, whether they're contractors. Thanks so much, Marcus, for being an emo member, appreciate that. There'll be some people who have now left the company entirely, so now people have to look through their documentation, which might not be that good, to try and work out what they were doing and how to fix the problem, like trace it back. So it suddenly becomes something that, like, something very, very simple could easily end up taking days or weeks or months. And then when you've got something really, really big, like the ladders not working or showing up or whatever was wrong with them, like that could be a much bigger thing that they might not actually know which system's causing it. Like, is it an animation problem? Is it a collision problem? Is it a modeling problem? Like, is it a game logic problem? Like, it could be a million different things causing that issue. And then they've got to try and get all of those people back together to try and work it out. And again, a lot of whom will have moved onto different project stuff. So it's like, when you sort of, like, it looks to us like, oh, that must be a simple thing to fix. Like, why couldn't they do that in a couple of days? It's probably a lot more complicated than that. Like, almost definitely with a thing like that. Like, famously, there's the whole thing about, like, why Rockstar have never re-released Red Dead Redemption 1. Why has Red Dead Redemption 1 never been on PC? And apparently the rumor is, you know, as far as I know, it's just a rumor, that the code is such a mess that even the people that worked on it who are still at Rockstar don't really understand it, and like no one really understands how Red Dead Redemption 1 works. So it's just like, then if they ever do a remaster, they have to make the entire game again, and that's a game that took like 5 years to make, so it's like probably not worth doing. But like, it's just too complicated now, so they couldn't fix something like that on it. Anyway, sorry, that was a very long story to make a very small point that something like waiting months for a patch, we don't understand why that's hard. Maybe someone was being lazy. I would say more likely it was something that was just very hard to fix. Probably. Honestly, you just want to use the M16 from OG MW. That gun was a beast. I mean, you got the M16, the new one. It's pretty cool. I think it's a very fun one. Hey, Barry. How's it going? Last couple of years, you stayed away from all the COD talk and beats happen and just have fun playing. As you and your girlfriend can dominate on domination, have fun. It's a good game for you. Exactly. I mean, I've been having an awesome time with this beta. I'm not getting down by any of this. Like I said, my only thing that's making me do all these rants about people not enjoying the beta is my fear that Infinity Ward will make changes to it based on all of those people, because that's the only thing they're hearing. I'm trying to put out the counter argument as much as I can, as loudly as I can, to as many people as I can, so there's a bit more balance. You know, even if I'm talking to 66 people and they're talking to 10,000 people, still maybe I might change a few people's minds. And I know the developers come in and watch sometimes. Like, I know a lot of Raven developers come and watch me. I know some of the Infinity Ward developers at least follow me on Twitter, so they at least see some of the stuff I say, and a few Activision people come and watch and stuff. And you know, I play occasionally with a couple of the Activision people, so it's like, I know I might have some influence and some voice in this, so it's a good thing for me to at least put out the counter argument of, hey, this is awesome, please try and do something new and different, and don't give in to people saying that they want stuff to be the same as it was. What are my thoughts on the upcoming DMZ mode? Excited for it? I am excited for it. I'm excited to hear more about it. At the moment, I'm a little bit worried, mostly because of how we saw the AI in Warzone at COD Next. Like, the AI looked awful. You know, they were just standing there, not doing anything. Like, if the AI isn't made more interesting, I think it'll be bad. Like the Modern Warfare 2019 Spec Ops mode, the AI was terrible in that, and it made it not fun, because the only way they could increase the difficulty was to throw like 1 million tanks and juggernauts at you, and that was it, which wasn't an interesting thing to fight against. If they make the AI good, DMZ could be amazing, or DMZ. If they don't, it could be bad. You liked Piccadilly? Yeah, everyone loves Piccadilly secretly. Okay, now I'm catching up again. What makes big content creators upset about New Modern Warfare is the fear of slow pacing. Maybe. It does definitely feel like slower paced. And I am very, very much enjoying that slower pace, because I am an old person who is not very good at quick movement in Call of Duty, so I love it. I would say the slow pace in Warzone 2, a big part of that was lots of the lobbies they were playing in only had like 60 players, and you had loads of people that didn't know what they were doing, and some people were just taking ages to look at stuff rather than, you know, trying to play and chase kills and stuff. Like, imagine if you were told, oh, you're going to get 3 games of Warzone 2 to make all your content for the next like 3 months. You probably wouldn't want to do a hot drop and then go chasing kills and get killed immediately and then have to sit out for the rest of that game. You'd want to play it a bit more carefully, so everyone was playing more cautiously. The lobbies weren't full. I think Warzone 2 will feel a lot more alive when it comes out, but that wasn't a good look at it. And, you know, there weren't any loadout weapons or anything like that in it. Lots of reasons that felt slow. You missed the map voting. Really? I feel like the map voting, yeah, like what you said. I think the map voting led to the same maps again and again and again. On, like, there were some maps on Vanguard, because there's like 16 maps. There's some maps that I barely ever played, like Berlin, because no one would ever vote for it. Thank you so much, Gaza, for the super chat and the membership, and Marcus for the membership, and 2 days slow for the membership earlier. Really, really appreciate it. I do love people being members. If any of you want to be a member, it's only $1.99 a month, so it's super cheap, cheaper than a Twitch sub. But it supports me a lot. I really, really appreciate the memberships. It's like, I do this for a living, so if you want me to carry on making content in the future, I know some of you don't, but those of you who do want me to make content in the future, this keeps me going, keeps me doing it, keeps me being able to do it. I'm sort of living off savings at the moment, and my savings are dwindling down. I've got through about half my savings since I started doing content creation. Once they get to like a critical level where it's like, okay, even if I got a proper job, I'd still be living paycheck to paycheck, that's when I'll just need to go get a different job. So if you want this to carry on going, memberships are probably the best way to do it, because it's a monthly thing, so I can depend on it. That's really cool. One more comment. Big props for catching with chat and having a nice conversation of sorts. Much appreciated. You're doing fine. Thank you very much, Marcus. I do try to pay attention to all my chat. It's one of the benefits of not having thousands of people watching. I can kind of keep up with chat, even if it takes me a while to get back to it. You love their podcast, you're learning to code in college, and it's extremely hard, gives you more appreciation for the devs of games. Yeah, 100%. I'm doing that web dev stuff, you know, I'm just trying to learn JavaScript and databases and stuff. But like, so nothing like C++ or C hash, but yeah, I'm like, I find it really interesting listening to them. It's super cool. You think Warzone 2 will require much more teamwork coordination? I hope so. That'd be really, really cool. Much harder for streamers to 1v4 squads, better for more casual players. Yeah, I think a lot of what they're going to do with Warzone 2 will be better for casual players, which is good. I think like they've said the idea that they want people to have different ways of winning, you know, not just being the successful one at the end of the battle royale, but you know, like again, I keep going back to Fortnite 'cause Fortnite's so successful, especially with that casual crowd, that like, and I'm part of that, you know, especially with Fortnite I am, that like with Fortnite, I can just load it up and see, oh look, there's like 10 different missions I can do. Some of them are killing players, some of them are using certain weapons, some of them are fighting AI, some of them are just going and seeing new locations I haven't seen before, some of them are trying new gadgets I haven't seen before, and I can just tick off those, and I play in those games. I don't care where I come. If I come like 60th or I come second, I don't really care if I've completed some of those missions. I feel like I've made progress. Whereas in Warzone, I think there's a lot of people who will literally spend a whole night on Warzone and not get a kill. And it's like, that must be kind of depressing and suck and put you off playing the game. But you want those players, and even if you're a good player, you want those players to stick about because they're, you know, easy kills for you and stuff. They make the thing more alive. They're probably buying more cosmetics and stuff like that. So that keeps the game going without you having to spend any money. It's win-win-win. You want more casual players in your games. 100%, everyone does. I mean that everyone does, as in not everyone has that opinion, but I think it's good for everyone. That's what I mean. I think it's a good thing for everyone if there's more casual players in the Warzone ecosystem, community, population, whatever you want to say. I think it's a net benefit for absolutely everybody. Jacoby Jensen, you'd almost bet money they don't have more better content than past CODs, even though they have 2 years. For example, having more than 1 or 2 6v6 maps, more DLC weapons, cooler skins. They don't have 2 years for it, they'll have 4 years for it. Normally at the moment Call of Duty games take 3 years to make. That's the standard. So you know, normally it'd be like Infinity Ward make a game, Treyarch make a game, Sledgehammer make a game, Infinity Ward make a game, Treyarch make a game, Sledgehammer made a game. I know Treyarch had like the weird thing where they made Black Ops 4 and then it was Modern Warfare 2019, then Black Ops Cold War, so they did 1 in 2 years. But then that was what, Black Ops Cold War was 2020, and then their next game is 2024. So they'll have 4 years instead of 3 years, which is, you know, pretty good. I wouldn't be surprised if they had much more significant modes. I mean, you look at what they did at Black Ops Cold War, the fact that they had Outbreak and Firefight and all that stuff, that was huge. And what they did at Black Ops 4, putting Blackout into it, like, they do some amazing things. Like in his chat, must be hard to stream and speak to chat all the time. Fair play to take time out. It's alright, I really like it. I love talking to people about this stuff. It's a lot of fun. Could be COVID that caused no COD game in 2023. Like, that's entirely just me thinking, like, speculating. I've got no idea. I've got no source on that at all. It's just, it seems weird that a COD game takes 3 years to make, and so the year that COD caused lockdowns globally is would have been the beginning of development for the 2023 COD, which is the one that got cancelled. That makes sense to me. And there's a million other games coming out in 2023. If you want to be like Game of the Year as often as possible, the only 2 times, I think in the last 13 years, the only 2 times that COD hasn't been the best-selling Game of the Year in America is when Rockstar have released GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2. And so it's like, maybe they're looking at next year and being like, oh, there's like Starfield and Breath of the Wild 2 and all of these other million games that got delayed into 2023. Maybe that's a good year not to do it. Maybe. 1v1, you challenge me. No, I'm good, thank you. Can't wait for PC beta. I know. It'll be so much easier to make content when I'm on PC. Using a PlayStation is kind of a pain. I don't really like the PlayStation. Completely understand the bug fix thing. Used to work at an AI security company. You work directly with engineers for customers, and it did take a long time for some fixes. Yeah, I mean, and when you've got something that's being worked on by like 11 studios, I imagine it's like, you know, gets exponentially more difficult to fix some things, even if to us it seems easy. Like, yeah, Infinity Ward have always pushed the boundaries of Call of Duty. I'm sure the feedback being all sides has been looked at. I hope so. PlayStation 5 players are going to feel a difficulty spike when PC users come into the beta. I fear. I don't know, like, I sometimes play on PlayStation 5 with crossplay turned off on Warzone, and I did on Black Ops Cold War. I didn't on Vanguard, I played that on Xbox. But I haven't really noticed a difference in skill level. When you're on Warzone and you have crossplay turned off on PlayStation, I don't notice a difference in skill level from that compared to when I'm playing on PC, really. Like, there's still some really good PlayStation players and there's some really bad PlayStation players, and same for PC. That's my experience at least. But then again, I'm an idiot. I don't even really notice the field of view change that much. Like, I can play on PlayStation 5 Warzone and do fine with 80 field of view, and then on PC I have 100 field of view. It feels like a little bit slower on PlayStation, but I don't notice that much. I think there's going to be a lot of people this year. If there's a field of view slide on Warzone, there's going to be a lot of people looking for a new excuse. And they'll find one, don't you worry. They'll find something to blame why they don't do very well. Do I think there's a fear amongst content creators that there may be a lack of content with it being 2 years between COD games? Or am I optimistic they have stuff planned out? No, 100%. 100%. I've got a fear that, like, I keep thinking that I'll do this. I've been thinking for a long while, I'll do this until Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone 2 come out, and then take stock of where I'm at and how much money I'm making. And like, while this beta's been on, I've literally been making 3 times what I normally do compared to the last few months. Like, so it's literally like tripled my earnings this happening. And my, you know, my viewership, loads of you who watch me a lot will know that, like, for the last few months I've had like 20 to 30 viewers on a good day. Some days I've had like 15 viewers. And then while the beta's been on, I've been streaming to, like, you know, the first day was like 500 people, and then even the rest of the days I've had 100 people a lot of the time. In today's stream, I think we were sitting fairly comfortably at 120 people for an hour and a half. And then we were over 80 people for most of it. While I was actually playing the game, we were over 80 people the whole time. And like, that sort of thing is like the excitement around a new launch. So there not being a new launch next year kind of sucks. Like, I'm not going to have this again. I'm hoping that they do have something to release. I don't think it's going to be nothing. I think there will be something, but I just don't know what it'll be. I think all we know officially, I think, is that Treyarch's game's not coming out till 2024. I don't think we know for sure that they're not, that, you know, the Call of Duty companies aren't releasing anything next year. It'll be interesting to see what the form that could take. I still think there's a chance we're going to get like Zombie Chronicles or something, that we'll get a zombies game. I think there's a possibility of that happening, or maybe even something completely different, like maybe a completely different type of game. Who knows? Marathon stream, I know, right? I'm nearly at 5 hours. Jeez, my throat is absolutely screwed. I was going to stream tomorrow morning. I was going to stream like some more of this beta. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I'm literally going to lose my voice. My mum's birthday tomorrow. Are you open for new things? Most of them you just don't like and hope they go back to what they used to be. Example, prestige mode. It made you play the game 3 times, 5 times more than it, no matter how bad. But isn't that weird that like the prestige mode made you play that much when the prestige mode was literally just a number? Like, you had a number on your database that you were trying to make go as high as possible, and that number didn't reflect skill or anything. It was literally just the amount of time you'd played in the game. You know, anyone, literally anyone, could get to max prestige just by playing the game enough. It would take them longer for sure, but they would get there. Like, so prestige was just a number on a database that you were making go up. I had this feeling with World of Warcraft when I used to play World of Warcraft and be trying to get my eye level up higher and higher and higher. And then it was like, then the expansion comes out and suddenly your eye level doesn't matter anymore. And then you're making it go higher and higher and higher. And then it's like, at some point I just sat there and thought, like, what's the point of this? Like, why am I spending so many hours and caring so much about making this number in a computer go up? It's completely arbitrary, you know. There's somebody who's just decided to set it at whatever. It's like, it doesn't mean anything at all. It's like a silly thing. I thought it was a silly thing to chase. Like with Call of Duty now, I think of it as like, the thing that attracts me to it is the experiences. I'm looking to have fun, and you know, now I'm looking to make good content and make things that will make me money and stuff. So I want things that are exciting. I want things that have got a bit of a story, so a bit of a narrative, so I want it to do well in that way, and I want the franchise to be more popular so more people watch it. But like, yeah, like that idea of experiences is more important to me. Like, I have no idea what level I am in Vanguard or this season or anything like that. I've got no idea. I think with Modern Warfare 2019, the first few seasons, I tried to do all the seasonal challenges, and then I just got bored of them because I was like, what's the point of this? I don't care about emblems and stuff. I don't know. I care about experiences, man. I can understand people wanting to chase like how many wins they've got, or they're making their kill death as high as possible. I just can't do that because I'm not good enough. You're curious about the... Hey, Emil, how's it going, man? How are you? Are you coming on Call of Duty now, Emil? Am I going to have to start the game up again? If I just thought I was going to bed. You're curious about the graphics, you'll play it on PC, you think it'll be amazing. It looks really good. Like, I'm playing it like just on a 1440p monitor at 1080p for various reasons to do with my capture card. But, and it looks okay when I'm streaming it. When I play it on my 4K TV downstairs, I've got an LG C1. It is super good. I just noticed that Sean Ackerman, who is Activision's community manager in the UK, is listening to Bullet with Butterfly Wings, which is the soundtrack to the COD trailer. That's very funny. I'm just going to send him a message because I find that funny. That's funny. Anyway, sorry. Just laughing at that. Red Dead Redemption 2, love. Yeah, the view count's been so great to see. I mean, it has been for me. It's been awesome. Having videos getting thousands of views in a day. Having like, I mean, not all my videos have got thousands of views in a day, but some of them have. Having like lots of people watching stream, it's been awesome. There's been leaks about zombies. I don't follow leaks purposefully and don't talk about leaks. Pure speculation on your part, nothing based on anything. Like kind of multiple small resurgence maps over the next 2 years to hope keep content flowing. I hope so. That'd be awesome. Yeah, if they did lots of Warzone maps, even if they were small maps. I mean, especially if they were small maps in a way, I would love that. If they had like, you know, this time next year they had like a massive release for Warzone, maybe another big map or something. That would be like almost as exciting as a new game. It's just this year's huge because we've got Modern Warfare 2, which is a big, you know, big game in itself, and then we've got Warzone 2 like 2 weeks later. Like, that's massive for content. It's going to be amazing. The only thing that would be better is if we had zombie Easter egg hunts as well, but can't have everything. Sure, Modern Warfare 2 is going to be an honor mention for potential Game of the Year edition this year. No, Gunners. Elden Ring. Game of the Year this year is going to be between God of War and Elden Ring. 100%. I would almost put money on it being Elden Ring. I'm sure God of War will be good, but I think God of War will be very similar to the previous God of War, and so lots of people will be like, yeah, it's good, but it's more of the same. Whereas Elden Ring, like, people loved. Elden Ring will be Game of the Year. You wonder if they'll release something other than Call of Duty? Maybe. I would love for the Call of Duty studios to make a different game. Even a different, like, franchise. I've been saying this for a while lately. I'd love it if, like, Treyarch or someone got to make a new Halo game, like something, even if it's something small like Halo ODST, Halo 3 ODST, something like that. I'd love for them to have a go at something like that, or, you know, have them work on a Perfect Dark game, or have them work on, you know, whatever, like a Star Wars game. You know how like DICE obviously went from Battlefield and then did the Battlefront games. Like, imagine if you had like Infinity Ward working on a Battlefront game. It'd be sick. That'd be amazing. I know Battlefront's EA, blah, 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 but something like that, you know. No worries, Emil. The beta's not on tomorrow evening. The beta finishes at 6. Beta finishes at 6 tomorrow, so no beta tomorrow. Comes back on Thursday at 6 o'clock. Wasn't number 80, it was a restart and re-earning the weapons, attachments, camo stuff you loved, the restarting feeling. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't let you restart if you want to. I'd love it if COD still had that restart thing, you know, where you used to get the rubber calling card, where it like would restart your stats and everything as well. So if you wanted to make a fresh start with trying to get a higher kill def and stuff like that, you could. That'd be cool. I like that stuff. What's up, lols? Just got the games downloading now. It looks sick. It's so much fun, lols. I've been playing it loads. Sorry, we've just been chatting for like an hour and a half because I've just been talking because it's been fun. But yeah, the game is super good. I'll be playing more tomorrow morning probably. Stupid question, does YouTube only track unique views? What do you mean? Oh, if you have like 2 devices open. I don't think it tracks both of them. I think it does it by IP addresses. I think. I don't know for sure. I think that's how it works. So if there's like 2 people watching in the same house, I think it just counts as 1 view. To stop view botting, I think. Or, you know, not to stop it, but like as a way of preventing it. The hype for Elden Ring, sheesh, yeah. You 100% think Microsoft should give Halo to a COD studio when indeed is finished. I'd love for them to do that. It'd be fun if Activision asked all the different studios to design a small map. Would be interesting to see different styles go over. Yeah, I mean, it's been super fun seeing, like, obviously Treyarch did Alcatraz as far as I know, and the Blackout map, and then Infinity Ward did Verdansk, and then Raven, I'm guessing, turned Alcatraz into Rebirth, and then Raven did Caldera, and then High Moon Studios did Fortune's Keep. It's really interesting seeing like, yeah, how things are different. I'd love to see, you know, what would a Sledgehammer Warzone map look like? What would a Beanox map look like? What would a Toys for Bob map look like? And I'm just curious. It's your birthday on Thursday, you have Friday off, so nice. Call of Duty birthday. COD birthday. We'll have a good time. Right, I think I actually caught up with chat. I think I'm at the bottom of chat. When's the Warzone beta? There is no Warzone beta. Warzone's coming out November 16th. As far as we know, there's not going to be a test thing of it. I'm kind of hoping they'll do a special one for content creators, you know, a remote one that I could get invited to, because I got invited to the Caldera preview. I got to see Caldera a few days before it came out. I'm really hoping that they'll do something like that for Warzone 2, but that's me being selfish. Like, I know that doesn't help you lot, but it'd be cool. Yeah, High Moon did lots of little bits, same as Beanox and stuff. So annoying you can watch people playing it, but it's months ago away. It's crazy. Like, I mean, but you can see in the gameplay that it's months away. 100%. So just laughing about that. Anyway, I have had an absolutely awesome time with you lovely people. Thank you to all the people that became members. Thank you to all the people that subscribed and pushed me over 23,000 subs. Emil, I got over 23,000 subs. It's very exciting. Yeah. Exactly, Jacoby. It's been nice. It's been very, like, other than that one guy that just called me a bald idiot, I think it's been a really nice conversation. I think we did good. Lots and lots of fun. So thank you everyone who's been sticking about. I will be on again tomorrow morning, I imagine, unless my voice is gone. And then I think tomorrow they're releasing the second snapshot of that Dr. Disrespect Midnight Society game, so I'll probably be playing that in the evening. So I probably won't do a COD video tomorrow. I'll probably wait and do that. And then, yeah, Wednesday we'll resume our normal Warzone. I haven't played Warzone since this beta started, so that'll be exciting. I'll just double check to make sure there's no one else online. Is there anyone else online that I could send you lovely people off to? I don't think there is. Nah, go watch one of my videos. Is anyone streaming on Twitch who you should all go watch now? You should go watch a stream on Twitch if you watch Twitch stuff. Let's see. One Life Left Games is playing Elden Ring. That's my local gaming cafe. They're awesome. B. Breadman's playing Warzone. He's awesome. Janello TV. She's awesome. Scroobius Pip is just chatting. Scroobius Pip's awesome. He's going to be playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. He's a really cool rapper. He's really, really good. He used to be a rapper. He doesn't really do it anymore, I don't think. You know what? There's I leave this here for people that want to go over to Twitch. Go check out Janello. She's a really, really good Warzone streamer. Someone that a lot of you might not have seen before. Go check out her stream. Tell her I sent you. And I will see all the rest of you sometime tomorrow. Goodbye.